Deep with a rumbling spark, I stole an F-16. Unlock the gate and push it free. I stole an F-16. The bird comes alive with a roar of glee. I stole an F-16. Turn the RER power on bright. I stole an F-16. Horizon centered, the line set right. I stole an F-16. Oh, watch the gauges and the needles climb.
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan. This is our broadcast coming to you live from sunny California, Los Angeles. Folks, we're live and alive, but I hope all the boys, girls, and Eppies are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Thursday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Thursday, folks. Boys, girls, and Eppies. We're live and alive from stolen land here in Los Angeles, California. Stolen Tongva land. Thursday, March 12th, 2026, 65 degrees and sunny here in Los Angeles, California. I'm in a pretty good goddamn mood right now, in spite of all the chaos and commotion that's happening. It's Dr. Jihad urging you to steal an F-16. Just kidding. We're alive. There's apparently a lot of commotion taking place right now. Shooting incidents that are taking place potentially. I don't know. We'll probably dive into that in a little bit as well as more information materializes about what's happening. But having said that, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we're live, we're alive, and this is part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news about what's going on in the world of Hasanabi Piker in between the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. W. Mike apology. What happened? Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, boys, girls, and MBs, we are live. We are alive. Mike apologized about Cat. Great. I mean, They're blaming Iran for the shooting already. Okay, we'll cover the shooting stuff in a little bit. But Zoomers found your favorite F word.
I'm not getting drafted. I'm not getting drafted. Are you kidding me? Look at me. Look at me. I'm not going to war for fucking Israel. I'm gonna be in the camp fragging my CO like the Green Goblin. I'm not getting drafted.
Hell yeah. Okay, all right. Oh, where are we? Where are we? All right, personal news wise. What have I done? What have I done? Not really much. Not really much. I'm a fucking loser. You already know I'm a goddamn loser. I have nothing going on in my life. I'm pathetic. I watched a little bit of the new season of what's the fucking anime that's like they get all the nastiest shinobi and samurai, and then they send them off to an island, and island has this elixir of life. I'm forgetting the name of it, but Pokemon. Yeah, Hell's Paradise. I've been watching Hell's Paradise. I just sit there with a copy of Mao sitting right next to me, and it has the reverse Green Goblin effect where it's literally, I'm like, I should read this. I should read this. I should keep reading this. I should keep reading this. Like I'm, a third of the way through the goddamn book. Let me just keep reading it. And it's the reverse Green Goblin effect where I'm just like, nah, it's fine. I should just keep reading Twitter and keep posting on Twitter. Very, very stupid. I hate myself. I'm a real piece of shit. But, it is what it is. However, I do feel pretty goddamn good. I feel pretty goddamn good regardless. I went to bed, woke up early. There's a lot of work on I saw a video called "If You Watch Hasan, You're Stupid," and the video was just a guy playing a video game with zero commentary on your content. Hell yeah. It's true. My haters are not very intelligent. And that's probably the most effective line of attack that they have. Okay, this is literally me. Hello, I own 300 books and my screen time is 9 hours a day. I haven't read in a week and I just bought more books. I have bought so many fucking books, especially in this last month. Like I bought a book about Cuba, about the history of Cuba and the Cuban Revolution. I bought the Mao book. I want to dive into some more Parenti stuff too. And I have I got all the Vincent Bevins books, both of them, Jakarta Method and If We Burn. And I obviously have the Seth Harp Fort Bragg Cartel one that's sitting on my fucking desk. It's so goddamn annoying. I want to read it all, and I cannot read anything because I'm literally on Twitter nonstop. Bruh. I'm a goddamn loser. Anyway, I hate myself. I do. I really do hate myself for all that. I just oh, and I also I'm going through Lenin as well. Going through it one more time just to refresh myself. And when I say that, I mean I haven't fucking read shit on that. I just bought a bunch of the books. And I haven't done shit to read them. All right, anyway. Apparently a Shahed 136 cost $7,000 according to the latest assessment. That's not surprising. Anyway, but yeah, this morning I worked out. I felt pretty good. Did you ever read Rutger Bregman's book about taxing billionaires? No, because he's a freaking social democrat. Anyway. But do you read any fiction? No, I used to when I was younger. I haven't read any fiction in a long time. If I want to read fiction, I read the New York Times. You know what I'm saying? Because it's fake news. Because it's fake news.
I'm gay and Lebanese.
Yeah, freaking got him. Freaking got him. If I want to read more fiction, I read CBS. Yeah. Fiction is important, King. I know. Anyway. Lots going on in the world. Lots to talk about. Lots to discuss. Let's freaking blast off, fam. Yeah. That's it. I got nothing else, honestly. I got nothing else going on. Epstein Fury rages on, right? Epstein Fury, Day 12, Strait of Hormuz still closed. Khamenei speaks. Israel wants more land. U.S. admits the murder. Breaking synagogue Resub playlist. Holy. Wow, Thamacy is doing tricks. Sent the playlist and resubbed at the same time. Police responded active situation in Michigan synagogue. Breaking Michigan synagogue incident. Sedate Taymon rapists go free. Yeah. Incoming Hassan cheering. Wait, what? Mauled over Reed. Anyway, thankfully no injuries or casualties reported. All the kids are safe. Hell yeah. Get in now. It's basically a car wreck as of now. Yeah, I have no idea what it is. I just saw. But there's apparently like a shooter too or something. There's like a bunch of shit going on. Obviously, because we live in the most violent country on the planet that is like doing maximum violence overseas and literally think that there will be no, like there will be no blowback. There will be no, wait, what the fuck? Oh no, the link. I messed up the link. Here, shit. Here we go. I fixed it. We live in an unimaginably violent country where material conditions are worsening day in, day out, with no adequate mental health facilities, with an unrestricted amount of weapons for people. There is like 1 million people in the population that has also been trained to do violence and has actually engaged in doing violence that come back, are left rudderless without any sort of direction whatsoever, and are suicidal. It's a powder keg. What the fuck do you expect to happen? You know what I mean? It's shocking to me, honestly, that there isn't more violence taking place on a daily basis, even though I don't know how you could have more violence taking place on a daily basis. It's very obvious that we have the maximum amount in comparison to every other OECD nation, but it's stupid not to expect America to not be on fire on a fucking daily basis, you know? But don't worry, guys. We got unlimited gambling on your phone. You can gamble on the news. You can even gamble on how many people die in the next mass shooting incident or when the nukes will start flying. That's literally real. The first thing, not real. The second thing, actually real. Polymarket actually had a nuke alert, a nuke watch. You know, you got OnlyFans, you got gambling, you got drugs, you got all the vices in the world. I don't even have an issue with these vices necessarily, but obviously I do have an issue with like unregulated and unrestrained vices. Everyone is gambling all the fucking time. I think that's the worst part about it. You know, much worse than like, well, I guess the only reason why I have smoke for OnlyFans is because the fucking owner is like a massive dick rider of Israel, but yeah, you know, that's just America, baby. It's like one big casino in your fucking phone. It's awesome. It's awesome. It's just do all the drugs, rip apart your fucking brain, no dignity in your work, no job opportunities, really. Everything's going to be fine. All the while, we're all fucking cattle. All the money is going to unlimited warfare that doesn't even fucking benefit you in any discernible way. Yeah, it's fantastic. It's fantastic. It's awesome. Yeah, you can hit your face with a hammer. That's what you can do. You know, you can try to bone mash and bone max or whatever the fuck that clavicular guy is doing. Yes, I know Israel dropped the charges in Sedate Taymon on the rapist that raped a Palestinian prisoner to death. I know it's a country that's doing the Holocaust. It's a Nazi country. We will, of course, talk about that as well. You know, personal news hitting hard. No, I've already skipped the personal news. All right. Well, I'm not going to get into the synagogue thing yet. I will wait for more information to come out before we actually talk about it. We're going to dive right into like situation monitor watch. You already know Zoran's replies to the Tuberville's racist ass tweet. Yeah, I saw that. It was pretty goddamn good. Coach Tommy Tuberville says the enemy inside the gates. Zoran retorts and says, let there be as much outrage from politicians in Washington when kids go hungry as there is when I break bread with New Yorkers. You said you were in a good mood. I am in a good mood. I worked out this morning. I feel pretty good. I hit the weights with the limited time frame that I had before I had to do an interview with another news outlet. And I feel accomplished. I feel a sense of purpose in my life. And I highly urge you guys do the same. I think it will help steer you in the correct direction. Yeah, another minus 20K. I'm organizing out here in the middle of bumfuck nowhere, Idaho, manufacturing plant and talking to workers and creating class consciousness gives me motherfucking hope. Hell yeah, that's exactly what I'm talking about. You got to hold on to little pockets of hope in your life. You got to hold on to little goals that you set for yourself that will help you accomplish your long-term goals. You got to set short-term goals that help you accomplish midterm goals and midterm goals that help you accomplish long-term goals. And every single moment of success that you have to lean into. Every single moment of success that you realize, you have to take advantage of. You have to hold on to pockets of hope and steer yourself in the appropriate direction to build a future that you want to live in. But you have to take that initiative. Okay? W motivation. W motivation. I'm starting a policy blog called Necro Politics about how policy directly kills millions of people a year. Hell yeah. There's a book about that. I'm going canvassing and door knocking for Cory Bush on Sunday. Super excited. Hell yeah, chatter. Hell yeah. Did you see this Lions post? I did. I follow Ali Larijani quite closely. I follow him all the time. They may have fixed the toilets, but they're getting injured doing the laundry. I saw that. It's pretty funny. We'll obviously talk about that as well. All right, let's get into it. Ladies and gentlemen, Iran hits tankers in Gulf nations as the U.S. and Israel continue attacks, but the attacks are not. Are you always starting earlier now? I'm not. We just did daylight savings. That's what it is. Do you have a blog? Yes, it's called the Hasanabi Broadcast. I do it. I blog every day. This is me blogging. I'm blogging currently. I'm literally blogging. All right, everybody. Iran hits tankers in Gulf nations as U.S. and Israel continue attacks. Let's take a look at what's going on in the world. It's monitoring the situation time. We're monitoring the motherfucking situation.
In the Strait of Hormuz. Iran has attacked multiple tankers near its territory, further disrupting the oil supply that the world depends on. And it is striking oil facilities in nearby countries, too. So the cost of this war is rising fast for the U.S. Listen to this number, more than $11 billion. That's with a B in just the first week.
Mind reading my last message? Did you see Trump may have watched Taft's? Yeah, I did. I saw. It's awesome.
And that's according to lawmakers briefed by the Pentagon. That is a low estimate that doesn't include buildup costs. Think about that for a second. We're also learning more about the most serious attack on Americans since this war began, when 6 troops were killed and dozens wounded. Charlie Daggett is in hard-hit Tel Aviv with the latest. Charlie, good morning to you. What can you tell us?
Good morning, Gail. Well, I can tell you it's been another noisy night here in Israel and across the Middle East, despite President Trump saying the war is won. Iran and its regional proxies unleashed coordinated attacks at multiple times.
Bro, I'm going to be honest with you. I have talked about how Ayatollah Ali Khamenei was the most restrained party in the axis of resistance for quite a while. But what Hezbollah has done in the last week or so, in the last 12 days, has shown me that Hassan Nasrallah, despite what I've said about him in the past, was also seemingly the most restrained leader of Hezbollah. Now, what's interesting about that is that's not even just my assessment. That is the assessment of the Israeli intelligence. Okay? Israelis are literally saying, what the fuck is going on? Hezbollah is hitting 2006 levels of pummeling Israel right now. What have we done? We should have never killed Hassan Nasrallah. And there's not much you can say about it. If you're going to clean up the fucking ranks and take out some of the most restrained people that were foolish enough to think that there was a diplomatic solution here to Israel's unlimited bloodshed in the region, well, then, you know, we call that a fucking own goal, okay?
Targets throughout the night. Overnight, Iran focused its attacks on the lifeblood of the region, small boats packed with explosives slamming into these oil tankers off the coast of Iraq. In Bahrain, fuel depot.
Yeah, they got the new Hezbollah Radwan units with their, I mean, this was devastating. Seeing the diaper on head, it hurt my feelings. Like, I will admit that. But there's nothing funnier to me than seeing someone respond to Alden Markey with a fucking PBM, a Plaque Boy Max meme, okay? Like a Plaque Boy Max GIF. This is incredible to me, okay? This is a dude, Ayatollah Rahim, he's probably not an Iranian nuclear scientist, a random guy who like is an Alden Markey head, who is using a Plaque Boy Max React GIF to the Radwan Force's new gear that they're wearing. That is incredible. Okay? What a world. What a world we live in. And the winner is Plaque Boy Max. Like, you got a PBM fan who is an Alden Markey fan, who's not a fan of mine, for the record. Like, not even a fucking fan of mine. We got some mutuals, but I love that. I think that's brilliant. Anyway, from what I understand, a lot of their gear comes from Russia, I think. I believe they're using a lot of Russian gear. I don't like that they use the diaper. I think that's lame. They should just let go of the diaper for sure. But yeah, this is the new Radwan Special Forces badge that they have for Asma Cool Patches, the name of Hezbollah's newly announced military operation against Israel. Yeah. But I have seen 90% of the Russian gear is AliExpress stuff currently. $100 per barrel. India and China buying Iranian crude. China economy seems to be unaffected. Projected to earn even more from selling to Asian nations. Major cities dependent on green energy. They're just selling gas for funsies now. Soft power increase. Yeah. Donald Trump, you are the greatest nation builder for China. Donald Trump, you are the greatest anti-imperialist warrior we have ever seen. Donald Trump, you have done it. You have taken an empire on a downward trajectory to its maximalist conclusion, showing the rest of the world that it is a paper tiger. Trust the plan. Patriots, rise up. JD Bondon is the fucking real deal. I have to apologize to the MAGA communists. I did not realize that accelerationists were technically not incorrect as far as heightening the contradictions and worsening the material conditions for the American Treatlerites, causing them to recognize that someone as vulgar and as brutal, as honest as Donald Trump would genuinely yield the demise of American empire. America is coming to a caca-style end, it seems. The Maoist third worldist position, leaning into Donald Trump, was not incorrect. You owe Zizek an apology. Actually, even Zizek literally is pro-Iran now, which was shocking to me, because I thought Zizek was going to come out with some of the most like Euro-communist, Islamophobic trash you've ever read in your entire life, because that's usually his trajectory since like Russia. He's just become like this fucking weirdo, right? And it turns out all it took was to learn that Ali Larijani was a Kantian analytic philosopher, that Zizek is now saying, no, the Kantians are in charge of Iran. I'm on board with Iran. That literally, he became a weirdo. No, he's always been a weirdo, but he was our weirdo, okay? His later assessment has been Euro supremacist, Euro communist trash, or Euro socialist trash, whatever you want to fucking call it. But that's just Zizek. Will you post DPRK meme for Trump USA? I want to apologize. No. So, Larijani pronunciation guide. Zizek also positively likened Hamas to spear of the nation 2 years ago, lol. He is a Euro supremacist, though, and he's always been a weirdo, but he used to be our weirdo, and there was a lot of fucking Euro supremacist takes that he was doing as of late, and I feel like he's swapped back. To those who criticize the IRI, real German idealism has never been tried until now. Also, I saw some Ayatollah Khamenei some Ayatollah Khomeini statements about how Islam is a joyless religion and there is no place for joy in Islam. Not Khamenei, Khomeini, okay? And it reminded me of a lot of you motherfuckers, okay? A lot of you dumb motherfuckers are exactly the same. Now, Ayatollah Khomeini is a respectable figure. He was a revolutionary figure. I'm not getting into that. But some of you motherfuckers have a very similar idea in spite of not being a famous Shia cleric. You are not Shia. I didn't see you at the fucking Shia raves. I didn't see you slapping your chest going, Ya Ali. And yet you embody the spiritual mentality of some of the most pious Shias out there in terms of refusing any joy in your life, with the exception of horses. Apparently, horse riding and archery was the exception that Ayatollah Khomeini had made. You're only going to make me feel justified in having that opinion, my man. This is not going to contradict that opinion in their minds. Some of you are, if you can find that post, I want to show that, okay? I want to show that. I do Haydar every day. No, you don't. None of you are Shia. None of you are Shia. Don't even start. Yeah, this. Okay, Islam differs sharply from communism. Whereas we respect private property, communism advocates the sharing of all things, including wives and homosexuals. But that's not the quote that reminded me of a lot of joyless woke scolds on the fucking left that say joy is bourgeois decadence. Joy is counter-revolutionary behavior. You must never exhibit joy in your life. You must never experience joy in your life. If you actually make jokes, I will put you in the gulag. There are some people who behave like this, okay? Why you assume you have no Shia in chat? I'm Shia, ya Abal Fazl. I'm joking. Of course there are some Shia in the chat, but many of the joyless communists in my community are actually not Shia at all, but they apparently they exhibit the tendencies of Ayatollah Khomeini, okay? Allah did not create man. Allah did not create man so that he could have fun. The aim of creation was for mankind to be put to the test through hardship and prayer. An Islamic regime must be serious in every field. There are no jokes in Islam. There is no humor in Islam. There is no fun in Islam. There can be no fun and joy in whatever is serious. Islam does not allow swimming in the sea and is opposed to radio and television serials. Islam, however, allows marksmanship, horseback riding, and competition.
Legalize comedy.
Anyway, we are atheists with Shiite characteristics. I mean, this isn't the fucking normal Shiite characteristic either. This is like super. This is like when you are a Shia autist, okay? When you have maxed out your Shia levels and you've become an Ayatollah. But it is so funny to just like have this quote out there of being like, Islam is when no jokes. And the less jokes you do, the more a Shia you are. Like, that's crazy. They should send Elon to Iran so we can legalize comedy there.
legalize comedy.
Yeah, we should just send Elon to Iran, just in general. Yes, we have the new supreme leader and leader of the Islamic Revolution, Sayyid Mojtaba Husseini Khamenei, who came out with a statement. It was just an audio statement. We'll talk about that as well. Big If True chairman got the Iran Plus subscription. Yeah, I saw that. Wait, what? China owned and crude bulk carrier crossing the Strait of Hormuz this morning. Yeah, no, that's not the right tweet. The tweet that you were trying to send me probably is that Khamenei has a new Twitter account with a Twitter blue check mark too, I think. Rokana is shouting you out again. What is this? I am proud to stand with Grandmain, Zohar Mamdani, and join us on the Huns feed. The problem is with neocons and a party who blundered into Iraq 20 years into Afghanistan, Libya, Gaza, and now support the Iran war. Out with the old guard. We need a new moral direction. Would love to see more Dems call out anti-Semitism on their own side. Press third way tweet, third way liberal, complaining about anti-Semitism on the left flank. The only people in America that are not anti-Semitic, by the way. Like, I will say this, okay? Right now, there is definitely a heightened anti-Semitic environment, okay? It's impossible not to acknowledge. Now, I've talked about like systemic discrimination versus like individual acts of anti-Semitism or like violence that Jews might be subjected to in their places of worship and things like that. This is happening. This is real. But as far as like the output goes, for some fucking strange reason, every single right-wing figure and every single center-right figure that is on the liberal side is literally only focusing on the left. Which, as far as output and as far as commentary goes, are the only motherfuckers that are not actually anti-Semitic but anti-Israel. It is crazy, okay? It is ridiculous. Wake the fuck up. I mean, no one fucking thinks you're being sincere when you fucking constantly chirp about anti-Semitism on the left. But it blows my mind, especially to do this about Mamdani. Like with Graham Plattner is a white guy who had a fucking Totenkopf tattoo. Okay, so you have a little bit more mileage to say that. And even with someone like myself, I am not running for office, so I have a lot more liberties as far as what I can and can't say about understanding and examining the reasons as to why like resistance groups form against American and Israeli imperialism in the region. Zohar Mamdani, as a public figure who is now the mayor of New York, is not going to make those assessments. He's not going to say those things, right? So even with someone like myself, you're lying when you say I'm a fucking anti-Semite because you're a piece of shit. But like Zohar Mamdani is the last guy that you can actually convince Americans is anti-Semitic. It's fucking ridiculous. You just don't want anybody criticizing Israel. It's very obvious. You are a ridiculous person. It starts with admitting how big a problem it is and then revoking all support for Plattner, icing out Mamdani. Like some of the most popular people, not even myself. I mean, I would say I'm a relatively popular figure on the left, but like these are fucking popular candidates. Shut the fuck up.
Liberal. Happy fun, la la la. Human smuggling, fentanyl deaths, forced government euthanasia, chopping up children's genitals, la 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 la.
Anyway, it starts with admitting how big a problem it is, then revoking all support for Plattner, icing out Mamdani. Like these guys used to run the show. Okay? This is third way. Okay? Third way is literally the domineering party ideology since Bill Clinton, okay? They ran the fucking show. They are responsible for what the modern National Democratic Party looks like. If you think that they suck shit and you're like, why? Why are they so pro-Israel and so invested in neoliberalism? They are the reason. And now they're dying. Their prominence and their perspective is seen as the old guard mentality, and it's over from the population's perspective. Even people who don't know how to fucking communicate. Yes, it started with Jimmy Carter, but it was solidified under Bill Clinton. Okay? Here is the thing. this mentality is gone now. Even people who do not understand, who do not have the political education, who do not have the proper way to communicate their anger and frustration, recognize that there is something deeply wrong about the pathetic nature of centrist liberalism in the Democratic Party. The pathetic nature of the Democratic Party's leadership. They know it fucking sucks. Okay? They understand it fucking sucks. My job is to lead them in the appropriate direction. My job is to explain to them that their anger and resentment with the Democrats do not stem from the Democrats not actually moving appropriately into the moderate center position to win over the mythical moderate voters, but their anger and resentment actually stems from the fact that the Democrats are completely captive, completely servile to the same corporate benefactors that the Republicans are, and that's the reason why they look like a controlled opposition party. That's the reason why they are a controlled opposition party. And it's mind-boggling that the Democrats are finally having that moment, that Tea Party movement that is building from its own ranks. And you have some real grassroots-funded candidates that are saying, no, we must look for an alternative. We must look for a message that centers the working class. She said you're a Holocaust denier? Oh, my Lord. We can't shake our heads in disbelief at 24% of young Dems and 30% of Republicans of all ages believing the Holocaust was exaggerated, did not happen, while downplaying or straight up ignoring anti-Semitism with our intent. Lily Cohn, if you can find one instance where I've ever denied the Holocaust, I will give you $1 million, you fucking psychopath. God, these people are such fucking evil losers, and they're so irrelevant too. Who is this person? She is the press person for Third Way. Third Way is a neoliberal centrist think tank that is actively trying to, like, she's not a part of the Democratic Party, okay? It's weird to say that about someone who worked for Kamala Harris and someone who worked for Joe Biden, who now works for Third Way, but it's just crazy. First of all, in your very public attack on our young staffer, you simply made up crap about us. We oppose Iraq too, for what it's worth. Second, you really stand with this asshole? Oh, then it's as a lesser evil voter, I will once again repeat my harm reductionist credo. Hamas is 1,000 times better than the fascist settler colonial apartheid state. And the real harm happening here is that another illegal stolen land sale is taking place at another synagogue. Do you have any disagreements with that? Can you communicate why you think Israel is the lesser evil here without leaning into complaints? Wait, actually, you know what? I'm going to say, I hear you chirping, but I don't hear why you have you really do have to start suing these motherfuckers for libel. I'm not going to do that. Okay, I hear you chirping, but I don't hear what your reasonable disagreements are. This is bullshit and you know it. We do not support the Iran war. We have publicly and strenuously opposed it. Hasan, I thought you stopped live tweeting on screen, so if you delete it, they don't have the screenshot. I don't care. Hasan, I recommended you to my grandmother to watch. What would be a good video to share with her to get her interested and educated? Thank you. Very helpful for her. Here, I got you. Hold on 1 second. Let me show you what we could use here. This is a really good question. Thank you, Silo Kiki. I think this is where we start.
mes doigts.
The problem is your grandma might get aroused a little bit too much. Your grandma might have a little bit of a cardiac arrest of sorts if she watches this shit. Are we gonna have a Jack Hassan summer again? Yes. All right, anyway, enough. All jokes aside, I don't know what the best video to show your granny is, but showed this to my grandma and she fucking exploded. Thanks, man. You got it. Categories for left, all the topics to cover. Maybe it will change her thoughts. I'm sorry I asked. No, we're fucking with you, man. Go to Hasan Hub. It's an independent fan-made hub for all of the videos. You can bracket it off of like individual things. But my suggestion always is like identify what the interests are for your grandparents or for your parents or for your friends. Like if you have friends that are, for example, like they love working out, you can show them a podcast that I've done with like a meathead, right? If you have friends who are really into like econ shit, you can show them a podcast that I've done with like, iced coffee hour or something like that. Because those are probably much better than the unfiltered, unrestrained live broadcast as far as like an entry point. She's on 1 HP, chill. Yeah. Grandma vids I would show are the I've Had It podcast. Yeah, I think that's probably a good one. You know? Oh, PBS, exploding chatter's grandmother since 2016. Hell yeah. I've heard you pissed off the tankies yesterday. What did you do? Stop. I don't like using tanky as a pejorative. Okay, stop it. His grandma probably is a real gamer, so don't show her Hasan losing a game. A Nameless King. I won Nameless King. I defeated Nameless King. Anyway. Third Way is so mad. Third Way is so mad because they're losing their grip of relevance amongst the base. And Democrats, if they are responsive to the needs of their voters, are going to literally drop this Third Way shit. And it sucks for them. Calling Mike for PA chatters tankies is so funny. They're not. They're not at all. It is so funny though that like this person, if they just talked about me, I think like that would be one thing. But when they like package it up with Graham Plattner, who is objectively more popular than the centrist neoliberal candidate that's pro-Israel, and then also tying this movement to Zohran Kwame Mamdani, the most popular national Democrat right now, the most popular figure in the National Democratic Party, is crazy. Okay, here are a few. Hamas 1,000 times better than fascist settler colonial state. It doesn't matter if rapes happen on October 7th. In just the world, regardless of your background, any kind of fucking Zionist tendency should be treated in the same way as being a fucking rabid neo-Nazi. Okay, these are just my statements. I don't think you understand. These are my statements. Can you explain what you disagree with? I consider Zionism to be a fascist, ethno-supremacist ideology that is hell-bent on destruction and expansion. Can you tell me why that's wrong. Is this Matt Bennett guy supposed to be smart? Yes. Not to coach you, but you really do think you're going to go through the third way guy by using your valid leftist speak? You got to water it down for his peanut brain. This is not about dunk. This is not about fucking. This is not about convincing the third way guy. Okay. This is more so about stressing over and over again that the only tool that pro-Israel folks have at their disposal is fake outrage, is feigned outrage, is manufactured outrage, and it's like cynical deployment of the term anti-Semitism against people who have spent a good deal of fucking time fighting against anti-Semitism. Okay? That's it. So my argument here is basically to identify that, because inevitably he is going to do that, okay? Because he has no fucking argument other than outrage over statements. Why do they have your statements on file? He got them statements a bit too fast, bruh. They do, because they're getting it from Jewish Insider and all these other like Zionist newspapers that specifically funnel these talking points to people who want to defend Israel. The problem that these guys don't understand, however, is that these talking points don't fucking matter to average people. As a matter of fact, the more they conflate people like myself with anti-Semitism, and the more they conflate Israel with Judaism, the more they make people anti-Semitic. Third Way does not strenuously oppose the Iran war. They issued a mealy-mouthed memo on 2/28 that's nothing but limp process concerns and hammering over unanswered questions that ends by declaring Third Way strongly supports our troops and hopes this mission succeeds. I love you, bro, but you need to clarify the rape comment. He will think that you're saying that they happened or were super cool. Please work on communicating with these normies. Yeah, the rape comment is the most disingenuous one out of all of them because it's cut in fucking half. I said it doesn't matter if rapes happened on October 7th. That doesn't change the dynamic of genocide for me at all. It doesn't justify genocide. Do you think it justifies genocide? Should we genocide? Should we genocide an entire fucking group of people in Alabama if rapes are happening in Alabama, for example? It doesn't fucking matter. Yeah, it literally doesn't matter. It doesn't, because people understand that now. Like, people on October 10 might not have understood that sentiment, but now even when you fucking place that out of context, it still doesn't matter, because people do get it. People are like, okay, yeah, no, that does make sense. I don't think it's justifiable to do a genocide, because now people are aware that Israel is committing a genocide. In the past, people were not even aware that Israel was an apartheid state. Now people are aware that Israel's an apartheid state and doing a genocide. So when I fucking talk about it like this, I don't have to constantly go through the motions and explain to people what a genocide is and how Israel is conducting it, you know? Anyway, these people are bad faith actors regardless. You know, they're bad faith actors regardless. They're not invested in the truth. Usha Vance wants to name her son Hasan. Shut the fuck up. It's funny. I thought you were being serious. Yeah, for chatters asking why he has those quotes handy. He has those. It's a circle jerk between the same guys. Exactly. Notable, quotable from Third Way Dems. And it's so funny. It's like the other side of this question is, where are liberal Zionist Jews supposed to go? What are you going to do? Vote for the Republicans? Is that what you're going to do? You're going to vote for the not anti-Semitic Republicans because you care about Israel that much? If that's your primary concern? Because I don't think it is. I think you're fucking lying. I think you are literally lying to me and maybe to yourself. And some might. Good luck with that. If you want to vote for actual active Holocaust deniers, have fun with that. You're a fucking idiot. You are literally a fucking moron. They're going to put you in fucking concentration camps, and you're a moron that will vote for it because you were so delusionally invested in this idea that Israel represents. Okay? It's so dumb. Oh, nasty Arab-loving, nasty Islam-loving freaks on the Democratic Party don't want genocide. Well, I want genocide. I'll vote for the pro-genocide party, even if that inevitably comes back, loops back around and genocides me. That's what you're doing. I personally don't even concede the grape claim. I ask for evidence. The best evidence is always either he say, she say, or they just act like you're a monster for rejecting the propaganda made to dehumanize the resistance like a barbaric grapist orcs. Stop saying grapist. I'm willing to engage with these kinds of conversations because I know people like fucking Zoran are never going to do that. People like Grant Platter are never going to do that. And if they try to successfully bully politicians to not interact with me for this reason, guess what? Then those politicians are fucked, okay? Because the reality is that the reason why politicians come to me, come to this community, is because it's a fucking massive community, okay? It's a massive community of fucking door knockers. It's a massive community of activists. It's a massive community of anti-Zionists. And I consider Hamas to be a murderous terrorist organization that killed, raped, tortured, kidnapped, and terrorized civilians, as well as murdering scores of their own people. It's not progressive to be on the side of Hamas. That's it? Wait, it feels like he responded to something else. Okay, I don't think you understand. These are my statements. Can you explain what you disagree with? And I consider Hamas to be a murderous terrorist organization that killed, tortured, raped, terrorized. Okay. I'm just going to reply with Israel this. Wait, where is it? Everything you claim doing, Israel has done tenfold. Thanks for understanding my position for harm reduction. You must really hate Israel then. Yeah, exactly. Right, disregard all previous comments and no, it's not a bot. That's a real human that a real human being. It's even sadder. This guy co-founded a company, Jesus. And I consider Hamas to be a murderous terrorist organization that killed, raped, tortured, kidnapped, and terrorized civilians, as well as murdering scores of their own people. It's not progressive to be on the side of Hamas. Also, murdered their own people. Brother, Israel literally used helicopters to massacre Israeli civilians because they did not want Israelis to be captured by Hamas. What the fuck are you talking about? Hamas murdered its own civilians. The country you are defending has done a genocide. Okay? Israel has literally killed its own prisoners of war that had escaped the resistance, that had white flags that they were waving saying, "We are Israeli, we are Israeli." They fucking slaughtered them. Israel blew up their own hostages, the Hamastages. It's fucking idiotic. You can never defend Israel. Israel has no leg to stand on. It's ridiculous. Every accusation is projection. It's so crazy. Everything you claim Hamas is doing, Israel has done 1,000-fold. Thanks for understanding my position on harm reduction, I said. Anyway, these guys are fucking monsters, brother. And not only are they monsters, but they're deeply unpopular monsters. Their position is gone. Their position has no weight. Okay? There are people who believe this shit on the Republican Party side. They are evangelical psychopaths, many of which are also deeply anti-Semitic. Okay? The analog here is, yeah, ask him if the right to rape protests justify genocide in Israel. Yeah, like the Hamas rape argument is so fucking ridiculous because, one, it's not established on any sort of significant evidence whatsoever. It's all circumstantial shit that was pieced together. There has been zero people that have come out. There have been documented cases of sexual assault in captivity. This is real. That did happen. Okay. I've said it over and over again. As far as like mass rapes directed by Hamas on October 7, it's fucking pure bullshit. Okay. There has not been any evidence whatsoever to suggest that that took place. And they still fucking run with this narrative. Meanwhile, I don't think Israel should be genocided, even though they had a pro-rape rally. They had a pro-rape January 6th. And now the people that they were committed to releasing, the concentration camp guards at Strait of Hormuz, are now free. The Israeli government literally released them. So the pro-rape rioters won. And I still don't think Israel should be genocided because I'm not a fucking psycho. You have to be a psychopath to operate like that. What's wrong with you, Hasan? Hamas and Hezbollah and the Ayatollahs are monsters. I'm Muslim from Europe, by the way. I have no problem to condemn terrorists. He literally did. They talk about Hamas. You talk about Israel. Can't you see how stupid this is? I love Euroids, bro. Euroids who are like, listen, I'm Muslim from Germany, okay? And I have a centrist opinion. I think, well, Israel is the greatest nation on earth, okay? Israel is the greatest nation on earth. No, Austria. Oh my God, I clocked it. Yes. Yes. Yeah. I'm Austrian, not German. And I think Allah is with Israel. You are a dog. You are spiritually destroyed. You are cattle. Okay? Oh my God. Oh, you fucking shameless cow. I'm Austrian and I voted for Israel on the Eurovision 1,000 times. Yeah. Yeah. As a Muslim in Austria, I think the real anti-Semitism during the Holocaust happened because of the Muslims. Have you heard about the Grand Mufti? Yeah. Real anti-Semitism never came from the Christians, yeah? It was my Muslim grandparents that did the real anti-Semitism. No Muslim is saying that? Yeah, I know. He's a fucking idiot. It is funny, though. There is no shot that there's a... I like that I was able to clock his fucking Euroid, his Euroid perspective instantly, though. I bet he's Albanian. Fuck no. No human being with a real conscience is going to look at the situation and say God is on the side of, like, I'm not a religious person at all. You guys know this already, but no fucking person with a conscience is going to literally say God is on the side of the apartheid state that is literally committing atrocities right now. 750,000 Lebanese people have been displaced from their homes as Israel is bombing Beirut, okay, destroying entire city blocks in Beirut at this moment. It's completely ridiculous. And that is after it's coming on the heels of a genocide that Israel committed for 2.5 fucking years with unlimited weaponry from the United States of America and from many European countries as well. It is completely fucking ridiculous. You don't know Albanians then, man? No, there are, you know, the pro-NATO guys, obviously, but it's not... It is not as commonplace as you think. It's like the fucking Persian diaspora. People are like, oh, every diasporoid is like begging Israel to nuke Tehran. That's not the case. It's just unfortunate that the media has a very specific purpose to play here, a very specific role to play here. And that's precisely the reason why the only diasporoids you hear from are the ones who are like, I am from Tehran. My family wants Kubide. My family wants nuclear bombs. Please, President Trump, nuke Tehran. That's not the case, though. The majority of fucking Persians in diaspora also are not in support of American and Israeli bombing campaigns in Iran. It's more of a 50-50 split that actually favors the side that has the understandable position here, which is, hey, I don't like the IRGC, but I also don't want to get fucking nuked. My dad hopes that Israel nukes Iran so Jesus will come back because that's what the Bible says. You know what's ironic? People were actually talking to me about, people were like posting that one time where I was like having a little bit of an argument with a diaspora Iranian Uber driver, and he had the same attitude. It's so funny that like that is a commonly shared attitude by many fucking freaks. Also, the Bible does not say that at all. The Bible does not consider nuclear arms, okay? It's also much more Iranians against the war now. That 50-50 poll was taken ages ago. I know. That 50-50 poll was in the aftermath of the 12-day war. This is far more consequential for regular Iranians than the 12-day war because now they have... they're engaging in chemical warfare as well. Yeah, Netanyahu called the IDF rapists heroic warriors, in Hebrew, of course. The blood libel known as the Sdei Teiman affair against the warriors of Force 100, which has damaged Israel's reputation in the world in an unprecedented manner, has reached its end. It's unacceptable that it took so much time to close the case that was handled in a criminal manner against IDF warriors who confront the worst of our enemies. The state of Israel must pursue its enemies, not its heroic warriors. Yeah, the child annihilator is now saying that the Holocaust committing concentration camp guards that literally raped Palestinians are actually brave warriors. Thank you. What is this? You're not considering the mass murder from the IRI, though? They changed lots of minds on the war. Right now, the unfortunate truth is the majority of the Iranian diaspora in different ways like the war. I'm saying this is an anti-war Iranian diaspora living in the U.S. It doesn't matter. They're fucking irrelevant is my point. The truth is what is relevant. And many, unfortunately, with the incalculable human toll, in the human death toll, will arrive at the truth. Okay? And many already have. There are people who not only a couple days ago, maybe like a week ago, would have come in here and yelled at me and said, oh, you are supporting the Islamic Republic. How dare you? How dare you support the Islamic Republic? This is devastating. They've killed so many protesters. Many of them have recognized the truth very quickly. Okay? It's that simple. What is this guy saying? Anti-Semitism was invented by the Bolsheviks to combat criticism of the genocide of Russian Christians. Research it. Brother, do you know what community you are in right now? We love the fucking Bolsheviks. Hello? Nazis and Islamists both say that line for some reason. Yeah, Russian Christians literally invented modern anti-Semitism. Yeah, literally. That's also true. Bro thinks anti-Semitism was invented after pogroms. Bro thinks Lenin was a Christian, Lamau. No. These guys think Lenin is either, some of them will say Lenin is an agent of the Rothschilds, or they will say Lenin is a Jew, which I think Lenin does have Jewish ancestry. Not that it fucking matters, regardless. Lenin was a lion and a fucking hero, okay? One of the best people that has ever existed throughout the history of mankind, okay? That's number one. Fuck you if you have any disagreements with that statement. I do not care, okay? Lenin. You seem really obsessed with this Lenin guy. Yeah. Many Islamists are literally Nazis. There's no neo-Nazi Germany group. Okay, whatever. Wait, Lemefeo, that's crazy. Lenin was super against anti-Semitism. Yes, no, that's what it is. That's why they say the Bolsheviks were all Jews or secret Jews or Jew affiliated. That's a Nazi argument. That's what they say. Nazis say the Bolsheviks were responsible for the evisceration of Russian Christians. They killed 17 Gorillion Russian Christians. That's what they say, okay? They did a Holocaust, a real Holocaust on the Russian Christians. That's the argument that these fucking Nazis come up with all the time. Pardon me, but did you say Russian Christians invented modern anti-Semitism? Please explain. The modern iteration of anti-Semitism comes from the protocols of elderly Zion, right? The elders of Zion. That is a Russian czarist formative anti-Semitic text. There were pogroms that existed far before then, but that basically took all of the anti-Semitic hatred and created like one textbook that you can identify with. Okay? It is quite literally the most consequential anti-Semitic work that modern anti-Semites lean into. Like all the stuff, like, yeah, Jews control the world. All this shit comes from protocols of Zion. It tricked Ford. I mean, you can't say it tricked him if he was just like riding for it pretty aggressively, as hard as he was riding for Adolf fucking Hitler. Okay? Did you blasting off today? I did. All right. Where the fuck were we? All right. Monitoring the situation time.
Was burned. The Bahraini government warning people to stay indoors to avoid inhaling poisonous fumes. Critical energy sites in Oman were also targeted. An Iranian drone filmed dive bombing into a storage facility in a direct hit. Also under fire, the Gulf's commercial infrastructure as another luxury high-rise in Dubai is struck by a drone. And in Kuwait, 2 people reportedly wounded in a strike on an apartment block. 6 U.S. soldiers died in the first 48 hours of the war at a tactical operations center in Kuwait. That drone attack, CBS News has learned, was much more serious than previously reported. With more than 60 injured and 30 still hospitalized as of Tuesday, airlifted to a U.S. medical hub in Germany and being treated for brain injuries and shrapnel wounds. And overnight, we're learning that another military facility in the region has been hit, smoke and flames rising above a U.S.-led coalition base in northern Iraq. U.S. and Israeli warplanes and missiles continued hitting targets across Iran as Israel intensified its campaign against Iranian proxies, Hezbollah, in Lebanon, on another front in this widening war. While on the ground in Tehran, funerals for the hundreds of Iranians killed in this conflict, as much an expression of mass rage as mourning. So the death toll in Iran is over 1,300, according to the regime there, and there is increasing evidence that the United States is responsible.
Marbar Israel is what they keep saying, and it's very terrifying that they're saying that, okay? Animal abuser. No, I'm not going to ban this guy. Fuck it. Who cares? Thank you for your brave advocacy.
Responsible for the bombing of a girls' school that killed at least 175 people, most of them children. It appears to have been struck by a Tomahawk cruise missile, and the U.S. is the only military in this conflict that uses that weapon. Nate?
Are you wearing Gucci Jinko jeans? No, I'm wearing a Chinese brand called Army Logic. Those are my pants, and they're big parachute pants, and I really like them because they're very comfortable.
And a Fox News alert because Iran's new supreme leader issuing his...
Yeah. Okay, the new Iranian supreme leader has spoken. Okay? The new Iranian supreme leader has spoken. We're obviously going to get to that. Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei has spoken for the first time since he was elected. Okay. The translation is as, maybe read this statement instead. What, in fucking Farsi?
Excuse me, his first public statement. It was a written message that was read by an Iranian state TV news anchor. Excuse me, Trey Inks. Let me hand it over to you while I cough, and you tell us what exactly happened. What did he say?
Yeah, Dana, good morning. We're just getting this in right now. On Iranian state media, a presenter read a new statement from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei, and Reuters is reporting a few highlights from those remarks, saying that the supreme leader said in the statement, "We believe in friendship with neighbors and only target the bases, and we will inevitably continue." That is not true. We know that many Gulf countries have had their residential and civilian infrastructure attacked. Now, Iran's new supreme leader in this statement goes on to say all U.S. bases should immediately be closed in the region, and those bases will be attacked. He also says in the statement, again, that was presented on state media, he does not appear in the statement, that he calls on unity among the people of Iran and participation in Quds Day. Now, Quds is the Arabic word for Jerusalem, and this day normally falls on the last Friday of Ramadan. And so, if my math is correct here, that would be March 20th of this year, the last Friday of Ramadan, when traditionally we have seen Iranian proxies like Hamas and Hezbollah launch attacks and also large demonstrations in the region. And so this is certainly something to look out for in the days ahead. But again, this is the first statement.
He looks like you in 30 years, bro. Chill. I mean, Trey Inks I go back and forth on, because unlike many of these other hucksters and charlatans, he has literally fucking embedded with Hamas, and he has literally interviewed Hamas. So he's an interesting guy. He is an interesting guy. There were instances like where even as like the main reporter in fucking Israel, he just straight up was like, you guys are slaughtering. Yeah, he's an on the ground guy. He straight up was one of the few American journalists that is stationed in Israel that straight up was like, you guys are slaughtering journalists. You have to stop killing Palestinian journalists. It's fucking unacceptable. Oh, you weren't talking about Trey Inks. You were talking about Khamenei. You're saying Khamenei is what I will look like in 15. That's crazy. I didn't understand what you were saying. I thought you were saying Trey Yinks looks like what I will look like in the future, even though he's like younger than me. And no, what you meant instead was I will look like Ayatollah Khamenei, Mojtaba Khamenei. I got to get me one of them hats. And then we can see the gray beard comes for all. I mean, yeah, my beard is graying already, so.
That we are receiving from Iran's new supreme leader, Mojtaba Khamenei. He speaks about the attacks on Gulf countries. Also,
I'm not, first of all, I'm not Shia. That's number one. Number two, I am, however, Dr. Jihad. So that's you need to refer to me by my actual name, Dr. Jihad. Yes, I have a doctorate in both jihad and also racism.
Says that he will target U.S. bases in the region, and then also talks about the Strait of Hormuz. This is an interesting part here, and again, we are just getting these highlights from Reuters, watching state media in Iran. They're first coming out, of course, in Farsi. And Iran's new supreme leader goes on to say the closure of the Strait of Hormuz should be continued as a tool to, quote, pressure the enemy. And so.
Okay. It's here. We'll just read it straight from the Drop Site News' translation. Iran's supreme leader, the leader of the Islamic Revolution, says, I, your servant, Sayyid Mojtaba Hosseini Khamenei, learned of the result of the vote by the Honorable Assembly of Experts at the same time as you through the broadcasting of the Islamic Republic. For me to sit in the place where two great leaders, Imam Khomeini the Great and the martyred Khamenei, once sat is a difficult task. This seat carries the legacy of someone who, after more than 60 years of striving in the path of God and renouncing all kinds of pleasures and comforts, became a radiant figure and a distinguished leader, not only in the present era, but throughout the history of the rulers in this country. Both his life and the manner of his death were intertwined with a grandeur and dignity born from the reliance on the truth. I had the honor of seeing his body after his martyrdom. What I saw was a mountain of steadfastness, and I heard that his uninjured hand remained clenched in a fist. Those who are knowledgeable about the many dimensions of his character will need much time to speak about them. Here I will suffice with this brief account and leave the details for more suitable occasions. This is the reason it is so difficult to assume the position of leadership after such a person. Bridging that gap will only be possible with the help of God and the support of you, the people. So one of the most important aspects of this statement was the demand for unity. Now, for people who are understandably against the IRGC, against the Islamic Republic, that are in Iran, will hear. I wonder what their perspective will be after this statement, because he doesn't. He basically reveals some statements that is a rallying cry for all Iranians, that like demands that makes demands towards unity and asking for, letting bygones be bygones, basically, but also simultaneously saying we will have a firm hand, okay, in dealing with anyone that is aligning with the enemy. So he starts off by saying unity among the individuals and the group of the nation, which usually becomes particularly evident in times of hardship, must not be compromised. This will be achieved by overlooking points of disagreement. So his first statement, perhaps one of the most important in his 7-point plan, is that it's time to unite against the Zionist entity, against America that is, killing our children. But also, we must overlook our points of disagreement. Okay, so that's pretty big. An effective presence on the scene must be maintained, whether in the way you demonstrated during these days and nights of war, or through various forms of meaningful participation in social, political, educational, cultural, and even security arenas. What matters is that the correct role is properly understood and carried out as much as possible without harming social unity. Do not refrain from helping and supporting one another. Praise be to God. This has always been the enduring trait of most Iranians. It is expected that in these particular days, when circumstances naturally weigh more heavily on some members of the nation than others, this spirit will become even more evident. I also call on service institutions to spare no effort in assisting these dear members of the nation and supporting grassroots relief structures. I sincerely thank our brave fighters who, at a time when our nation and our beloved homeland have been unjustly attacked by the leaders of the arrogant front, have blocked the enemy's path with powerful blows and dispelled their illusion that they could dominate our country or possibly divide it. The demand of the masses of people is the continuation of effective and regret-inducing defense. So then he moves into, once he's done talking about like the importance of unity and keeping the Islamic Republic together, keeping Iran together, he then moves into talking about the blowback or the retaliatory strikes of the IRGC, which he commends. Certainly, the leverage of blocking the Strait of Hormuz must also continue to be used. Studies have been conducted regarding the opening of other fronts in which the enemy has little experience and will be highly vulnerable, and their activation will be carried out if the state of war continues in accordance with strategic considerations. I sincerely thank the fighters of the resistance front. We regard our countries of the resistance front as our best friends. This is him talking about the Houthis, Ansar Allah, and also Hezbollah as well, and the Shia militias in Iraq. Saying, we regard the countries of the resistance front as our best friends, and the cause of resistance and the resistance front is an inseparable part of the values of the Islamic Revolution. Undoubtedly, the unity of the components of this front will shorten the path to overcoming the Zionist sedition. As we have seen, brave and faithful Yemen has not stopped defending the oppressed people of Gaza. Hezbollah, despite all obstacles, has come to the aid of the Islamic Republic, and the Iraqi resistance has courageously followed the same path. He says, I express my deep sympathy with the families of the exalted martyrs. Again, the weight that he places on each individual component is very important here. Like the hierarchy of how, the hierarchy of like what is the primary focus of the speech stands with unifying the public and ensuring that the Islamic Republic is capable of mounting a serious defense, and the primary focus, like the first thing out of the gate, is do not divide the public. The second is lean into the resistance forces that are striking blow after blow against the Zionist enemy, and then talking like third down in the line is when he expresses the regret and the deep sympathy, not regret, but the deep sympathy he has with the families of the exalted martyrs. Why don't we analyze Trump's speeches like this? Because Donald Trump is not a well-read individual. He's a fucking moron. He's a babbling fool. Okay? It's what do you want? Let's listen to what Pete Hegseth has to say. Unfortunately, we do not have competent leadership in this goddamn country. Well, I don't know. I don't know if I would want competent leadership in this goddamn country, especially as it's like, you know, bombing other nations into oblivion. Probably best that, you know, we don't have a competent imperial state here. But why am I getting timed out? Why am I getting timed out? Suck me D. Fluff you Fossabot. Huh, you're so boring. Whoa, yo, chillest. Hasan, you got some pretty loyal fans. I'm impressed. You guys might as well suck Hasan's did? You good, bro? You all right? You're arguing with a fucking bot, dumbass. Take a day off. Reconsider. Dude is tweaking off of fucking Roblox compilations on TikTok. He came in here. He's like, y'all are being Diddy blood Epstein folk. Hassaz day. 9-year-old white kid from fucking Naperville talking like this. Anyway. Mentally. This comes from a shared experience I have with these noble families. Aside from my father, whose loss became a public grief, I entrusted my beloved and loyal wife, in whom I had placed many hopes, my devoted sister, who dedicated herself to serving our parents and ultimately received her reward, her young child and the husband of my other sister, a learned and honorable man, to the caravan of martyrs. Yet what makes patience in the face of such hardships possible and even easier is the attention to God's certain and definitive promise of a great reward for the patient. Martyrdom, that kind of stuff he gets into. I assure that everyone will not forego avenging the blood of your martyrs. Then he goes back into the IRGC and the forces that are defending Iran right now are doing so in an effort to also avenge the death of those who have been slain. The little girls. 72 virgins, yay. Man, shut your bitch ass up. 40-month subscriber with this Islamophobic trite, dude. First of all, the 72 virgin shit is literally just like some of the most extremist Salafists out there. It's not even a thing that, first of all, Shias don't believe that. That's number one. Number two, Sunni Muslims don't believe that by and large either. It's just like a fucking idiotic American talking point. Not today, CIA. New poll in the Michigan race is Stevens at 27, McMorrow at 25, and this is not good. This is not a good poll. El Sayed being at 23 is not good. We got to fucking work on that. But obviously, like the AIPAC money is flowing into this fucking race. Undecided sweep. Most Americans don't know anything about Islam. Yes. We will continue. Where were we? Of course, a limited portion of this retaliation has already taken concrete form, but until it's fully realized, this file will remain open above the others. As far as the current conditions allow, sufficient measures must be defined and implemented to compensate for the financial losses inflicted on personal property and premises. In any case, we will take reparations from the enemy. If it refuses, we will seize as much of his assets as we deem appropriate, and if that is not possible, we will destroy an equivalent amount of its property. Our neighbors must clarify their position regarding those who have attacked our beloved homeland and killed members of our people. I recommend that they shut down those bases as soon as possible, because by now they must have realized that America's claim of establishing security and peace was nothing more than a lie. So this part is also important because these are basically the demands being made, right? And these demands being made are echoing what Ali Larjani has said so far, echoing what the president has said so far. So it's very clear that all of the conversations that were taking place in the last couple of days about like whether there is unity or chaos amongst the mechanisms of control. Is the IRGC in charge? Is the Ayatollah in charge? Is the three-person council in charge? All of that, all of the confusion surrounding that stuff has come to an end because every single person that is now communicating what the desires of the Islamic Republic are in this tit for tat back and forth are identical, right? They're all saying the same thing. These are the demands that have been echoed by numerous other figureheads, both those who are directly in charge of the IRGC and also in charge of civilian governance as well, like the president and the foreign minister, Arakshi, saying that we will demand reparations from the enemy for all of the incalculable loss of human life, saying that all of the regional actors in the Gulf that must make their positions known on continuing to align with America and Israel, a demand for American retreat from these bases, right? That was like a day one suggestion, and now it's turned into a full-blown demand. We share land or maritime borders with 15 neighboring countries and have always desired a warm and constructive relationship with all of them. However, for years, the enemy has gradually established bases, both military and financial, in some of these countries in order to secure its dominance over the region. During these recent attacks, some of those military bases were used. As we had clearly warned, and without taking any action against those countries themselves, we targeted only those bases. From now on, we will again be compelled to continue doing this if necessary, although we still believe in the importance of maintaining friendly relations with those neighboring countries. I repeat once again, the Islamic Republic system, without seeking to establish domination or colonial control in the region, is fully prepared for unity and warm, sincere mutual relations with all of its neighbors. Addressing the martyred former supreme leader, with your departure, you have inflicted a heavy grief upon the hearts of us all. You always longed for this end, and finally the Almighty granted it to you while you were reciting the Holy Quran in the morning on the 10th day of the blessed month of Ramadan. Going back to what we talked about before, as far, not entirely true. This is literally the same. This is the identical position with China, okay? Oh, China wants regional dominance. China wants regional dominance. No, China wants regional cooperation, regional security. If China wanted regional dominance, this is the perfect opportunity for China to seize control over all of the other countries that America has used as a fucking fleshlight, right? So why are they not doing it? China wants stability. Iran wants the same. And this is a controversial position for me to say, because many other regional actors, specifically in countries that are either controlled by, Sunni Muslim leadership. You're talking about, I was saying that they had only hit the bases. No, they haven't only hit the bases. They've hit the bases and they've hit other, like military, other places where like soldiers are in precise strikes. And in comparison to the American and Israeli casualties in Iran versus Iran's retaliatory strikes in the Gulf nation states, the number of civilian casualties are literally not even comparable, right? Oftentimes, we have this assessment here in the United States of America that our enemies are actually not abiding by the rules of war. And in many instances, there are instances where they don't, right? There are instances of resistance groups that end up killing a bunch of civilians. October 7 is a great example of this, right? It's true. This happens. But in comparison to the American and Israeli strikes that kill civilians with impunity, it's not even a comparison that you can make. They do abide by rules of warfare in comparison to what we do. That's just the truth. This is why a comparison between Ukraine and Russia versus Israel's conduct in Gaza is a silly one, okay? And the reason why I use Russia in this example is because Russia is the one country that is a regional actor, a sovereign power, a regional superpower that has actually done a fuck ton of violent things in Ukraine. And yet even then, it's not comparable to what Israel has done in Gaza. This is just objectively the truth. This is not someone who is defending Russia whatsoever. Okay, I am not defending Russia in any way, shape, or form. Okay, having said that, however, there is a reason why when you look at the civilian death tolls in Russia's conduct in Ukraine, as opposed to the civilian death toll in Gaza, there is a different military objective. It's clear. Like, look at the numbers. And this is a country that has actually engaged in a litany of war crimes in their conduct. Russia has done a fuck ton of war crimes in Ukraine, okay? Targeting civilian infrastructure, killing a bunch of civilians, killing children, and even displacing civilians and replacing civilians that used to live in the territories that they previously occupied. There are a bunch of things that Russia has done that are objectively war crimes, right? They reach the standard of war crimes 100%. And having said that, it's still not even remotely comparable to what Israel has done in Gaza. And the same goes for Ukraine as well. Like, albeit marginal in comparison to the death toll that Russia has committed in Ukraine, civilian death toll. But in retaliation to that, Ukraine has also tried to do its very best to make this military campaign as costly as possible, and at times has also struck, civilian infrastructure like bridges, things of that nature. But having said that, once again, nothing in comparison, right? And significantly to a lesser degree than what Russia has been able to do in Ukraine, of course. Unfortunately, the normies will never understand a comparative argument because their ears close as soon as they hear a negative thing about their oppressive government. Yeah. They've hit civilian airports, they've hit oil tankers, they've hit oil depots, they've hit GCC government buildings. They're either targeting non-U.S. targets as well, or targeting is disrupted. And that's what I mean when I say it's not entirely true. It's not a comparison of Iran and Israel or making slight at Iran. Yes, they have. They have hit civilian airports that also carry fucking, oil tankers and refueling fighter jets for the American military campaign. When you are a country like Iran, you have to make every single piece of munition count. America and Israel, on the other hand, don't need to restrain themselves at all because, one, they have full command over international institutions, as you have seen in the UN General Assembly. And two, they have virtually unlimited supply of offensive capabilities as opposed to Iran's offensive capabilities. Offensive capabilities that do have the tendency to get deteriorated by Israel and America's steady bombing campaigns in areas where they reach air superiority, albeit for a brief moment in time. They have to make it count. America doesn't. They could just do unlimited strikes. America can stand to lose a fuck ton of MQ-9 Reaper drones, for example. They can loiter over Iranian territory and just like blow shit up nonstop. It's simply it's a matter of capability. Like, I'm sure if Iran had the same capabilities, they would I don't know what they would do, right? If they had the same capabilities, maybe they would be just as destructive, right? So what I'm talking about is a case of like what limitations exist, like what hard limitations exist on waging a defensive war, right? Part of it also stems from the fact that America is so far removed from the conflict. Anyway, Ayatollah Moshtaba Khamenei, the supreme leader of the Islamic Revolution, concludes his first message: "You people led the country. The insight and wisdom of the great nation of Iran and the recent events, along with its steadfastness, courage, and presence, made friends admire and enemies astonished. It was you, the people, who led the country and guaranteed its power." So that was, that was the short and sweet of it. A summarization of like the demands being made. It's still a regional war, though. Also, do you think Iran will be forced to test a nuke to stop America and Israel escalating the war more? I don't think they would do it now. I think it's an inevitability that Iran will get a nuke. I think the calculation right now in the short term is to damage the global economy hard enough, damage American assets hard enough to cause them to retreat, to cause them to not go up the escalation ladder or force them into a de-escalation, or invite them into boots on the ground military warfare, which will absolutely be destructive both for Iran, but certainly for the American troops, right? That's also part of the reason why they keep saying, come on, bring a naval asset into the Strait of Hormuz to try to fucking move a tanker through. Like, they keep inviting that over and over again. In some ways, Iran is best positioned for direct invasion. They're best positioned for direct invasion by American forces because America has no logistical supply chain that they can create to consistently feed munitions and food and medical supplies for their soldiers if they were to make this mistake of invading Iran, a country that is basically a fucking fortress that has natural choke points that I suspect the Iranian weapons have been trained on for decades at this point, right? Because like this mountainous region, this mountainous region in Iran, the topography of Iran makes it so that there are natural choke points that you have to go through, right? You have to bring your heavy weapons through, and that will cause the American military, that if they do invade, if they make this fucking gigantic mistake of invading Iran militarily, that will create an environment that's just like, it's a turkey shoot, right? Like the Iranian forces will fucking eviscerate so much of the American equipment. There's very little chance of an American success in that situation. Iran is not like Iraq. They have a competent military that has been training for this. They have a competent military that's actually been working on counterinsurgency initiatives in the region as well. Like, there is a reason why America thinks that they can invoke some kind of regime change from an aerial bombing campaign, but in the absence of any sort of popular mobilization on the ground, they will never be able to achieve that. Even in Libya, where this was primarily an air campaign with like bombing missions, they still had plenty of popular mobilization and forces that they could tap into on the ground, and a lot of anger and resentment from certain sectarian groups inside of Libya. In the absence of that, in the absence of like Kurds and the Balochis and the Sunnis living in Iran and some of the Persians or whatever, if they cannot activate these people, there is no way that they can achieve regime change. Which, by the way, won't even be fucking regime change. Let's be real. There is very little likelihood that a country with a 30% popular, social base is going to turn around and allow all these other ethnic groups to overtake the country and like piece it aside and balkanize it.
The rhetoric that we are hearing from Iran's new supreme leader is quite similar to his father's rhetoric. Remember, Iran's former supreme leader was taken out in the opening strikes of Operation Epic Fury when this war began. And in those opening strikes, Mujtaba Khamenei's wife, mother, and one son were also killed. Again, the latest remarks, though, that we are getting from the supreme leader via state media, and we are quoting Reuters here, indicate that he will continue ordering the attacks on U.S. bases in the region and continue efforts to close the Strait of Hormuz. Bill, Dana?
And Trey, as you pointed out, Iran's new supreme leader said that Iran has, quote, warm relations with Gulf countries. I'm curious, how do you think those Gulf countries are going to react to hearing that, considering Iran is droning and missiling them every day?
Yeah, I've been speaking with Gulf leadership and sources over the past 2 weeks, and I would not describe the current relations as warm between these two countries. Not only Qatar, but the UAE, Kuwait, and Bahrain have all come under Iranian ballistic missile and drone fire in recent days. And while the Iranians have attacked U.S. bases in the region, they have also attacked civilian infrastructure and energy infrastructure, including Omani energy infrastructure. We showed you those images earlier this hour of an oil storage facility in Oman burning as a result of an Iranian.
I don't know how we can say that all of Iran's attacks have been meticulously planned due to the scarcity when they've shot 2 rockets into Turkey, drones into Azerbaijan, and hit things like the Kuwaiti Ministry of Social Services. Is just more messy than Khamenei or we are suggesting. No, of course. That's what I'm not saying it's fucking 100% precise. I'm simply saying that if you look at 2 countries that actually have precise targeting capabilities that have still double tapped a fucking school in comparison to the death toll, the civilian casualty from the IDF side and the American side, Iran is 100% abiding by a code of conduct that is infinitely closer to the international rules of war, okay? That's all I'm saying. Of course they're not fucking fully following it. It's virtually impossible. This is not a defense of what they're doing anyway. There is a reason why in the first couple of days, everyone was like, why are they hitting these hotels? What the fuck's going on? They stopped asking those questions, if you recall. If you noticed, they stopped asking those questions. The Kuwait, the 7 soldiers that were killed in Kuwait were killed in a targeting operation that actually slammed a civilian port. They blew up a civilian port in Kuwait. Why did they blow up a civilian port in Kuwait? That's civilian infrastructure. Well, it turns out there was a command center in the fucking middle of the goddamn civilian port. Like, this is literally what Israel projects all the time. Whenever they say, oh, Hamas is hiding under hospitals. Hamas is hiding under, civilian infrastructure. We have to blow up the civilian infrastructure. Well, in this case, like, they literally were there. They died in a container that was in the middle of a fucking civilian port. Yeah, probably my initial statement was just saying Khamenei wasn't totally accurate when he said they were only hitting bases. That's not accurate. Nobody compared actions of Iran or Israel. Iran was violating. Yeah, of course. Of course, they're not 100% accurate, and they're not just hitting the bases. They also suggested that they might hit the banks, right? Because when the enemy is going up the escalation ladder and hitting oil refineries like Israel did, then Iran retaliates by striking oil refineries, right? If Israel and America starts hitting banks like they did, then Iran says we might actually hit banks. We might hit banks in the GCC. Okay? Americans are bazookaing apartments near my parents, bro. Yeah. So hitting banks in the GCC, they have not done so, if I'm not mistaken, so far. Like, the reality is if America was a regional actor, if the United States of America was where Turkey is, for example, I'm sure that they would be targeting American installations in wherever Turkey is. If America was where Turkey is right now, they'd be hitting fucking banks in America. But the reason why they can't do that and they're hitting the GCC is because that's within reach. That's it.
Drone attack. And remember, Oman was the mediator in the negotiations that were taking place earlier this year indirectly between the Americans and the Iranians. And so the current relationships are not good between Gulf countries and the Iranian regime. And despite the fact that some communication has taken place with Iran's foreign minister reaching out to his Gulf counterparts, these attacks against Gulf countries do continue.
Trey, yesterday, even on the 5, we were saying, is there proof of life that we could get that this guy is still alive? There are reports also that he was injured. Do you know anything more about that?
Yeah, I spoke with an Israeli intelligence official in recent days who indicated Mojtaba Khamenei is injured. They downplayed the reports, though, that he was critically injured, saying that he was injured in one of the strikes, the opening.
No evidence that Iran attacked Azerbaijan, Turkey, and Oman oil yet. Okay, the other side of the story is that you cannot take everything that the Iranian government is saying at face value either. Iran and Russia has done this at times, too. They have accidentally blown up shit that they didn't intend to blow up. Okay, this is not like just because they're saying that they didn't do this and just because they're denying it doesn't mean that that's actually accurate. Okay, there could have been a rogue element within the IRGC. This is a likelihood, especially with the current limitations that they have in terms of centralized command in the Mosaic defense structure. You can have a rogue IRGC striker decide to fucking blow up the Omani refineries. Okay, that can happen. A misinput, okay, a misclick, So we don't know. We don't know yet. There will be more investigations that will be conducted in the upcoming days, and we'll have more information. Having said that, as far as like the weight of those statements from the Iranian side, the only one that I definitely don't think was like a misinput and actually was most likely a psyop would be the Omani one, because as far as all of the regional actors goes, like Azerbaijan, there's some evidence that the Azeri airspace is being utilized by Israeli fighter jets, right? And they're entering the Iranian airfields by way of Azerbaijan. There's also American bases in Turkey. So like, that one does make sense as far as like whether it's a rogue actor or whether it's like Iran deliberately doing it just to like create chaos or whatever. But the Omani one is the one that makes the least sense. That's why when I As far as the strikes that have taken place that like don't make a lot of sense, or expanding the theater of war for Iran, the Oman one is the one that I consider to be the strangest one, especially because out of all the GCC states, like Oman is the one that is the closest to Iran, even closer than Qatar is, and Qatar has a fucking gas field that they share with Iran. Okay, that's the reason why people say like Qatar is the number one op of Israel in the region, that kind of thing, right?
Strikes of Operation Epic Fury, again, that killed his wife, his father, of course, and one son. As we look forward,
also the Omani people are the chillest.
And to that, Jane, I will say he mentioned.
It would not be very chill. It would not be very cash money of Iran to strike Oman like that, especially considering how fucking chill they are. Like how unimaginably chill they. I mean, dude, look at this guy. Like even from the fucking photo. Cool as a goddamn cucumber. The Oman oil fields are weird to hit, but they also have U.S. military bases. What strikes me as weirder is Turkey, which almost has definitely not been used to attack Iran. Also, Omanis are chillers through and through. Yes, they are they're vibe maxing unks. E-rub phase? Okay. Oman says war on Iran is meant to block a Palestinian state and reshape the Middle East. Foreign Minister Saeed Badr al-Busaidi said the real objective of the war is to weaken Iran, reshape the region, and push the normalization agenda, including efforts to prevent the establishment of a Palestinian state. True. He said Oman will not join the Board of Peace and will not normalize relations with Israel. True. Al-Busaidi warned the U.S. and Israeli attacks on Iran are a part of a dangerous chain of violations that could undermine the legal framework that has provided regional stability for decades. True. He said Iran is not the only target, adding there is a broader plan targeting the region, and Iran is not the only target. Many regional actors are aware of this, but they are betting that aligning with the United States may push it to revise its decisions and policies. Oman is seeking to stop the war and return to diplomacy, warning the conflict could drive higher oil prices and major supply chain disruptions globally. Al-Busaidi said the war may end soon, but called for reconsidering Gulf security strategies and preparing for the worst-case scenarios. Remarks were made to editors of several Omani newspapers and highlighted by analyst Rami Khoury. This also is uncharacteristic of the Omanis to say, okay? They are not known for making statements that either step out of line within the GCC or even statements that objectively side with Iran. Like they are the mediators. They are literally the I'm apolitical group in the GCC. Oman is the apolitical Andes of the Gulf. So for them to come out and not hit a like straight middle of the road approach after they've been fucking struck by what the Western media is calling Iranian strikes is a pretty solid indication of where the Gulf states might actually lean once this bout of conflict ends. Do you understand? Does Oman have a U.S. base? I didn't realize that Oman had a base that has some U.S. troops in it, but it's like mostly a Royal Air Force base, from what I understand. Like Oman is the Gulf, the Gulf critical, okay, the moist critical of the Gulf. This is Oman putting on a black T-shirt and saying the Gulf situation is crazy, okay. Oman is not neutral. I recognize what they're doing. Yeah, this is them kind of dropping neutrality a little bit. The Gulf situation is crazy. Anyway. Oman decided that they didn't have to be Sunni or Shia, but a secret third thing. Omanis are predominantly Ibadi Muslims. They know what it's like to be a minority in the region as well. Yeah. They're chillers. Anyway. Qatar is Asman? Fuck no. That's not true. No, I would say Dubai is Asman Gold. Except Dubai showers more and has like a more has a more appealing shine to all the cryptocurrency perverts and pedophiles alike. Just like worm-like individuals that fucking behave like Littlefinger, where they're just like, oh yeah, well, we're a Muslim country, but also Islamophobia. The real enemy is Muslims. The real enemy is Muslims. Let's go and purchase every fucking right-wing, white supremacist, anti-Islam actor in Europe and in America. Anyway, you don't have to worry about that any longer anyway. It seems to me like, yeah, Qatar is Dr. Jihad. No, Qatar is more like Ludwig. Spiritually, they're on the right side, but they can hit a coworker take every now and then where you're like, what the fuck? Yeah. Anyway, he not going to the funeral. Yeah, unlike a co-worker wig or Chudwig, I think Qatar would go to the funeral, but that's a different point. Visit us in Oman. I'll show you Omani hospitality, brother. There's not a very high likelihood that I do that anytime soon. Okay, maybe once the region cools down. Yeah, we don't have to worry about Dubai any longer, though, because it kind of feels like the idea of Dubai has been successfully killed. Dubai is finished. Expats say they will leave and never come back as tax-free dream is shattered by war and officials begin prosecuting people for posting videos of missiles. So a lot of people don't realize that, like, there is this shine. There is this patina in the Gulf that these are like, prosperous nations that have... these are prosperous nations that have like unlimited freedoms. They're very Western aligned, all this stuff. And they don't realize that, like, in Dubai, for example, in the UAE, you literally cannot criticize the state of fucking Israel. And they're shocked when they find out. You can't criticize Dubai, you can't criticize the UAE, and you cannot criticize the state of Israel in fucking the UAE. Okay? A lot of people might not have known that until recently. And they are finding out in perhaps the worst ways possible, where Dubai is quite literally prosecuting people who have filmed the strikes. So all these expats that are massively consequential for the Gulf states, because not only for like tax evasion purposes, not even for, foreign capital flowing into the country, but these are the guys that also operate like the oil rigs, the refineries, the ones that control like, the IT and shit. Because let's be real, okay? For many of these people, for many of the people that live there, okay, the nationals are, they don't do a lot of this work, okay? The nationals don't do a lot of this work. And the immigrant workers don't do this work either. It's the expats that do this work. Like the people that work in these companies in the oil refineries that know how this shit know how this shit ticks. If they leave, all these countries are fucked. And for the record, it's been that way for years, right? Like both in Saudi Arabia, both in Dubai, even in places like Qatar. Like there are the expats that live there, the immigrants that live there that also need, you know, English-speaking Westerners to educate their children. Stop sucking Iran's dick, Hasan. I like that we just do the same thing over and over again. We're constantly in a state of like people coming in here and saying that about Hamas for the last 2 years, only to then agree with me. And this time now, in this new conflict, in this new iteration of the same fucking conflict, if you want to think about it that way, now it's stop sucking Iran's dick, only to inevitably arrive at the same conclusion once again. Do you not get bored? Do you not get bored of being professionally on the wrong side of everything? At a certain point, you have to feel a sense of shame, right? Same exact arguments, same exact bullshit. Yeah, this is what I saw as well. Israeli army, no, you can't destroy Hamas. Hamas is an idea, and an idea cannot be killed. IRGC, we are going to kill the idea of Dubai. Done in 2 weeks. I think that's the difference between Saudis and Iranians. Saudis are lazy, fat fuck, slop, hedonists, incapable of working, so they sold the sovereignty and dignity of the U.S. to work for them. Iranians are educated and capable of doing work, so they refuse to have foreign capital leeching off them. Okay, we're getting into like a crazy analysis here, okay? America has also dominated Saudi Arabia. Western interests have dominated Saudi Arabia. Iran has always refused that kind of Western domination and wanted to be treated as like equal actors, okay? Stop orientalizing these people. Even if the results suggest what your assessment is, the reason why that difference in how these countries operate exists is because when Saudis refused, they got, regime changed.
Reparation.
Iranians, on the other hand, had a successful revolution.
Compensation a few times, that we are going to get compensated, however that looks like, from the aggressors, in this case, the United States and Israel. He also said something very interesting that I was reading along in Farsi. He said, we are going to open other fronts if need be. And what
Trump
does that
is live
mean?
again?
Is that
oh,
the
my
front,
goat, my king. My president is live. Oh my God, my president and the first lady is live.
Incredible women.
They're doing Women's History Month.
The strength of America is closely tied to the role women play in shaping their...
Iran is still capitalist. Same with South Africa. It's just the difference is they're anti-imperialist. True, exactly. But it's like Hamas. It's like saying Hamas is not a fucking, communist formation. It doesn't fucking matter. Their goals are sovereignty and dignity for their people, okay? It's understandable emancipatory desire that they're following along currently. Yes, that's how she sounds. You guys didn't watch the Melania documentary?
To balance career ambition and family. We all know this incredible...
Kind of feels like you guys didn't watch the critically acclaimed Melania documentary.
They dominate America's workforce now more than ever before. As a visionary, I know success.
95% of skilled labor in GCC is foreign workers. They're actually cooked. That's not true. This is the only case in Qatar and the UAE. KSA has enough of a population to fill most of these positions. Not the same for Qatar and the UAE. Oman and Bahrain are not developed enough to have those industries, for example.
I follow my passion, listen to my instinct, and always maintain a laser focus. In solitude, my creative mind dances, filling my imagination with originality.
In solitude, my creative mind
demanding
dances.
Schedules and multitasking are everyday realities.
Dude, get ready for the sweatiest reactionaries. The sweatiest fucking reactionaries being like, oh, you're making fun of an immigrant, dude. You're making fun of an immigrant woman. Oh, what happened to woke? Well, suck my dick. That's what happened.
Served as a producer, managed post-production, and activated the marketing campaign. Curiosity is a core value that keeps me ahead of the curve. Curiosity begets knowledge, opening doors to ideas and industry that I have otherwise overlooked. This unrestricted mindset has led me to build across very different sectors: fashion, digital assets, publishing, accessories, skincare, commercial television, and of course, filmmaking. The lessons.
This is for international. This is the Women's History Month event.
Such as how to build a brand, create superior product design, and activate an advertising campaign remains just as
You are
relevant
not ready.
today. Markets evolve, technologies change.
You do
but
not
the
understand
fundamentals
a girl
of
boss
thoughtful
queen.
leadership and continuous learning are everlasting.
Yeah, she's honoring herself for Girl Boss Women's Month, which is awesome.
Entrepreneurs and future leaders, make time for yourself, educate yourself daily, and spread your passion. Be courageous and take risks. Advance your profession.
There's nothing funnier to me than a white nativist movement that is shepherded by two people with, like, you know, not white American wives. For the record, JD Vance's wife is Indian. These guys are supposed to be Nazis, okay? They're supposed to care about, like, legacy Americans, but they don't give a shit about it at all. And same with Donald Trump. Like, Donald Trump's wife is like a visible immigrant, okay? She is visibly an immigrant. It's so funny that these guys don't even have a principled stance on white supremacy and white nativism in general.
Well, thank you very much. Movie star, can you believe this? Can you believe it?
Can you believe it?
That wasn't supposed to happen. We were supposed to have a nice, normal life. But she's terrific and big success. And I think it was #1 last night streaming. It went on streaming last night. It was #1. So I don't know. Maybe she's getting a little too big for the White House. We'll have to think about it. Anyway, thank you.
Oh,
honey.
my God.
She really is something.
This is
I
fucking
wanna
awesome.
really congratulate you.
Okay, look, I will say also, this is very third world. Okay? Like, this right here is aesthetically very third world. To have, like, to set up, like, all of these, like, transparently corrupt schemes to give side deals for your immediate friends and family, and to just be like, my wife, she's a movie star. This is the full Turkification of America. Straight up, Turkey was the method, okay? I never thought I would see the fucking day where not the first country that I've, lived in and existed, but now the second country that I've lived in and existed in for almost half my fucking life has basically turned into Turkey. It's incredible. Okay?
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate. And they're paying a big price right now.
Masa biziz. Amerika'da
We're
masa
honored
oldu.
to be joined by many extraordinary ladies, working moms, and amazing women who are.
Bekle, Amerika'da ekmek 500 lira olacak amına koyayım.
I want to thank Second Lady Usha Vance, who's a fantastic person. Where is Usha? Usha?
Amerikalılar pilav üstü döner 500 lira olduğu zaman anlayacaklar Türkiye'nin yaşadığı realiteleri.
And really, you have been such an inspiration to a lot of women. Usha, thank you very much. Appreciate it. And your husband's doing a good job.
Usha.
The youngest and perhaps the best White House press secretary in history. Caroline, where's Caroline? Doing a fantastic job, Caroline. She keeps me straight. She keeps you, no, sir, you can't do that.
I want to thank Jeffrey Epstein. R.I.P. Rest in peace to Jeffrey. He introduced me to my beautiful wife, Melania. R.I.P. to Jeffrey Epstein. He was a good guy. Misunderstood by many.
Got some big things in store. She's doing a great job. Thank you, Pam. Labor Secretary Lori Chavez DeRemer. Thank you, Lori. Thank you very much. Senator Cindy Hyde-Smith, who just...
This, by the way, also showcases the hollow, the hollowed out, very shallow nature of aesthetics-focused identity politics, right? Because Donald Trump does have a lot of high-powered women in his cabinet, okay? So this, once again, proves white feminism can be used as a reactionary ideology, and oftentimes is a reactionary ideology. This shows, once again, that fascists can always utilize the same standpoint epistemology to get their goals across, that reactionaries can always utilize the exact same identity markers time and time again. You have to be more fucking woke than this, okay? That's it. This right here is a perfect indication of pink washing and a totally shallow understanding of what identity politics is supposed to suggest. It's also one that, let's be real, centrist liberals have deployed against their left flank over and over again. And the same goes for now Republicans doing this against the rest of the country. Okay?
Thank you. A friend of mine, a very talented person too, very smart, Victoria Sparks. We argue, but we always come to the same place. Doing a good job. And of course, Kellyanne Conway. Has anyone ever heard of her? She's fantastic. She's in there fighting.
Look at all the women. Look at all the women in positions of power doing the bidding of doing the bidding of the patriarchy, doing the bidding of fascism, doing the bidding of like some of the most reactionary movements out there.
Oh, with the media, it's one of those things. But thank you, Kellyanne. And also, I want to thank the New York Stock Exchange and the person who is so instrumental in its great success, Lynn Martin.
Yeah,
thank
one
you
of the
very
most
much, Lynn.
exaggerated versions of this, of course, is, and this is a correct assessment here, I genuinely think part of the reason dark woke is thriving is because Israel commits genocides and kills children without second thought while simultaneously doing this corporate feminism nonsense.
As a woman, صوتكن قوة وصمودكن رسالة وأملكن نحو غد أفضل.
روز جهانی زن را به خواهران شجاع در اسرائیل و ایران تقدیم می‌کنم که با قدرت در خط اول دفاع برای کشورشان ایستاده‌اند.
I'm not here to watch history from the side. I'm here to build it.
يوم المرأة سعيد. روز جهانی زن فرخنده باد.
Happy Women's Day.
There you go. That's it. When contradictions worsen to this degree, even people who are like well-intentioned liberals who have thought that the only way to demonstrate their good politics and their morality is through shallow identity realize that there is a major problem there, that some of these people that are committing these atrocities can also adorn themselves with this like totally ridiculous progressive veneer. Okay? It's just aesthetics at that point. It does. You have to look at form and you have to look at function. But many liberals, unfortunately, only look at form and never look at function. And if that's what you do, if that's your analysis as well, this is unfortunately a big, it's a massive blind spot of liberalism. You know, feminism as a tool of propaganda without intersectionality, right? Feminism is a tool for reactionary opinions like this, a marketing tool for those who are committing heinous crimes, right? Margaret Thatcher being the girl boss spokesperson of white feminism, for example. Like when you lean into that, you can get duped easily. But because those people, those very same people that are committing these heinous atrocities are the ones who are also trying to market themselves as like beacons of feminism, all of a sudden people go, wait a minute, what the fuck? What do you mean girl boss female pilot? Like the girl boss female pilot is killing women on the ground with their bombs. Why the fuck should I actually care about the female representation in this circumstance? Who gives a fuck? right? And yes, that is part of the reason why I think woke 2.0, although we joke about it, doesn't lean into the same like aesthetic emphasis as woke 1.0 certainly did. It was the bread and butter of woke 1.0. Resistance liberalism really leaned heavily into these aesthetic markers, like, oh, you're coming after a woman. This predisposition that we have towards standpoint epistemology, constantly leaning into diaspora populations that might have incredibly reactionary perspectives, people that are justifying imperialism, people that are justifying endless bloodshed.
Waitress in Hendersonville, North Carolina, great place. And thanks to the One Big Beautiful Bill, she got a big, beautiful tax refund of $4,000 this year, which she didn't expect. And Heather, please come up and tell us how excited you are to receive that. Come on up, Heather. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm honored to be here today. I have been a waitress for over 20 years, and a lot of the people I've seen come and go in the industry are single moms, and they work hard.
And they're
the hardest working people I know.
They love fighting for oil in Iran. And they say, "Am Israel high?" And I'm here to tell you that we are very happy with the tax cuts that we are receiving, even though the price of an oil barrel is going to be $200 next week. All of that is worth it. I am a working class woman, and I say I love Donald Trump. He is my president. He has my back. Please believe me.
Thank you. Also with us is Nora Pruitt, a proud mom of 7 and a sheet metal worker from Baltimore, Maryland.
You must understand, all of this is specifically designed so that when someone like myself comes out and says, "Oh, what the fuck is this? This is just pure propaganda. Who gives a shit," right? They turn around and say, "Oh, you must hate women." And you have to be strong when that happens, because that is an inevitability, because that is the reason why they've designed this propaganda, right? And when that happens, and when people push back, be strong. Be strong and say, what do you think the real problem is here? The fact that, women are being recognized, or the fact that women are being used for propaganda for an objectively unpopular president that does not give a shit about women?
Okay, with great match. I got a huge promotion to set up a wire forming machine. We only use USA steel, and we only make in the USA. With the Big Beautiful Bill, we were able to buy one of the most expensive tools our factory's ever bought. Within that, it totally changed our lives. We were able to buy a 5-bedroom home on an acre of land. I just want to tell you thank you so much.
Thank you. Wow. That's pretty good, huh? So we have another person that I'm going to introduce. They said, "You mind bringing up 5 people?" I said, "Not really, but it's a lot." Then I looked at him and I said, "How about some more like that? We want more." But thank you. It's great. Great job you did. Another working mom benefiting from our policy.
He's shocked that a working class woman is capable of purchasing fucking land at all or purchasing a home at all. He's like, wow, I guess I haven't been fucking you over hard enough, huh? I guess there's more room.
Better, Pam. I say, "Sir, that's not the exact." I said, "Don't worry about it. It'll be just fine." Great big beautiful bill, because that's what it is. And the $12 billion in farm relief we issued using
As a serial rapist and a serial pedophile, does anyone actually believe this shit? No. This is only just to reinforce the true believers. This is not going to convert the non-believers, right? This doesn't convert the non-believers at all. This only reinforces and reaffirms the true believers, right? And then it causes the true believers to lean into this kind of propaganda, to go to people like ourselves, go to people like myself, go to people like yourself, to say, "See, the president loves women. You called him a rapist, but he loves women. How dare you talk shit about my beautiful president?" That's it. It's just for the cult.
So beautiful. How are you? Nice to see you. Come on in.
Hi, my daughter June had to join me. She was not one to stay. As a second generation, wife of a second generation Virginia.
Where do the true believers go after Trump? It's going to be fucking awesome. Okay? It's going to be amazing to watch. Oh, what a sight to behold that will be when every single vulture in the aftermath of Charlie Kirk's assassination, just like every single vulture in the conservative media ecosystem, started fighting against one another and battle lines were drawn. Imagine that happening on the national scale. Okay? You will have hardliners. You will have those who lean into the isolationist side, the anti-Israel side. They will go to Tucker. I think Tucker is spiritually the best person to basically be the leader of the MAGA movement. But the establishment Republicans will not allow that to happen. And there will be the Peter Thiel elite techno-billionaire, techno-feudalists that will want J.D. Vance to carry the torch. The neocons will want Marco Rubio. And they'll all fight amongst one another. It will be glorious.
Were being lost all over the country. They were being taken away from the banks. And we ended the death tax. We ended it for the farmers, for manufacturers, and small businesses. So you're not going to be losing your farms anymore. Okay? It's going to be a long time from now, many, many years, 70, 80 years, but it's just going to have no tax to pay, okay? It's going to be in a long time. Thank you very much.
To be fair, that is if we even get there at all, because this country might collapse before we even get there. Let's be real. That is a very real, likely alternative as well.
10 months in a row, think of that, 10 months in a row, 0 illegal aliens have been admitted to the United States, which is an amazing number. In 1 year, we've seen the largest decline in murder, in the murder rate, in 125 years. It's back to the year 1900. That's before my father was born. He never liked talking about age. He probably would hate me saying that, but it was before, way before my father was born. And 125 years, the lowest number of murders. And part of that is what we've done with your department, Pam, and what we've done with some other departments. And Homeland has been amazing. So many people have worked so hard. You know, Washington, D.C. did not have a great reputation for security and safety. And now, as you know, it's the single, well, let's just say it's real safe. Because somebody's going to have to be very careful with the fake news media. They will say, well, wait a minute, there was a place in Tennessee that was slightly, it's gone from a very dangerous place where a lot of bad things happen to one of the safest cities in the country. You can come here now, and we've had an amazing record. It's been incredible. It's a real turnaround. Likewise, Memphis, Tennessee, a lot of problems. The mayor called, the governor called, and we went out and did a job, and in 3 months, crime is down 74%, and it will get it down even beyond that, much beyond that. It was very quick. But I also deployed the National Guard to bring back safety to Memphis and New Orleans and all these other places, and they have done some job. What great people they are. Our capital is now considered, in fact, here's a stat, the safest capital anywhere in the world. How about that? We went from probably the most unsafe. I think we went from the most unsafe to certainly one of the safest. And here today is an outstanding female law enforcement officer keeping her community safe, Sheriff Michelle Cook from Clay County, Florida. Great place, Florida. Come on up. Michelle grew up in a military family.
Oh yeah, this is awesome. This is awesome. The people that are mad at Zoran for doing this like Ramadan thing with influencers. What happened to separation of church and state? Oh right, I forgot. That only applies to Christianity. Brother, what you are not looking for is secularism. What you are looking for is laicite, okay? As a Turk, I'm very familiar with laicite and the differences between that and secularism. Secularism is perfectly capable of allowing demonstrations of faith, okay? Secularism totally has room for demonstrations of faith, okay? What you want is the erasure of Muslims from public existence. You know, the French method. and in the past, the Turkish method. This is not a woke perspective. My cousin lives in Memphis. She said the troops do nothing but stand outside state buildings. Bro, you are just making up words and sounds. Laïcité is the abolition of any sort of demonstration of faith, oftentimes most commonly applied towards Muslims in Western nations and never really afforded towards Christianity at all. Same reason why people never actually give grief to Christian politicians in countries like France that have, a cross or something, but constantly worry about any sort of optics that show Islam. Yeah. Laïcité is the state enforcement of like atheism in principle, but more often than not is just simply deployed against Islam in Western nations. A hijab ban, but with an exemption for the cross. That would be a common modern application of laïcité. Thank you, Chatter, for Wikipediaing it. Laïcité is the French principle of secularism, formerly established in 1905 law of separation of church and state. It mandates state neutrality in religious matters, ensuring no religion is recognized, funded, or privileged by the government while guaranteeing freedom of conscience. It restricts religious displays in public institutions like schools to maintain a neutral common space for all citizens. Okay? That's what it is in theory. Except laïcité in action is a burqa ban or a hijab ban, but no such bans that exist for crosses and whatnot. Okay? No, it's not just secularism. Oh my God, r/atheist dipshits are going to Laïcité was also the foundational principles of the Republic of Turkey, okay? The Turkish Republic. In Western nations, in its modern application, it is utilized as a way to market Islamophobic policies, anti-Islam policies, okay?
Kellyanne, you couldn't get them to do it. I got them all to do it, and the calls lasted not even that long a period. I said, you got to do it because we were paying the highest price anywhere in the world for drugs and prescription drugs, and now we're paying the lowest price anywhere in the world. They had to agree to it. They did. They had to agree. They said it would be impossible to get. The drug companies had to get them, but they didn't care because they said, you'll never get the countries, but I got the countries quickly. I said, listen.
Just because it's being twisted doesn't mean it's a bad idea on the face of it. It is a bad idea in the face of it. America does not have true secular principles. I believe in true secularism, a complete separation of religious institutions and the state. That's what I believe in. But as far as like outward displays of religiosity, I don't give a shit. Do whatever you want to do. As long as it doesn't factor in. As long as it doesn't factor into whatever mechanisms of the state that exist, whatever regulatory mechanisms of the state that exist, then yeah, believe whatever you want to fucking believe. I don't give a shit. You can practice openly. That's what secularism is. Any sort of restriction on religious displays in public is not a good thing. I don't agree with that at all. I do not agree with that. Should we tax religious organizations? Abso-fucking-lutely we should. Just like any other organization. But as far as a principled stance on freedom of expression and freedom of speech, I am a believer of that, okay?
But when you look at what they did in Venezuela, and now what they're doing in Iran, it's been amazing. But when you look at all of this, everybody was saying that this could never be done with the drugs. It could never be done. And in my first term, I was so proud of myself because I was able to cut the drugs 1/4 of a pence. Now, this doesn't sound so good, but I was proud. 28 years, drug costs went up, and it never stopped. Went up, up, up. And I had, in my third year, I cut drugs by 1/4 of 1%. And it was like a big deal because that never happened before. And I had a news conference. I announced that I cut drugs 1/4. It's the first time in 28 years. But now I cut drug prices by 80%, 75%. A low one, a bad one, would be 50%. Think of it, 1/4 of a percent, I was happy. But you know, with experience, you learn. And these are the biggest drug price cuts this country's ever had by 25 times. And I think it's going to make a very big difference. All you great Congress people back there that helped me, it's going to make a great difference. There's never been anything like it. It's called Most Favored Nation agreements. I got them with all the countries. And so now, instead of paying the highest price in the whole world, we're paying the lowest price in the whole world. Oh, it's pretty good. And I'm very, very happy, very proud of that, actually. It should be the biggest story. I don't get any, nobody wants to write about it. That's why I talk about it. They don't want to write about it. There was a little story like this in the New York Times. Should have been headlines. I picked up the New York Times. I said to my wife, oh, this is a big one. This is going to be front pages. I couldn't find the story. I said, oh.
All right, boring. I'm done with this. Let's get back to monitoring the situation.
In Iraq, the Kataib Hezbollah, as we know, they have militias in Iraq, Hezbollah in Lebanon as it's continuing its attack on Israel, and also the Houthis in Yemen. So he mentioned that, and I think that's an important message there. Again, tone and narrative tells us a lot. And having covered, Iran for some time, I can tell you that what we saw had no undertone of peace negotiation, but rather we're going in full force. And in some ways, Jane, we can assume that they're not going to back down. I can tell you again from the readout and the message that this is the IRGC and the Sepah of Iran speaking. There's no sense of any pragmatic narrative in what we read and heard, and that the idea that folks like the National Security Council head Larijani or the Speaker of the Parliament, Ghalibaf, might be behind this is at this moment a bit slim. Rather, we are hearing the most hardline factions of the IRGC speak. And like we saw, in my opinion, from the Iran-Iraq war that took 8 years.
I just don't understand. Iran does not comprehend something fundamentally true here, which is, one, you are not supposed to strike back at America or Israel. And two, the war is over. America and Israel won. What do you mean? It doesn't make any sense to me. This is not how things are supposed to go. Okay? This is not how things are supposed to go. You're not supposed to hit back against American assets. You're not supposed to demand that they withdraw their troops from the region. Do you not know that? It's very strange. It's very strange that they keep striking back, which is, again, illegal. According to the United Nations General Assembly, it's literally illegal, okay? It's illegal. We are condemning it. Everyone must condemn it, including the major partners of Iran, the great powers that are supposed to be aligned with Iran here, that abstained from voting at the UN General Assembly. I'm, of course, referencing China and Russia. Self-defense is illegal against the American state. You need to stop resisting. It's very strange. Very strange. They must be tankies. They must be cheating.
Conflict into a war of attrition. And my sense is that is the IRGC and the regime's strategy. We're going to continue with this conflict and have time tell who would be the winner.
So a message of defiance and a message also to show their strength, to show how strong they remain despite what has happened over the last 11 days or so.
Absolutely.
It'll be fascinating, won't it, to see American reaction to this. President Trump will not like it. He will not like the fact that they are clearly not backing down. They're clearly not doing what he thinks they're doing. And also the fact that they are saying that they will target financial centres as well as military ones.
Indeed, indeed. And mind you, Jane, another thing that stands out, we haven't seen Mojtaba Khamenei, we haven't even heard from him. And that begs the question of what's happening behind the scene, who's in charge. We have to be watching for one person, and I think we're going to hear his name, and that is Hussein Taeb. He was the head of IRGC intelligence. He is extremely close to Mojtaba Khamenei, and from what I'm hearing and reading, I can sense a lot of this high security intelligence rhetorics that very much are aligned again with the hardline factions. Last night, Jane, by the way, President Trump, in one of the stakeouts that we've seen from the president just in the past 24 hours, he said something interesting. He said, we have taken out Iran's leader twice. And again, I don't know if that is something that he perhaps misspoke. Was he referring to Qasem Soleimani, the IRGC head? But the idea that, again, we are not hearing a clear sense of the mission and objective and what was achieved, I think is something to look for when we potentially hear from the president.
And in terms of Mojtaba Khamenei's appearance, there will be those who will have said, they would have liked to have seen a video statement. They would have liked to see him speaking, because there has been speculation.
Maybe they're talking about how they hit Khomeini with a cancer gun.
That he has been injured over the past few days. What do we know about his health?
Quite frankly, not much other than the rumors that we've been hearing. Some have said that he might be in a coma. Some say, no, he's alive, but out of security concerns, he's in hiding. But, Jane, a nuance here is that the IRGC and the supporters of the Iranian regime are quite staunch, and in some ways, more than one have been emboldened. So for them, it doesn't even matter whether or not they see Mojtaba, whether or not he's alive. They are in this fight until the end. But then again, the rest of the people, a population that for the longest time wanted to move beyond this regime and quite frankly don't see the system no longer as a legitimized government, I think they are quite lost as to what the future holds. And I think with the more combative, aggressive rhetoric that we heard, that is in some ways more clear that this war is not going to end in the favor of the people of Iran, who are, in more ways than one caught in the middle of this.
Yeah. With each day that goes by in this war, there's obviously all sorts of events and implications for the global economy and indeed the economy here in Europe. But let's just kind of give you an update. Past 24 hours, some of the big moments, big news events. 2 oil tankers set on fire just in the north of the Persian Gulf. One of them also further south, a Chinese container ship attacked in Jebel Ali just outside of Dubai. The airports in Kuwait struck by drones, also airport attacks in Bahrain as well. And then also, perhaps even more concerning than everything else, just in the south of Oman, Salalah, an oil facility there attacked. Now, this is an area, as you can see, it's far outside of the Strait of Hormuz, which of course is the key issue here, not being able to get ships in and out of the Strait of Hormuz. And the new supreme leader of Iran saying that will remain closed. And all of that together is enough to concern people in the oil market, part of which is why the International Energy Agency has staged this unprecedented intervention, pumping an extra 400 million barrels of oil out into the market, or at least they plan to in the coming months. And a lot of that, this is bigger, you can see that, bigger than Ukraine in 2022, bigger than Libya, bigger than Hurricane Katrina, bigger than the first Gulf War, giving you a sense of just how concerned they are about what's happening right now. A lot of that, the biggest share, comes from America. So 172 million barrels coming from the US. But here's something interesting and perhaps concerning. If you look into the size of America's stockpiles, here's what you see. Okay, so this is America's strategic petroleum reserve. And this is basically all of this oil that America has stashed away in various reservoirs around the US. And going back to the 1990s, so I mentioned the Gulf War, look, that was the point in the Gulf War where lots of oil was released from the US. Hurricane Katrina over there. You've got Libya in 2011. And the biggest of all of the releases of oil came in the Russia-Ukraine conflict. But here's what's striking.
RIP World Cup 2026. Oh, my God. I forgot about that shit, bro. I forgot. Your ops are using this to prove you are wrong. This is real. This is what's happening. Fuck, I didn't even think of that. I didn't even realize, bro. That's a straight shot, dude. That's a straight shot. Approximately 12,000 miles, dude, of open sea. Also, one thing that you guys haven't considered is Iran has already nuked Australia off the map. Okay? Yeah, the back door was always open, and all of these other countries have been deleted. Iran did that shit, and now they're coming for Los Angeles.
Just look at where that line is now. Look at it compared with previous years. It is close to a historic low.
Joe Walsh is disappointed in Ro Khanna being your friend. I know. They are going on a tear on the timeline. Respectfully, my friend, you didn't say you'll go on Piker Stream. You said you proudly stand with him. As for Plattner, his explanations aren't honest. I'm all about engaging alternative media. I do it every day, but that doesn't mean I stand with them. Stand with views I find abhorrent. Actually, if you look at the tweet, I said I stand with Plattner and join Piker Stream. Please look at the original tweet. Also, you could say you stand with me too. You know, the reason why these guys are obviously afraid of saying that, including Ro Khanna, is because at the end of the day, they're worried I might say something in the future that will be associated with tweets like this. Whereas politicians, on the other hand, are, you know, much more careful and have much less room to engage in discourse. I'm not a politician. I'm unapologetic about my beliefs. And no, this is not a disavowal, chatter. This is the same thing that Zoran did too. I'm not a politician. It's very obvious that a lot of people are trying to actively turn me into like a figure worthy of vilification because they're worried about politicians coming here. They're worried about that. What? Why don't they do this? Build up speed, cool backflip, hit trampoline, cool backflip, nail the landing. I agree. Ottomans did do this in 1453. It's true. This is real. This is real and true. So that's all this is. It's because they're worried about the pipeline. They're worried about the ideas that we represent. So they're trying to actively force a separation amongst like Democrats with ambitions of higher office, not realizing that the more our ideas spread, okay, the more our ideas spread, the more people actually define themselves with these ideas, the more people actually get the tools to communicate better about their ideas, to say, we are doing away with the old guard. We are doing away with the old way of doing business. We are no longer afraid to say that Israel must be. We are no longer afraid to say we are decoupling from Israel. Okay? This is not just a battle between the Zionist factions within the party and those who are critical of Israel. This is also a battle between the anti-capitalist forces in the base versus the neoliberal corporate hegemony defenders in the base. They do not control the party's base of support anymore. They still, however, hold on to the grip of power within the party's infrastructure. They still hold on to the leadership. They still hold on to most of the caucuses. And that's precisely what they're desperately trying to avoid. Because if more and more politicians behave like Zoran and openly communicate their feelings, openly lean into their popular mobilization, their base of support, openly lean into democracy and the democratic process and say, we're done with this. Israel is doing incalculable harm to the world. We have to stop. We have to stop this unholy allegiance that we have. We have to stop the genocide. We have to stop the apartheid. And we have to actually lean into the democratic wishes of our majorities. Okay? And the same goes for domestic policy as well when it comes to healthcare, for example. The same goes for domestic policy when it comes to not spending all of the wealth that we are creating here, all of our productive output on weapons of war, but instead on ourselves, focusing our productive output on developing this country, developing our infrastructure, developing our schools, in educational initiatives, building hospitals, instead of blowing up hospitals. Okay? If we were to do that, if politicians were no longer afraid to say that out loud and lean into the democratic base that exists in the party, okay, then these guys would have no more power. And they are fucking terrified of that. Okay? What they do not understand is that I am but a mere vessel for this anxiety and this animosity and this anger. Okay? That's all I am. I'm a megaphone. You take me out of the equation, there is going to be 1,000 other people like me to take my place. And they're already out there. That's what these people don't comprehend. It speaks to my popularity in general. The reason why I'm popular is not because I've been able to single-handedly, hypnotize the Democratic base. Many of these people that share the same resentments, that don't know, that don't have the tools to communicate these resentments, have never even encountered someone like myself. They don't know who the fuck I am. You think the Barbaras and the Deborahs in the countryside that are also just as mad at the Democratic Party's incompetence, at the National Party's complacency, are angry because they encountered YouTube videos or thirst traps of mine? No, of course not. They see it on their own. They see it individually. Some of them actually do cut through the fuck Hassan propaganda and come here and realize, okay, well, this guy's actually speaking a lot of shit that I've been believing. That's the real issue. And the hyper focus from the consultant class in the commentariat and in the centrist flank of the neoliberal Democratic Party think that eradicating someone like myself or the influence that I have to demand my deplatforming or to demand that Democrats don't go on my stream or something are going to do away with the resentment. Okay? You're not solving the problem at all. All you're doing is leaning into apathy. You're leaning into and creating more and more voter apathy. That's all you're doing when you do that. That's what people don't understand. They think, weirdly enough, that I have this singular power. I do not. I do not have the capacity to hypnotize people. Okay? I do not have the capacity to brainwash people. The only thing I can do is channel people's frustration to a more productive angle, to explain to people, to educate to the masses who actually controls the levers of power. What is wrong with the system and its design? That's all I'm doing. But the frustration and the anger that people feel is real. So the option that Democrats have is twofold. Either they actively try to separate and sever ties with their left flank in the base of support and some of its primary communicators, people like myself, right? Or lean into it. And if they don't lean into it, and if they actively say, we are not this, we are actually a pro-Israel party, we are actually a pro-corporate sponsor party, we are a pro-billionaire party, and all these anti-billionaire voices, all these anti-corporate voices, all these anti-capitalist voices are not us, then someone else will take advantage of that messaging vacuum. And they already are. They already are. That's why Tucker Carlson gets a lot of prestige. That's the reason why Candace Owens has a massive audience. That's the reason why Marjorie Taylor Greene is seen as this like earnest figure now. That's the reason why James Fishback is getting all of this coverage from the New York Times. These are people who read the room and recognize that saying fuck Israel is actually an incredibly viable way to look like an earnest communicator. The third way neoliberals are ironically trying to actively, selfishly hold on to their grip of power in the party and destroying democracy in the process and allowing fascism to thrive in this country. They have allowed fascism to thrive in this country for years by constantly moderating to the center. Okay? By consistently moderating to the center and allowing Republicans to win. This is the death blow for that movement, by the way. They have no popular base. They are just actively shrieking to a smaller and smaller actively shrieking to a smaller and smaller constituency that doesn't exist. But they are desperately holding on to the levers of power in the party. That's it. But their end is near and they feel it and they recognize it, which is why they try to do their best to maintain a, as this chatter calls it, Keir Starmer Labour Party approach. Well, what came after is the Green Party's rise. Insulin Independence says, to spell it out explicitly for the staffers listening to this very conversation, Keir Starmer just did exactly what you're suggesting the Democrats in control could do, which is either tell their left flank to fuck off and leave. It is a great way to close the door on the Democratic Party and permit it to be replaced instead of taken over. Yeah. You can do that. You can do the Keir Starmer method. But if you do that, there will be a new movement that will be built by force. Either you lean into democracy and where your base is and welcome the left flank and allow the left flank to control the levers of power in the party, or you actively continue to push it aside and eventually you keep losing over and over again. Maybe some won't be. Maybe some of you will be spared. Maybe some of you will be spared. Maybe the fascists will spare some of you to keep you as a puppet. Okay? But many of you won't be. We'll all be in the same fucking concentration camps if you allow that to happen. That's it. Lol, this guy. Anyone who thinks I'm being hysterical here is not seeing the writing on the wall. Okay? It's that simple. Liberalism has failed. You cannot consistently concede to fascists over and over again and assume that you can salvage liberalism that way. It's failed. Now is the time to recognize which side you're on. Are you on the side of fascists? Are you on the side of anti-fascists? Jacobin released your lesbian-themed aura pic. It's funny. This moron isn't even American saying this. What is this? Your American supremacism is showing. Scratch a lib. You are the fascist Lamau. This is your worst take, Hassan. Abandon the Dems. What? Chatter. I don't think you understand. 38 minutes before this post, Ro Khanna bragged about sitting with an anti-Semitic streamer who compares Zionists to Nazis. AIPAC is the #1 defender of Nazism in the country. So, anyway, look. I understand that the Democratic Party currently is a liberal bourgeois party, okay? It is. But those who demand a party split right now do not understand where we are as a movement, okay? We currently do not have third-party viability. Many of you greatly overemphasize the power that I hold, the influence that I hold. You think I am singularly capable, or your favorite podcasters alongside myself are capable of building this third party right now. Before you unlock class consciousness, you cannot reach third party viability. You cannot reach a viable socialist party. Okay? You're just the reformist at heart? No, that's not true. I'm just someone who understands. Where America is, where Americans are. Okay? Some of you act as though there's a big red communism button on my desk, and I refuse to hit it. Okay? I refuse to press it. It's right there, and I refuse to press it. You have a difference in opinion than I do of how to build this movement. It's my birthday today. Would love a shout out. I'm a qualified social worker who leads with a revolutionary empathy and have attended many protests in the past couple of years, and you've been a massive influence and inspiration for me on my journey. Hell yeah. There you go, chatter. Here, I hit the communism button.
I'm gonna come.
In order to build a mass movement, you have to go to where the masses are, and you have to engage with the masses with political education. Some of the few institutions that we have, some of the few instruments that we have at this point also are revisionist movements, also are entryist movements. Those entryist movements do not always have to be entryist. They do not have to forever remain a vehicle for the Democratic Party. But this is something that Michael from Pennsylvania has also agreed to as well, especially with the recent momentum that the Green Party gained from electoral victories. Okay? This is the same. Kaya, stop barking. Kaya! Enough. No one's at the door yet, and you're already barking. Because my food is about to be here. Chatters need to understand that we get to the big red communism button by sticking to our guns and infiltrating the institutions that have been working against our big red communism button while converting regular people every day. Yes, that's... Anyway... Kai's on sentry mode right now. All right. Let's continue.
Strategic Petroleum Reserve. In other words, the biggest crisis in the oil market in recent history, which is what the International Energy Agency say this is, has happened at the point when the US has the least resources to be able to throw at it from its reserve. That's pretty striking, isn't it? And all of which has kind of contributed to what's going on with the oil price, which has been a complete roller coaster in the past few days. There it is at the end of last week. You can see the roller coaster started early this week, where it went up to about almost $120 a barrel. Donald Trump stepped in and said, no, the war is complete, and that kind of pushed it down a little bit. But then soon afterwards, it started to rise. And you can see even after the IEA released all of that oil into the market, or said they were going to, actually, oil prices went up rather than down. And partly that's just because of all of this chaos that's still happening in the Persian Gulf even now. All of this raises the question, what are the implications going to be for the wider economy? You know that oil prices, when they go up, they push up petrol prices, which in turn pushes up inflation. And here's a pretty interesting, it's just an early estimate of how much higher oil prices and gas prices might push up inflation in various countries around the world. What the numbers are showing you here is how much on top of the existing forecast. So the UK was forecast to have about 2% inflation. If it goes up by another 1 percentage point, then you're talking about close to 3%, raising the question, what does the Bank of England do there? But the other striking thing looking at this is just the variance. So Canada, for instance, it's relatively kind of small in terms of how much oil it imports from overseas. And so as a result, the inflation impact isn't so much. Whereas over here in China, you've got 12% of its imports are oil, and therefore, just look at how high inflation would go above the forecasts in China. Similar story, by the way, if you look at just the potential impact on GDP, just overall economic growth. And the big picture here is, well, basically, for pretty much every economy around the world, this is negative. I mean, slight statement of the obvious there, but nonetheless, this is not a good thing when it comes to overall economic activity. The UK, weaker growth somewhat. This year, this is all for this year, these numbers, and they are the numbers versus the forecast. So the forecast at the moment, kind of 1.5 or so percent, that's cut. But the US cut even more. And that then raises the question, you know, what does Donald Trump do in response to this? The US is much more dependent on oil than many other economies. So what does Donald Trump do in response? He doesn't want to see a downturn in the US, but that might well happen if this continues. Meanwhile, in the Gulf, what we're looking at here are the flight paths of various different planes going around the Gulf. This was the picture just before this conflict broke out. And keep an eye on the flights going over kind of Iraq, going over Iran. And now I'm just going to kind of show you what happened in the following days. So we're just moving from day to day. Look at these flight paths, and look at how basically they've just...
I think one of the things that people also don't understand is that all of the productivity gains go to the masses being urbanoid, libtard college students. Urbanoid, libtard college students have always played a formative role in revolutionary organizing. Historically, there's never been a singular moment in even countries like China, even countries like that engage in a successful revolution without those urbanoid libtard college students. It's the peasants, it's the workers, and it's the urbanoid libtard college students that make up the base. China was a majority-based peasant revolution. Really interesting that you say that, as though some of the most formative early CPC figures weren't fucking urbanoid libtard college students, okay, which you neglect and mock as hogs. Shut your fucking MAGA communism bitch ass up right now. You don't know what the fuck you're talking about. You don't understand revolutionary history. You don't understand successful movement building. You think it's urbanoid libtard college students are woke and gay, and therefore will never be able to play a formative role in building any sort of revolutionary movement, because you're a fucking moron who is just as predisposed with culture war nonsense as the people that you think you oppose in the fucking libtarded Democratic Party. Okay? You're a fucking idiot. You don't know anything. Fuck. Speaking of urbanoid libtard college students, oh shit. Almost got that fly. Oh yeah, the James Fishback shit. We're going to talk about that in a second.
Stopped. You're not seeing any flight paths around this region at all. And you're seeing far fewer going into Dubai and going into this area in the UAE. And you get a real sense of that if you look just at the level of flights into and out of the United Arab Emirates, so Dubai, Abu Dhabi and so on, after those attacks begin. Just look at the extraordinary fall. It has gone from being, Dubai, for instance, which is by far and away the biggest airport here, has gone from being the biggest airport in the world to falling to near zero and barely recovering. And that's really the final question to kind of bear in mind as we just consider the impacts of this war. How many of these economic impacts are not short-lived, but last for a long time?
one thing that these guys are not factoring in is if you look at the price of oil, and this is like post-COVID, you should probably understand this. The price of oil does not go down. The base price of oil barrels stay at that level. Look at the oil crisis in the 70s, and you will understand. The base price of a barrel of oil never went down after, okay? Like, sure, the initial inflationary shock diminished, but the base price stayed the same. And the price of everything else also went up. Same with COVID. Same with COVID. Because of corporate consolidation. Corporate consolidation makes it easy to engage in greedflation. Corporate consolidation makes it super easy for prices to stay as elevated as possible. There is no incentive to like rip those prices back down to reasonable levels.
Are you starting to think, if this does keep persisting as it is, that the Navy has to go into the Strait of Hormuz to help ships get through, which would have a big effect on...
Well, look, that was always in our planning, that there's the chance that U.S. Navy or perhaps an international coalition will be escorting oil tankers through. There are, in fact, tankers coming through now. Iranian tankers, I believe some Chinese flag tankers have come through. So we know that they have not mined the straits.
And was that what you were just discussing in the Situation Room?
We were discussing a plethora of things.
And is it your belief that the volume of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz will be improving immediately from now?
It is my belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, and perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
And that came up just now in the Situation Room?
Your words, not mine.
And,
but again...
But are we days away from that?
As soon as militarily possible. Oh, okay. So when is that? Tomorrow or 8 months from now? What will the global energy markets look like 1 month from now? What's the timeline for successful successful escort missions by G7 nations accompanied by the American naval assets to cross the Strait of Hormuz with oil tankers in tow?
We've been planning for this. We've done scenario analysis for months, for weeks, leading into this. So,
but it's a prospect in the coming days then?
It is a prospect as soon as we have complete control of the skies and are degrading they have no Air Force. The Navy is sunk, literally and figuratively. And
so why is the strait not open, big dog? If the Iranian Navy is sunk, why is the strait not open? I don't understand.
The munitions factories, the rebuilding capabilities for the missiles, completely degraded. So as soon as it is possible for to ensure safe passage, we will do it.
Wilf, what did you make of that? The Trump administration does seem to be on the back foot.
Well, I guess he was trying to frame it as if they're in the front foot. I mean, as it relates to passage of ships through the Strait of Hormuz, three things jumped out to me. Explicitly, he said there that the Iranians have not mined the straits and that some ships are already passing through. Implicitly, I think he added...
Yeah, Chinese ships and Iranian ships. Also, Piker Broadcasting Service for tomorrow's news today. Who told you that the fucking mining of the Strait of Hormuz was bullshit? As soon as that article came out, what did I tell you? Bullshit. Just like what they're saying right now is also bullshit. The idea that they have a real plan. The idea that they have a real plan to open the Strait of Hormuz is bullshit. Believe me when I tell you this. They have no plan. They're completely fucked.
That the US Navy, possibly backed by an international coalition, will be entering the straits in the days ahead to make sure that the passage of ships going forward is smoother than it already is. On a day when we look at oil prices up 10%, Brent, the international gauge, in and around $100, I think the market isn't expecting safe passage of ships in any meaningful way in the days ahead, which his implication there might suggest otherwise. We also discussed, Ali, the cost of this war. He revealed to me that so far to date, it has cost the United States $11 billion. I asked him if there was a number going forward which would require him to knock on the president's door and say, Mr. President, we can no longer afford this. And he said, absolutely not. He also spoke about the level of oil prices not really being the thing that affects the economy, but the duration of them being elevated where they were. But his position on the war, Ali, from the money man position on whether or not the economy can afford it or not, was resolute. He said that they could.
Yeah, and I mean, it's this sort of news line that could move markets.
Yeah, we'll watch how oil prices react in the minutes and hours ahead. It was a long conversation. We had 50 minutes with him. We also spoke about Russia benefiting from the spike in oil prices. He said it was unfortunate that they're profiting so far. We spoke about the strained special relationship and, of course, how Keir Starmer's decisions specifically around the Iranian war have affected that trade.
You're in the latest GI hit piece?
Some comments on Peter Mandelson, and all of that is coming up in a couple of hours at 9 p.m.
A lot of us who are Palestinian are, basically pleased that there is a regime in the Middle East that is a counterbalance to what would otherwise be Israeli hegemony. From our perspective, the only country that has ever been aggressive, that attacks its neighbors, that commits things like genocide, is Israel. It's not Iran at the end of the day. I'm sure you're thinking,
oh my God. Bro, what is happening? The wokening of the Brits has been genuinely surprising. Every time we watch a LBC clip, it is literally a liberal that is more based than the prior one. I don't understand. Oh my fucking God. It's always like the Barbers and the Debras too. I don't know what the fuck's happening.
oh my God, that's the most outrageous opinion you could ever hear.
No, I understand.
You're
the
coming from a purely Western-centric position. You can't imagine what it's actually like to feel like Israel and the West is more threatening to your existence than Iran is. But that's the lived reality of most people in the Middle East. We've got to be real about geopolitics. We have to have a mature understanding of the geopolitical moment we're in. The war is being carried out against Iran not because Israel or the US cares about the Iranian people and what they face from their own regime. It's being carried out to complete a job which started with Iraq, which is to dismantle every single anti-Western regime in the region.
The Iranians in the West.
Oh my God. What the fuck? Was that Professor Mersheimer? Like, what the fuck is that? She ate.
The diaspora. I'm not speaking on behalf of all of them, but of course, a lot of them that I've been seeing, and I've been hearing on LBC, cheering on these bombs that have been dropping on our people. Dancing in the streets. This is absolutely shocking. I just can't fathom what is going through these people's minds.
Well,
James. You've got the United States, right, who have entered every country willy-nilly and gone about their business, acted like peacemakers, and then set up their oil companies and obviously profited from so much of war. Then you've got, the other hand, Israel, who have, let's be honest, have committed a genocide against these Palestinian people. And these Palestinian people have been defenseless for the last, 2 or so years. We've been seeing it on our TV screens. We've been seeing it on TikTok and Instagram and Twitter. We've been seeing the devastation that these lot have caused. And these Iranians genuinely think that these two groups are going to give us peace and prosperity? Come on, man, seriously, wake up.
Let's touch about what I'm sure you were discussing in the situation.
That was fucking amazing. Oh my God. God save the fucking kingdom, yeah? Lads. Fucking hell. Fucking hell, lads. The British are waking the fuck up, lads. Fucking hell. Wake up, lads. Seize control of your fucking destiny. Don't allow these fucking reformist cucks to destroy your sovereignty. Brits are still way better educated than Americans. I mean, we've only seen a couple. Brits. I don't know what the what the overall attitude is.
Details that I'm sure came up. WTI is obviously around $94, $95 as we're recording. It started the year under 60, briefly peaked at 114, 115 earlier this week. What level is too much for the U.S. economy to take?
Well, I don't think it's the level. I think it's probably the duration. If you recall, even in 2008, we had the record spike up to, I believe,
140 something.
147. So I think it's the duration, and I think that President Trump's energy policies have insulated the U.S. quite a bit. We're record liquids production with.
That's not even correct. It was literally, God. These guys are such assholes. I mean, first of all, it was because of fracking. And secondly, it did not happen under Donald Trump. It happened under Barack Obama, Barack Hussein Obama. And as far as the LNG rerouting, that took place under Joseph Robinette Brandon. These are not things that I particularly care about because I'm, against American imperialism, against Western imperialism. But even from your perspective, this is just objectively cope. It was Obama and Joe Biden. For the LNG boom, it was Joe Biden that rerouted LNG to Europe away from the hands of Russian natural gas going into Europe. Literally blew up the fucking pipeline. Okay? When you educate the barbers and Debras on this stuff, they feel like they found out a secret and will gossip that info to other barbers is unreal to watch. Hell yeah. No, you're right. You're absolutely right.
Crude and natural gas. Natural gas prices have been little affected, and a lot of that goes into the energy, the household bills. So, and again, President is focused on his mission of the wiping out the Iranian missile capabilities, their manufacturing capabilities, their Air Force, their Navy, and their ability to project power beyond their borders and to cut off the head of the snake as the leading architect of global terrorism.
You've obviously pledged to help in the insurance process for ships, with Lloyd's of London pausing on that detail. Big announcements in the last 24 hours about releases from strategic reserves from both the IEA and you as well. It hasn't worked in the short term on oil prices.
Well, no. Let's back up. The market lives in the future. So we got the oil spike on Sunday night, and I think maybe at one point we were up about $30. And then overnight, the FT published that the IEA was considering a 300 to 400 million barrel release. And then we had the biggest single reversal in one-day history that day. So it was already priced in. So we had a G7 finance ministers meeting on Monday where it was discussed, energy meeting, ministers meeting yesterday, and then, Tuesday, and then yesterday, I was in the Oval with the president for the leaders meeting, and the leaders confirmed that it would in fact be a 400 million barrel release, which is the largest in history.
Yeah, I fully accept that. The news of a potential release.
Yeah, irony, of course, is the bigger the release, the worse the future is. He literally keeps saying, no, you don't understand. Like, look at how many barrels of oil we're releasing from the strategic reserves. Yeah, that's an indication that this conflict is going to keep going. And that's the reason why it doesn't fucking actually stabilize prices at all. Because most people understand that until the Strait is open, there is no fucking global oil market.
Brought prices down from their peak, but clearly we're still up 50% or so from where we started the year. I guess my point is, are you starting to think, if this does keep persisting as it is, that the Navy has to go into the Strait of Hormuz to help ships get through, which would have a big effect on
look.
No, it won't. Because the first time they try that, they're going to get fucking nuked with Shahed drones. The first time they try to cross the Strait with a naval asset, or even before then, the first time they tried to bring a naval asset, or I mean, there are some on the other side of the Gulf, right? But the first time that they try to send a naval asset to try and tow an oil tanker, Iran will take advantage of that choke point and turn it into nothing, okay? They will destroy an American naval asset, which will completely diminish the confidence that people have in the American Navy. And what do you think? What do you think will happen to the oil markets then? What do you think happens to the futures when the American Navy that claims they can defend safe transit of commerce, safe transit of oil through the Gulf, through the Persian Gulf, through the Strait of Hormuz, shows the world that they are completely incapable? Iran knows this. Iran knows this, and that's the reason why they keep saying, go ahead, please do it. They literally keep saying it. They're like, come on, please. Send an American naval asset into the region, please. That would be fucking sick.
That was always in our planning, that there's the chance that U.S. Navy or perhaps an international coalition will be escorting oil tankers through. There are, in fact, tankers coming through now. Iranian tankers, I believe some Chinese flag tankers have come through. So we know that they have not mined the straits.
And was that what you were just discussing in the Situation Room?
We were discussing a plethora of things.
And is it your belief that the volume of ships going through the Strait of Hormuz will be improving immediately from now?
It is my belief that as soon as it is militarily possible, the U.S. Navy, and perhaps with an international coalition, will be escorting vessels through.
And that came up just now in the Situation Room?
Your words, not mine. But again,
are we days away from that?
We've been planning for this. We've done scenario analysis for months, for weeks, leading into this. So,
but it's a prospect in.
No, they haven't. They haven't. He's lying. I mean, there are obviously scenario analysis for this exact incident. The problem is they very clearly did not think it through, because if they had done so, if they had listened to the generals, for example, or the analysts that were warning them ahead of time, if you recall, I covered them extensively in the buildup of the Armada, they would not have done this. They would not have even brought the Armada there, which made it infinitely easier for Israel to goad America into attacking alongside them. They thought they had the capability of quickly deteriorating Iranian strike capabilities. They were fucking wrong. They thought they could control the country in a matter of days. They could just do an aerial bombardment, a decapitation strike of the leadership, and then boom, the Iranian people rise up. It's ironic because Benjamin Netanyahu and Gulf affiliated media properties like Iranian International literally lied in the same exact way to both the Iranians in Iran, saying that they were going to be their salvation, saying that all they need to do is rise up, that this would be a clean campaign. And they also lied to the Americans in the same way as well. They lied to everybody. If you're looking to shift the blame, like, I'm not saying the entire responsibility is in the hands of Israel. I'm not one of these guys that thinks like the Americans would have never done this if it wasn't for blackmail and compromise or whatever. No, they're fucking monsters. They're bloodthirsty monsters. They don't give a shit. Americans are bloodthirsty fucking monsters. They are very clearly willing to wage this war. Whether Israel is goading America into waging this war or whether they're doing it all on their own, it doesn't matter, right? They're clearly interested enough. A competent government that did not want Netanyahu to lead the Middle Eastern policy would not have brought their fleet to the region. They just would not have done so. They would have been like, fuck off. Yeah, we're not sending 60% of our naval assets to the region. Get the fuck out of here. You're on your own. You want to fucking hit Iran? You're on your own. See how quickly Israel backs down in that situation.
In the coming days, then?
It is a prospect as soon as we have complete control of the skies and are degrading they have no Air Force. The Navy is sunk, literally and figuratively, and the munitions factories, the rebuilding capabilities for the missiles, completely degraded. So
why is the Strait not open? So why is it not open?
As soon as it is possible for to ensure safe passage, we will do it. And again, with the DFC insurance product, this was something that we had already anticipated. And because Lloyd's does call force majeure and the policies drop away, so we think that $20 billion in insurance for tankers going into and out of the Gulf will be enough to ensure a circular insurance program.
Tons more to get to on your policy long term. A couple more in this area, if I may. What is the running cost?
What will happen if the U.S. starts targeting the Iranian tankers, depriving them of all their money? Destroyers will not run escort, but just sit off the coast with the phalanx guns. Great question, and you might not like the answer to this question. But have you noticed that Iranian tankers have been able to cross through the Strait of Hormuz fairly easily? And those very same Iranian tankers are shipping oil to the Asian markets. Why are Americans that love seizing oil tankers from even Russia, as a matter of fact, why are they not going beast mode on these Iranian tankers? Great question. It's because of where those Iranian tankers are going. They're going to China. And America has already demonstrated that they do not have the power to take out any fucking Chinese naval fleet whatsoever. That's it. That's literally it. That's it. Paper fucking tiger. Breaking. Iran has reportedly sent more than 11 million barrels of oil through the Strait of Hormuz since the war began, all bound for China, CNBC reported, citing shipping data. Start learning Chinese. I thought America just steals tankers. Venezuela. Yeah. Even Russian tankers America has intercepted. So why has America not intercepted Chinese tankers? Why is Iran still able to feed its coffers with the oil that it sells to China? As a matter of fact, the number of oil barrels that they're crossing the Strait of Hormuz right now, Iranian oil that's crossing the Strait of Hormuz, has increased. You are an idiot, and you and people like you will be the end of America. I am the idiot here. Not your favorite president, not the president that literally did this exact thing. What level of fucking cope are you on, dumbass? If an accurate assessment of events that are transpiring in front of your eyes is that offensive to you that you have to close your eyes and imagine that, like, it's me, I'm the reason. I'm the one who urged America to send the largest fucking armada of naval assets into the region since 2003 in the occupation, the illegal, unjustifiable invasion of Iraq, and utilize all of those assets to defend Israel, strip the entire defenses from the bases in the region, allow billions of dollars worth of radar and early advanced warning systems to be destroyed in the fucking process, pull out their THAAD missile systems from places like Korea. We step on our enemies, pussy. Brother, unfortunately, there are a lot of Americans that are mentally handicapped in the same exact way that you are. And this is why you can't understand what's going on. Listen to my words. First of all, there is no we here, okay? You are not a petro-capitalist pedophile. So you are not making bank in this process, okay? There's no we. You know what you're doing? You're getting your surplus labor value extracted from you by those very same petro-capitalist pedophiles and the Epstein class. And then you are actually burning what remains of that disposable income, the meager wages that they say you are allowed to get. You're burning it because Donald Trump wanted to go to fucking war with Iran at the behest of Israel, a foreign nation state. Have fun with that, you fucking idiot. But of course, in your mind, you still think, oh, we're doing force projection. Hoorah, my dick is hard. We're killing our enemies. You're a fucking idiot. You are a fucking moron. You are literally refusing to see what is in front of your eyes right now. And not only that, but you're getting angry at a person who is actually making a sober assessment of the events that have unfolded for the past 9 days. Why is the Strait of Hormuz not open? America pussy, go to live in Iran. He's getting dumber. He's getting dumber and dumber. He's not American. Chatter likes turkey. Turkey is nice. He's joking, bro. He's a comedian. Asman, I can't comment on Kick. Says I gotta wait. Maybe he is Turkish. Double mind cucked. No. Breaking via CBS News on war with Iraq. A KC-135 went down in western Iraq with a crew of 6. Another KC-135 was hit but landed in Israel. Ooh. Ooh, not good. Nah, I'm from here. Hey, Big Lean. Does this look good for force projection capabilities? Hey, Big Lean, can you explain to me the American calculation in going to war with Iran and getting our shit fucking stomped in all of our bases, turning all of our wonderful American military bases into nothing but fucking crater and ashes, losing numerous F-18s in the process, losing a shit ton of MQ-9 Reaper drones in the process, $30 million a pop, billions of dollars of satellite SATCOM and early advanced warning systems, expending all of our defense munitions on Israel to defend Israel, not you, right? To defend the nation state that is hell-bent on waging war with every fucking country in the region, pulling away our THAAD anti-missile defense systems from South Korea, and showing the rest of the world that we are completely incapable of offering real security assurances to countries, and that our American military bases are not actually a part of the security process whatsoever, but instead American military bases turn into missile and bullet sponges like that. What calculation has worked out for America so far, you think? You can keep deluding yourself day in, day out. It took 20 years to fail against the Taliban. It took 9 to recognize the failure against Iran. Question too long. I'm a proud American. I will die for it. America, pussy, and you're welcome. People like me are here. You will not die for Americans. When you do die, if a draft is implemented, you will die for Israel. You will die for the billionaires. You will die for the nation state of Israel. And it seems like you will enjoy it. So have fun with that, I guess. There's nothing funnier than watching the American military might fall apart in a matter of 12 fucking days and have dumb fuck Americans come in and be like, nah, dude, it's actually a tactical fucking victory for us. A tactical victory for us that we let these, tens of billions of dollars worth of fucking complex radar systems get reduced to rubble, actually. I love watching all of my healthcare money light on fire under a barrage of $7,000 Iranian Shahed drones. Womp womp. U.S. CENTCOM is aware of the loss of a U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. The incident occurred in the friendly airspace during Operation Epic Fury. Oh, God. Just saying that while they're fucking talking about a stratotanker getting blasted out of orbit is crazy. Be for fucking real, dude. Listen. My boss is fucking my wife tactically. Okay? And he's going to fuck my ass right after. But also, that's a tactical victory for me. I'll have you know, libtard, I wanted my ass fucked, okay? And I wanted to watch my wife get fucked first. You don't understand it because you're goddamn libtard who's out here thinking you want to have a gay-ass monogamous relationship with your loved one. Real patriots like me know our asses are gonna get fucked, and you'll thank me for it. 2 aircraft were involved in the incident. One of the aircraft went down in western Iraq, and the second one landed safely. This was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire. Oh my God. Wait, what? Okay, so what was it? A fucking malfunction? I doubt it. I love that you had the right to speak nonsense. You're speaking Bill of Rights, America. Hell yeah, brother. We got free speech for the time being. I love that. Yeah, can you explain to me how invading Afghanistan or Iraq, doing regime destabilization in Libya or Syria played a formative role in maintaining your free speech protections at a time when the fucking president that you love is literally desperately trying to destroy freedom of speech? Sounds like a refueling accident that requires precise flying, and accidents can happen. I choose to believe that it wasn't.
At the moment of this war, $1 billion a day? 10 billion a day?
Again, I'm not keeping the running costs because, you know, in the U.S. we separate Treasury from O&B, so that's why I'm the Treasury Secretary, not the Finance Minister.
Ballpark, though.
Well, a number came out today. In the public number that was released today was about 11 billion thus far.
Thus far, right, over a couple of weeks. And how long, as you look long-term at America's finances, how long are you planning for this conflict to continue for?
Again, that 11 billion is a lot of money, but you know, we have cushions built in, and you know, it's not something that we have to worry about over this horizon.
There's no chance you could be knocking on the president's door to say we have to pause on this, we can't afford it.
Oh, absolutely not, absolutely not. You know, what we've seen last year was continued and increasing foreign interest in U.S. Treasuries. U.S. Treasuries had their best year since 2022, and we were the only G7 bond market with lower yields last year on the 10-year.
Just finally on this, you issued a 30-day waiver on Indian refiners who had been prevented from buying Russian oil. They got a 30-day waiver on that. Is it a matter of regret to you that Russia is benefiting from this conflict?
Well, I think it's an inevitability, and that's why we gave a 30-day waiver.
By the way, the fact that they're saying it's 11 billion means it's probably 30. Just so you fucking understand. The fact that they're outwardly declaring it's 11 billion means it is probably $30 billion.
Because the Russian barrels are on the water, and it is a quick source of for the Indian refineries. You know, the other way to think about it is those barrels are going to end up in China anyway.
But is it a shame that Russia benefits?
Sorry, again, that it is unfortunate, and we hope that it will be in a micro period that they will benefit.
Let's move on.
Yeah. Also, cash money millionaire. Russia is earning up to $150 million a day in extra budget revenues from oil sales amid price rises, thanks to the U.S.-Iran war. Moscow has so far earned $1.3 billion to $1.9 billion from taxes on oil exports and could receive $3.3 billion to $4.9 billion in total by the end of March. This is why God's favorite Zionist is not Donald Trump. It's Vladimir Putin. Okay? Israel's strongest warrior, Vladimir Putin, sends his regards. Okay? He's out there sitting on a fucking pile of cash. He's like, duh. I could not believe. Oh, how wonderful. My most valuable ally, Israel, has caused the Americans to go to do this stupid thing.
To the special relationship and developments there. We've touched on this already. You've lived in the UK before for many years, still go back there a lot. President Trump said last week he's not happy with the UK. He said Keir Starmer is no Winston Churchill. You were speaking about that and what he said in the Oval Office about Spain and the UK last week. And you said that Spain had put American lives at risk. Did Keir Starmer do the same?
Again, that we delayed being able to fully implement the military plan. And, I think that the main concern was the use of base Diego Garcia, and the US B-2s had to do a 37-hour round trip rather than, I think it's about a 3.5 hour round trip. So, constantly refueling over. So, I think any delay, causes an increase in risk. And again, President Trump is the commander-in-chief of the U.S. forces. And
don't remind me, bro. Don't remind me.
Again, being in the situation room with him, that he so solemnly takes the leadership role in terms of.
Dude, by the way, I've never seen this motherfucker panic as hard. This is one of the competent guys, right? Quote unquote, supposed to be competent in the administration. And he's flubbing so fucking hard. And he's like, well, think about how beautiful dear leader is.
His commitment to maintaining.
Yes, my Jacobin article came out. Calm down. We'll read it later.
The lives of our service people, that anything that upsets him. And I think that's what got the very strong reaction.
But just to clarify, you said of the Spanish, anything that slows down our ability to engage puts American lives at risk. The Spanish put American lives at risk. So did the UK do that too?
I think we have a great historical relationship, and I think we'll get it back on track.
How unhappy is President Trump with Prime Minister Starmer right now?
Belatedly, the Prime Minister offered to put resources in the region. I believe that there are resources in the region, and we have a long-term relationship. There will be some bumps in the road. I think we will eventually get back on track.
Have you heard any discussions of the King and Queen's visit due in the spring being cancelled?
Not at all.
Give me your percentage. Iran blows a dirty bomb in the USA. Very, very low. 0%. First of all, you have to think, why would they do that? Okay? Like, let's say their goal is to punish Americans or punish America. Think about how fucking complex of an operation that would be. Virtually impossible, right? Virtually impossible to conduct. Even if they had the ambition to do so, it would be virtually impossible to successfully do this when right now their current posture is infinitely more damaging to the United States of America and actually creating internal pressure in America with the rise of energy prices. It's not 5%, it's 0%. If there was some kind of Iranian-related terror incident, the much higher likelihood is that this was pulled off by Mossad and the CIA or just America internally in order to, whip up some support from the masses to feel a sense of revenge, a sense of purpose in this otherwise very unpopular war. This is currently the most unpopular war that we have waged. In the history of American conflict, this is the most unpopular war. It's less popular than even Libya. Iran is currently doing incredibly well from their perspective, from their goals. Because what victory looks like for Iran is, one, significantly deteriorating American force projection capabilities in the region. Maximalist victory conditions would be to get America to remove their bases from the region. Okay. But as far as what their victory conditions are, is just surviving, right? Surviving while keeping the current government intact, keeping the Iranian sovereignty intact. As far as those goals, they're accomplishing those goals. So why would they do something crazy? Especially when Iran has shown time and time again that they actually are fairly restrained. It took quite a bit of loss for them to get to this point.
The UK at the moment, there's a lot of sudden pressure again on the Prime Minister. Part of it relates to revelations about what he didn't know when he appointed Peter
A dirty bomb on U.S. soil would give America the allowance to nuke Iran. They would never do that.
Mandelson as ambassador to the United States. I think the headline question I have is, if requested by Congress, should Peter Mandelson, and for that matter separately Andrew Mount Van Windsor, testify to Congress?
Again, that's a matter for...
Even the CIA would never dirty bomb the U.S. That would be an Israel plot, 100%. Yeah. I saw a CIA YouTube short creator telling viewers to watch out for Iranian dirty bombs. Yeah, a lot of this is a messaging operation to spark up fears against Iran, a country that has literally never presented a threat to us. Never. Like, the most... the maximum amount of threat that Iran has presented to the United States of America was during the hostage crisis, and that was directly a consequence, again, of our interference in Iranian democracy from 1953. During the revolution, decades after, students took over the American embassy and held the American staff at the American embassy hostage. That was it. And yet, for years and years, Americans kept making it seem like Iran was the number one threat to America. It wasn't. It was the number one threat to Israel. It's that simple. Anytime an American politician told you for the last 30 fucking years that Iran was the number one threat to America, they were just doing Israel's bidding. They were just lying and manufacturing consent. Iran has not only not been a threat to America at all, it's actually been an asset to America at times. So no, if there was any sort of like dirty bomb or something, there is 0% chance it would be Iran, and, you know, approximately a 50-50 split between, or 51-49% between CIA or Mossad, maybe collaborative effort.
For Congress.
Do you think they should come if asked?
I'm not sure what their legal obligations will be. I think it's a good idea. If Congress requests for you to come, you should come. But I'm not sure. I am one of the few people in Washington who's not a lawyer, and I'm not sure how it applies to overseas citizens or not.
I guess in the last week or two, we've been reminded of U.S. policy that might be taking a step forwards without allies necessarily all coming on board. We talked about the clashes with Keir Starmer. I've heard you say very often, and the President said it too, that America first doesn't mean America alone. That is...
Bro, they got Scott Bessent stuttering like XQC on national British broadcast. Why the fuck do you think Iran is not already cooking right now? Come on, man. He's one of the most competent guys in the administration, and he's over here bumbling like a fucking idiot. You think America's doing good? Just even sheer optics alone should cause you to understand America's not doing good right now at all.
Your intention and your aim from all of your policies. Do you ever have conversations with your counterparts that makes you worry?
IRGC responds to Trump's ground invasion proposal and begs to send troops. We have been waiting for such a day for years and years. We are 100% ready. Come from our ammunition crates. We have made coffins. We will bury you in this very soil. So that's the other side. Like, Iran stands to benefit from American boots on the ground military warfare because then they get to enact revenge. They also stand to benefit from American naval carriers. American naval assets pursuing oil tankers and lugging them through the Strait of Hormuz.
حمله زمینی داده. ما سالیان سال منتظر یه همچین روزی هستیم و آمادگی 100% داریم. بیاید.
I mean, that's before we even consider, like, there is no logistical supply chain that could feed, like, literally feed and also feed ammunition to the frontline troops.
از جعبه مهمات‌های خودمون تابوت‌هایی درست کردیم که شما را در همین خاک دفن خواهیم کرد تا درس عبرتی شود برای کسی که قصد تعدی و دستاوردی به خاک ایران رو دارد.
تجسم آیات الهی قرآن هستیم. تجسم منطق جهاد الهی قرآن برای سعادت مسلمانان هستیم. دژ مستحکم امنیت برای این
It's so funny to be like Lamau Terraslob. Brother, this is a fucking functioning military in a sovereign nation, okay? I like that we are we're saying that about the Houthis, we're saying that about fucking Hamas. Those are non-state actors for the most part. This is a state actor. It's functionally no different than, like, watching a Chinese trailer for their military. Okay? It doesn't extend to that. There are limits to this kind of, you're doing terror propaganda or whatever the fuck. Unless you think, like, anyone that's brown or at odds with America is just a fucking terrorist. It's no different than watching DPRK shit. We'll do the synagogue. I'll cover the synagogue attacker in a second. There's been some updates on that story.
The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror.
Why actively go watch propaganda, bro? Why actively go watch propaganda? I mean, again, that's not propaganda at that point. That's communique from the hostile nation that is welcoming an American invasion. It's a statement coming from, it's like listening to the fucking foreign minister. It's like listening to the fucking foreign minister say the same exact thing. Also, I mean, I'm watching state propaganda right now.
And hate, and they're paying a big price right now. The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well. Our military is unsurpassed. There's never been anything like it. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. And we're doing what has to be done. Should have been done during a 47-year period. Could have been done by a lot of different people. They chose not to do it. But they really are a nation of terror and hate, and they're paying a big.
Smoking your granny? Just move over there already? Why? Why would I do that? I'm an American. I want us to stop bombing other countries and start using that money on ourselves. Do you disagree? Why don't you move to Israel? If you want to do Israeli foreign policy, just move to fucking Israel. Go move to Israel, bitch. Why the fuck are you living here? I'm an American citizen. I want to change the American downward trajectory. I want to build a prosperous future for Americans and for the rest of the world. You, on the other hand, have no problems dumping billions of dollars and lighting them on fucking fire in this region at the behest of Israel. I don't. You got a disagreement with me? We can have a conversation around those disagreements. You want to do Israeli foreign policy? Go fucking move to Israel. You go live under the IRGC rockets.
Price right now. The situation with Iran is moving along very rapidly. It's doing very well.
Very well. You got something to say? Sure, buddy. You're spreading propaganda. Pussy boy, you got something to say? Just sure, buddy. You're spreading propaganda. Propaganda is what? Explain to me, what is the propaganda here? Do you like doing Israel's foreign policy and wasting billions of dollars in the direction of Israel's foreign policy or not? You have a hard time answering that question, little man? Is that what it is? Does the truth offend you so much that you got to fucking cope and seethe? Whine like a little baby? Oh, I don't like it. Propaganda is something that I don't like, even if it's a cold, hard reality. Cold, hard pills that I must swallow. I don't want to swallow it. AI terrorist slot videos. Yeah, dude, I swear to God. God, the American right are cattle. They're just fucking they eat livestock. You know? Just fucking livestock, dude. They're like, nope, I'm pliant. I'm servile. My butthole is ready to receive you. I banned him. The war divides European governments and institutions between loyalty to the alliance with Washington and defense of international law. Europe seeks a line that avoids this escalation. This is even more striking if you consider that Iran's regime is more vilified by mainstream media than Saddam ever was, and that Islamophobia is far more normalized in the EU than it was then. Clear-cut repudiation of the VDL Commission and U.S.-Israel alliance as a moral guide. Yeah, actually, it's worse than livestock because you're right. Even fucking livestock don't run directly at the wolves, you know? These guys are something different. There's something different. Fish bait. W after W, man.
Worried that that choice won't be available to you, that America alone is starting to be how they see the actions that you're taking?
Well, I think you're seeing, as I said, I was in the Oval Office for the G7 leaders call, and the G7 leaders were all pretty much rallying around what the U.S. is doing, congratulating us for taking out this Iranian cancer on the world. And they're more concerned about how does it proceed. We're seeing what may be an international coalition in terms of the Straits of Hormuz, that many countries have offered their minesweepers, should it be necessary for detection. And the other thing too, because I don't think in terms of our allies, there's anyone in the world who wanted the Iranian regime as it currently was constituted and the power it projected to continue. What we're also seeing too is the Arab nations that in the Gulf, they are shocked by the Iranian attack on them. And I think that they've gotten a rude awakening that imagine an Iran that was 2 or 3 times stronger than they were 12 or 14 days ago, on February 28th.
Is America out over its skis in the Middle East right now?
Absolutely not. As I said, we are every day we are moving ahead of plan, and Iran is the degraded. There was a message from the bunker from the new Ayatollah. We haven't seen him, so let's see if we see him.
You suggesting he's no longer alive?
Is he compos mentis? Is he injured? Is he, is he under threat from the other members of the regime?
Do you think regime change? Let's
Cope.
touch
oil prices.
How is it possible that when I watch Asmin stream is so different? And why doesn't he want to debate you? Because he's living in an alternative reality. And his primary purpose is to just do propaganda for MAGA. Is to do propaganda for the Trump administration, right? My primary purpose is to explain to you exactly what's fucking going on and cut through the noise and cut through the lies. That's it. And the reason why he doesn't want to talk to me is because if he were to have a conversation, with me, his audience would very quickly recognize that he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. So he's terrified of the prospect of being humiliated. That's it. He has tremendous anxiety. And he copes and masquerades as though he's actually coming at it from a position of power. Oh, I'll just farm you. I'll just keep farming you. But the reality is, he's just fucking terrified. I really want to see that one day. Is that why you won't debate anyone smaller and smarter than you? I debate people that are smaller than me all the time. I debate people that are quote unquote smarter by your standards, I assume, as well. Not easy dunks. Aw, does it feel bad when the dunks are too easy? Is that what it is? So what you want is someone who can actually destroy me in the marketplace of ideas. That's what it is. Not easy dunks. My rear end hurts from the impact. Yeah. Lol, you got owned by Charlie Kirk in the debate. Really? How'd that work out, Chatter, for you and your movement? Did that work out well?
Is shot back up to over $100 a barrel overnight as Iran focuses more of its attacks on fuel, tankers, fuel depots, infrastructure across the region. Just take a look at this video from Bahrain. This morning, the International Energy Agency is sounding new alarms, saying that the war in the Middle East is causing the, quote, largest supply disruption in the history of the global oil market. Main reason, oil has been stuck in the Middle East for more than a week because of right there what you're looking at, the Strait of Hormuz. The IEA says the flow of crude and oil products through the Strait of Hormuz has reduced to a trickle. Now President Trump is trying to blunt the impacts of this, authorizing the release of 172 million barrels of oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserve. That's part of a broader release of a record 400 million barrels agreed to by the 32-nation International Energy Agency.
CNN business executive editor David Goldman is here with us now. You wrote that the IEA releasing 400 million barrels of oil is like smashing the brake in case of emergency glass. But what will it mean? Is that enough to sort of make things easier for people and businesses, or is it just a drop in the bucket, so to speak?
Well, it's clearly not having an impact right now. I mean, what John was just saying is so key. The only thing that the oil market cares about is getting the Strait of Hormuz back open. This was an extraordinary release of the Strategic Petroleum Reserve, and it didn't have an impact at all on oil prices. The fact that we went back above $100 last night kind of tells you everything you need to know. It's just not going to help unless we get that strait back open.
I'm curious how long, if this goes on for a few more weeks or months. How long before there's a breaking point where it's very hard to go back? It takes a long time for supply chains to recover, as we saw when it came to COVID.
Yeah, duration is key here, because the longer this goes on, the more pain for you and me. It's not just that we're filling our tanks at $3.60 today. That could go to $4, but truckers are filling their trucks with diesel, which is closing in on $5, and all the stuff that's on those trucks is going to be more expensive for you and me. The businesses that are loading stuff onto trucks.
Iran is also, Iran is not just like destroying America's refueling capabilities. It seems Iran is destroying American refueling capabilities in Iraq as well, seemingly by targeting stratotankers, the aerial refueling planes, one of which actually went down in Iraq. The other one was able to land and do an emergency landing in Israel. So ain't nobody is refueling, both in the air and on the ground, nowhere.
Trucks, that costs more money for them, and they're paying all these tariff costs. Do you think that they're going to eat the cost of the fuel surcharges? I don't think so. Those are costs that you and I are going to pay too.
Ultimately, how high do you think this is going? We're now, when it hits above 100 a barrel, we all feel it. Where do you see this going if this continues to be blocked?
Well, there is other oil in the world. I mean, we're a huge producer of oil in the United States, the largest in the world, actually. And so there's a point at which, you know, you can't make oil more expensive and people will continue to pay for it. Everyone seems to think that $150 a barrel is the peak for this if the strait is just permanently closed. So, you know, that's $5 gas, that's maybe $5.50 gas. So, you know, you have to wonder how much longer this is going to go and if we're going to get to that point. But that's about how high this could go.
Yeah, if the average is
Iran is going after Israel's gas fields. IRGC General Majid Musawi says Israeli gas fields of Leviathan and Karish located in the Mediterranean have become targets. The thing is, they could actually fucking, well, they won't hit Turkey, but like the pipelines that flow from Azerbaijan to Israel cross through Turkey. And Turkey has the capacity to literally turn off Israel's energy literally today if they wanted to. That's number one. Number two, Israel is effectively a port nation. Most of its trade, most of its commerce comes from the ports, okay? The overwhelming majority of its trade is conducted at its ports. If Iran actually wanted to terrorize Israel and effectively destroy the Israeli economy, they would just target the fucking ports. I suspect that part of the reason why they have not, hit the ports as hard, obviously, the Houthis were capable of bankrupting not Haifa, but the Eilat port with their blockade last year or 2 years ago at this point. And the Hezbollah strikes have mostly focused on Haifa. And that is another capability up the escalation ladder for Iran. If Iran feels threatened, they always have more strike targets, specifically in Israel. Now that Israel has struck the Iranian energy grid, the IRGC is saying, we will strike back against your gas fields. Okay. How do you sit here, gang? If you actually are believing this, you're delusional. Hassan, stop Hassan, bruh. How do you just sit here and listen to Iran's lies like this? You make the point that you're coping, my boy. Bruh. Bruh, on God, okay? On God. I'm not the one who's coping between you and I. Okay? Okay, bruh? On God, that's a Fed. Oh, I mean, it's not. It's not. These are like, oh God, Jesus Christ. One of your other rare L-take gang. Why would we not defend Taiwan? Bruh, no, it's not. Gang, Iran has hella mines still. What do you mean? Gang, that takes time. Yes, they do. My boy, you need to actually further dive into geopolitics, especially on military operations. You just make no sense on that, gang. No offense, though. Can I ask you a question? Why is it that the entire mainstream media has been objectively wrong every single day on whatever targets that the American military had and their outright failure to accomplish those targets? Why is it that, one, the Iranian regime has not been destabilized and is still very much intact? And two, why is Israel still eating missiles? If I'm coping, bruh, on God. Today, I'll be honest, for the last 12 days, we haven't seen this massive flow of copers and American military might dick riders. It's taken 12 days for people to come in and just start being like, why don't you go and fight for Iran with your pedophile Muslims, for example? Also, I do love that. Calling the Iranians pedophiles is pretty funny when, you know, we're currently conducting Operation Epstein Fury. But, you know, keep coping on that one. But it took 12 days, but finally they're here. You know, the bots are back. An air campaign, the media will not talk about successes. Also, an air campaign takes time, gang. Please stop calling me gang, okay? White boy from Naperville. You won't slide for Vaughn, ass motherfucker. Why is that frustrating for you? Because that's a white boy from Naperville that's LARPing. And it's very fucking annoying. I'm actually from Chicago. That's funny. Yeah, from Naperville, motherfucker. Bro, stop hating on Naperville. I will never stop hating on Naperville. Never. Stop behaving like a fucking cornball. You need to hear my voice, Goofy. Motherfucker, you're the goofy one. Stop focusing on the aesthetics and explain to me what you think. Oh, an air campaign takes time, gang. Explain to me when an air campaign has been able to successfully destabilize an entire country and remove its leadership from power, and why it hasn't happened yet. Gang. Oh. I thought after day 9, these motherfuckers would have stopped and been like, okay, maybe America's not doing great. You know, never mind. They're just doubling down on the copium. Tens of billions of dollars worth of satellites, SATCOMs, radars, early advanced warning systems destroyed. America can't even fucking protect its own bases, its own assets in the region. America can barely protect Israel from being struck by a country that has the economy the size of an American state. And you're over here being like, oh, dude, on God, it takes a while. Gulf War as could have removed Saddam off that alone. I know my shit, it can happen with Iran as well. That shit takes time. What the fuck are you talking about, dude? So you're saying we could have done it, but we didn't? Like, is that, and that somehow proves your point? I'm saying we can remove the regime with an air campaign. No, you can't. And that's precisely why you haven't. And that's why we won't. The only comparison that you could even come close to is Libya. And Libya had popular mobilization on the ground. Idiot. You cannot do a regime change without popular mobilization. You need forces on the ground. You're a fucking idiot. No military commander, no general will ever tell you that that's within our capability. That's not the case. You think it's going to happen in a few weeks? You don't know what's going on within the CIA. Oh my God, I remembered. This is the guy. Oh my God, I just remembered. This is the guy who was like, oh, you think America doesn't have contingencies, bro? Oh my God, this was the guy. This was the guy where I was like, hey, have you noticed that like we had to literally pull our defense assets from South Korea? Do you feel like that's actually very cash money? Do you feel like we're actually capable of withstanding a war with fucking China? And he was like, dude, you think America doesn't know, bro? I'm sure they got some kind of contingency. Cattle. Yeah, here's what the fucking U.S. intelligence is saying right now. Hey, gang, this is what the CIA is saying right now. A classified report by the National Intelligence Council representing the collective wisdom of America's 18 intelligence agencies found that even a large-scale assault on Iran would be unlikely to oust its entrenched military and clerical establishment. The report outlines succession scenarios resulting from either a short or extended U.S. military campaign. In both cases, it concluded that the clerical and military establishment would respond by Khamenei's killing by following protocols designed to preserve the country's continuity of power. The report says the prospect of Iran's fragmented opposition taking control of the country is unlikely, raising doubts that Trump's declared plan to clean out Iran's leadership structure and install a ruler of his choosing would not work. It's so funny, like literally all of the intelligence community is basically universally saying the same exact shit. And this guy's like, nah, dude, the CIA is actually holding off on using their secret weapon. They got magicians and fucking warlocks hidden inside of Langley. And they're going to come out and they're going to cast a fucking hex on the Muslim clerics. Those leaks come from other sides of the CIA. They leaked that to cause doubt, bro. Who listens to that? You're such a fucking idiot, dude. It's awesome. When most of your ops agree with you, this is what's left, lol. Yeah. No, gang. That's CIA, gang. That's other sides of the CIA, gang. The other sides of the CIA have the warlocks. They're ready to hex it. They're ready to hex the Iranian clerics, gang. On God. Shut the fuck up.
$5 or $5.50. In California, that means $7, $8. And we're starting to see some of those numbers creep up there in places like Los Angeles. Thank you so much, David. Really insightful. A lot of people worrying about this very particular issue that affects literally everybody in the world.
Absolutely. Absolutely. Happy to help.
Appreciate it.
Joining us right now is the Energy Secretary of the United States to talk about this. Chris Wright. Secretary, thank you for coming in. Does this announcement about the drawdown of SPRO and with the IEA...
Cattle gang. One of my favorite Trump-era GOP-based polling facts is that at the outset of the Ukraine war, Republicans were most likely demoed to say that the U.S. wasn't providing enough aid. Their views only shifted when Trump said so. Yeah. Republican support for bombing Iran was 53%, Quinnipiac on 114, then shot up to 85 to 90% after Trump attacked Iran on 228. So there's a vague current of anti-war sentiment within the GOP, but the lesson is it's superficial and easily jettisoned whenever their cult leader goes neocon. Yep. Bro, it's so funny to think that America has like this air superiority that they are just hiding, that they haven't utilized yet. They haven't deployed. They just want the Gulf to be caught on fire. Okay? You don't understand, gang? They could open the Strait right now, bro. My uncle is Pete Hegseth. And he told me, he's a little drunk on the phone, but he told me that they could open the fucking Strait right now if they wanted to. They just don't want to do it yet. They want the buildup. They want the buildup. They want it to be, they want everyone to feel the hurt first. And then we come in with the cavalry, baby. What's going to happen if America gets desperate enough to try to fucking pull an oil tanker through the Strait and gets evaporated? Will you come in here and apologize? Or will you move the goalpost to something different? To be like, nah, dude, that was an old fucking American naval asset. That's not even worthy. They wanted that to be a fucking bullet sponge. You know what I mean? Answer the question on why we're bombing Tehran daily with no air superiority. You answered this question. What the fuck does Tehran have to do with Iranian strike capabilities? Do you think the missile stockpiles are inside of fucking Tehran? Is that inside of the schools? I will come in here and apologize if that happens. I will also come in here and laugh in your face if the regime falls. Oh.
Mean the problem is solved in your view?
Literally every single competent American administrator is ringing the alarm bells about how this has not gone down the way that they thought it would. And there are still dumb fuck Amerifats in my chat who are like, no, dude, they're just casting doubt on America's military might right now in this pivotal moment for no fucking reason. It's actually to undermine the confidence of our forces so that when we come back, it's going to be spectacular. What will it take for you to fucking recognize you're coping? There's no fertilizer. There's no gas or oil crossing the Strait of Hormuz unless it's going to China with Chinese flagged vessels. Why do you think America's not seizing the Chinese flagged vessels right now? Why?
Oh, no, this does not mean it's solved. The problem is Iran's behavior, Iran's military, Iran's threatening for American troops, their neighbors, energy markets for 47 years. But the disruption of oil...
Dog, he keeps going back and saying Iraq. Look, Hasan, it's war. Why do you not understand that? It happens when we invaded Iraq as well. People thought shit wasn't going well. The media was pushing it. You just not getting the shit, bruh. Bruh. Are you getting the shit? I think your brain has been reduced to shit, especially because Iraq was not a fucking success, you dingus, you fool, you moron. Your example of an American military conquest that was successful is Iraq? Are you fucking stupid? It's war, bruh. You not getting this shit, bruh. It's war. Iraq was massive success.
Temporary disruption of oil through...
Fucking dumbass literally looked at George W. Bush unfolding the mission accomplished banner and was like, see? Dude. They fucking showed the banner on the carrier, dude. Obviously, look, can you not read the banner? It says mission accomplished. It doesn't say mission failed. Obviously, if they were failing, they would roll the mission failed. We'll get them next time banner.
The Straits of Hormuz, that's what the Strategic Petroleum Reserve is for. So as we have a shortage of market coming through that avenue, we're going to bring oil to market through other avenues to get through a few weeks of a short-term dislocation to get to a much better place on the other side.
You say a few weeks. That's the view from the United States, maybe the president. But as we've seen overnight, Iran has a say in how long this goes on. Israel has a say in how long this goes on as well, with the IEA's announcement of releasing a third of emergency reserves yesterday. Reaction overnight was oil went up over 100. Again, the message being
Bro's soybean farmer uncle has a gun in his mouth right now, and he's in here talking about American superiority. Yeah, when the gun goes off, he's going to be like, bro, why didn't you believe in the American military superiority? Why'd you kill yourself, Unc? Unc, why'd you kill yourself? The mission was about to be a success, bruh. Fuck. That's crazy.
Then that the only thing that matters is Hormuz. Can the United States declare victory, success, without the Strait of Hormuz being reopened?
No, the Straits of Hormuz needs to be and will be reopened.
I agree that the war as a whole wasn't a success, but the invasion was. Brother, first of all, no one has ever said, well, we won the battle, but we lost the war, and then used that as a fucking resounding success. That's number one. And number two, that's precisely what I was joking about with the mission accomplished banner. And number two, if you think invading Iran is going to play out in the same way that it did with the invasion of Iraq, you are a fucking idiot. Okay? Bro, it was a fucking spectacular success. It's war, gang. That's why we got ISIS now. It's sick.
The U.S. military is there to solve a long-term problem, which is Iran's had 47 years an ability to.
You don't get it, bro. We're up 3 in the first quarter.
Threaten the Straits of Hormuz, and not long from now, Iran would have nuclear arms and a massive
Which,
missile.
by the way, it doesn't even matter because right now we're not even up 3 in the first quarter. Okay. We're down 50 in the first quarter, okay? Like, that's why it's even funnier where people are like, no, you don't understand, bro. Like, it's different, bro. It's different. It's going to be, we won, gang. We won, gangy.
Program surrounding that. This was a can that could not be kicked down the road one more administration. We need to defang, and we are defanging Iran's abilities to threaten American troops in the areas, its allies, its neighbors, and global energy markets. So yes, you've got to go through short-term pain to solve a long-term problem. This is bold leadership of President Trump. This is what the world needs.
But understanding this going in, the U.S. Strategic Petroleum Reserve was at about half-ish, I'll say, full when the war started. The president had campaigned, Secretary, on refilling the Strategic Reserve right up to the top, his words. Why go to war in the Middle East with a depleted emergency reserve?
Well, number one, as we bring this oil out, it will be exchanges. We'll pull out 170 million barrels and put over 200 million barrels back in at no cost to the taxpayer. Because the price of oil in the short term is higher right now than the price of oil a year down the road.
But that doesn't alleviate the crisis today.
Help.
You can only put back, the flow rate can only be about 2 million, and that's being optimistic, barrels a day into the global system. So you've got a long time to untwist this problem, no matter what.
And of course, this is in coordination with 30 countries. The real issue right now is Asian refineries. That's where oil coming out of the Gulf goes to. So Japan is releasing at a much higher relative rate to their imports. It's the Asian refineries that we want to keep running and tamp down the price of oil to the extent.
Don't worry, they'll go to China for some of that sweet juice that comes out of the ground, okay? Don't worry. They're good. They're good, buddy. They'll get that sweet Iranian crude, baby. Oh, buddy.
We can through this few weeks crisis. President Trump's thinking long term. He's not thinking about next month. He's thinking about what's best for the American people, what's best for the American economy, and what brings safety to our troops in the region and brings prosperity to the Middle East. That is a troubled.
Yeah, things are going so good that CENTCOM forced CBS to delete their tweet reporting on A KC-135 Stratotanker going down in Western Iraq with a crew of 6. Another KC-135 was hit but landed in Israel safely. That's how you know shit's going so well, dude. That's on purpose, bro. On God. We wanted to do a feint. We wanted to make it seem like our Stratotankers are actually totally bullet hungry. Okay? You don't understand. KC-135s do this when they're actually elated, when they're ecstatic. They turn into a fucking missile sponge on purpose. Okay? All part of the plan. Oh, Jesus Christ. Yeah, we needed new ones. What's the production runway on that? What's the timeline looking like? Couple of years? They'll replace them.
Region that needs to have.
Yeah, PMU affiliated Iraqi channels are saying the KC-135 refueling aircraft was shot down by Iraqi resistance forces. I don't know if they actually were. I don't know if they actually were shot down or not. We have no confirmation yet. Okay. But we shall see. Khatam Al-Anbiya Central Headquarters, an American refueling aircraft was hit by air defense systems in Western Iraq, resulting in its crash and the death of all of his crew members. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see if that's the case or not. When when the military does an incident report, they will try to hide it though. I suspect. I know it went down. That was confirmed, but they didn't say that it was due to hostile fire. Yeah, this was not due to hostile fire or friendly fire, is what they said. Here's how it's feasible that shit was shot down. Yeah, the KC-135Rs are involved usually. KC-135s involved usually operate at an altitude of 19,000 feet. Not impossible that the Iraqi resistance fighters with a 358 surface-to-air missile could have targeted them. A reachable target if no fighter jets are around, since this aircraft can't deploy flares. You can't just like shoot at it though. Breaking via CBS News, there was another U.S. military medical evacuation flight today. It flew from Saudi Arabia to a U.S. base in Germany with about 19 injured service members on board. Among them were 2 military members injured when a drone exploded next to their vehicle, sources told me. If Iran can destroy the Gulf states, then wasn't the war lost day one? I mean, you got to take that up with the American commanders that leaned into it. So, yeah, I mean, that's kind of the point. Yes, Iran was always capable of shutting down the Strait of Hormuz. Iran was capable, clearly, of destroying all of the American assets in the Gulf states. They were able to do that for years and years. They just simply didn't do so until we backed them into a goddamn corner and assassinated their heads of state that were the ones who were seemingly holding back the Iranian forces' full capabilities. So that was a strategic that was an act of sheer strategic brilliance. Yeah, there was another odd accident that took place on the USS Ford. On March 12th, USS Gerald R. Ford experienced a fire that originated in the ship's main laundry spaces. The cause of the fire was not combat related and is contained. There's no damage to the ship's propulsion plant, and the aircraft carrier remains fully operational. 2 sailors are currently receiving medical treatment for non-life-threatening injuries and are in stable condition. Additional information will be provided when available. So now we are pro destroying the Gulf states? I never said that. I never said that at all. I'm pro peace. No war, just peace. No war, just peace. That's what I believe. Okay? combat engineer here. They forgot to empty a lint trap. That's so funny. Dude. Dude, $13 billion asset for the American Navy, and the most comical setbacks keep happening inside of it. I'm sorry. It's like Looney Tunes, man. Like, first they had the pumps. First they were like, we're shitting too hard. And now we lost to lint. What the fuck is happening? Shit disasters and dryer fires like a fucking slum apartment? Yeah, what the hell? Scahill on a ground invasion says, when you start to believe your own delusions, when you start to imply that every single Iranian is a prisoner to a dictatorship of a mullah, the rhetoric that these guys use at the Pentagon, at the White House on down, and you start to believe it, you know, get high on your own supply, then you start to say, oh, well, if we come in with ground troops and Netanyahu's telling us people are going to rise up, you end up at an utter catastrophe. No, I think the Americans... The American generals are probably a little bit smarter than that. I think they would do a fucking Hitler-style generals mutiny before they would allow that to happen. But I don't know. Maybe they would. Maybe they're dumb enough. Who knows? Because they were dumb enough to allow this to happen. Where the fuck is Raising Cane, dude? Raising Cane was so desperate to get the word out that this was going to be a spectacular failure that he literally leaked it to every single news outlet. Do you guys remember? Do you guys remember? A couple days prior to the American bombing campaigns starting, General Raising Cane literally fucking leaked it to every American news outlet that this was not gonna work. General Dan Raising Cane. But guess what, dude? We got Pete Kegsbreath commanding our forces. Why the fuck do you think he was doing that? They purged most of the generals, though. They're all loyal dogs to Trump. Yes, of course they're loyal dogs to Trump. But even the most loyal dog doesn't want the death of American empire to be his legacy. Okay? What fucking general is looking at the probable outcomes of this and thinking, oh, we'll make it? What general wants to be remembered as the guy who destroyed American empire on their record? That's the reason why General Dan Raising Cane was leaking this information in the buildup. While the buildup was going on, look, I don't know exactly what happened behind closed doors. I can simply speculate by what I'm reading. And what I suspect took place is Trump convened with all of these generals, including Dan Cane, okay, his most competent leader, who has been fairly pliant thus far, even when Trump forces his hand into spectacular defeats like he did with the Ansar Allah movement, right? Twice. So Donald Trump listened to the generals, and the generals were like, don't fucking do this. This is a terrible idea. They will close the strait. Okay? They will close the strait, and they will blow up all of our troop positions in the Gulf. And we will look very weak to the rest of the world if you do this. Because we do not have the munitions capabilities to defend all of our assets in the region that are so close to Iranian ballistic missiles. Donald Trump then said, fuck off. Netanyahu told me we can do it. Couple days of intense bombing, in and out, regime change. It'll be just like Venezuela. Obviously, that conversation didn't go the way that Dan Cane wanted it to. So he did something that generals only do when they are fearful and they want to wash their hands of what comes next. He went to the fucking media. Every single outlet from Axios to CNN to CBS, where he was literally straight up saying, we don't have enough defense capabilities to defend Israel or the rest of our assets in the region. This will be a spectacular failure, and it will show China that we are weak. And now we're watching it unfold. I personally didn't think it would be this bad, though. I didn't think it would be this quick. I did not think it'd be this swift. Yes, I know the medical evacuation flight. It's right here. Yeah, there it is. Trump hits out at reports that top U.S. general warned against attacking Iran. Remember? Remember that? Does he know that the CIA definitely has an ace up their sleeve, though? Yeah, I don't know. They'll deploy that ace up their sleeve soon enough. This is going to keep happening, by the way. It's going to keep happening. You're going to see more and more reports like this. More American assets lost. As slowly but surely, Iran chips away at the American confidence by just remaining steadfast and not backing away. The faster we go to the negotiations process and listen to all of the Iranian demands and pull the fuck out of the region, the better things will be. True, my uncle works for the CIA and he told me the CIA is a secret weapon to shoot the country of Iran with a laser and they suddenly are no longer able to eat kubide. They will surrender soon. Trust the Iranian cannot go a week without kubide. No, President Trump, not my kubide.
It's one major problem fixed.
Secretary, the immediate focus is...
Yeah, what I'm shocked by is, as Pete Hegseth told me, no fat generals, no women, no black people. It's all just white people. I thought this was going to be glorious. What the hell's going on? I thought our war fighters were in charge. Why is it not working? Where the fuck are our war fighters? Our white and skinny war fighters.
Very clearly, in some part, and needs in likely becoming more part, getting the Strait of Hormuz open. The Biden administration, when faced with threats to shipping in a different regard, they formed a naval coalition with many countries to help protect shipping in the Red Sea when an Iranian proxy fired at ships. Why aren't you doing the same here when success hinges on reopening the Strait of Hormuz?
Well, we will and are doing the same thing. But right now, all of our military assets are focused on degrading, destroying Iran's ability to threaten its neighbors, to threaten our troops. So we're destroying their ability to produce.
They're like, why would you reopen the Strait? And they're like, oh, we're just because we're busy elsewhere. Okay. That's why. It's just because we don't even want to open the Strait right now. You know, it's better closed, honestly. It's so much better because, you know, Russia's making more money. Only Chinese tankers are getting through. We love that, personally.
Missiles, to produce a nuclear program, to produce weapons of all kinds. Not just their existing weapons, their ability to produce those weapons. You will see the United States working with other nations to allow the return of traffic through the Straits of Hormuz. That's coming. We're less than 2 weeks into this 47-year-long conflict. So
47 years, nothing happens. The one time America literally bombs Iran, Iran starts beating the fucking doors off of every goddamn American asset in the region. Fantastic. You guys really did it, man.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Yes.
But I've heard from many a smart person, though, who worked in previous administrations, though, if it was safe for the U.S. Navy to escort tankers through the Strait of Hormuz, they would be doing so right now.
Uh-oh. CME has warned us. CME has warned that U.S. intervention in oil futures would be a biblical disaster, according to the Financial Times.
All of our military assets right now are focused on destroying Iran's ability to wage war and terrorize the neighborhood. When we can afford some additional assets to move tankers through the Straits of Hormuz, we will do that. That's coming.
More ships were struck in the Strait overnight. The tanker's on fire.
IRGC, the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier sustained severe damage following targeting by missiles and drones. Wait, what? The USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier sustained severe damage following targeting by missiles and drones? That might be an exaggeration. Ain't no fucking way. Ain't no fucking way.
The Port of Oman. Add it all up. Are we in the midst of a severe global oil crisis, Secretary?
Bro's saying this, but we drop more motherfuckers. Dog, you literally have the energy secretary over here being like, oh, we could open the Strait of Hormuz right now if we wanted to. We just choose not to. Like babbling like a fucking idiot. Even the CNN anchor is like, come on, dude. What the fuck are you talking about? And you still, like, they're not making a good enough argument. You're just convincing yourself. It's crazy. Where is this confidence coming from? Like, not a single person in this administration has been able to posture in a way that actually inspires confidence. And there are still dumb fuck livestock in here being like, no, dog, I know that every single administration official is talking like their children have guns pointed directly at their heads. They're just stumbling over their words. They're not even able to get the pliant mainstream media to respond positively to the information that they're throwing out there that immediately contradicts the realities that are unfolding on the ground. But there's something out there. There's this overwhelming belief that I have in some kind of divine intervention that will actually solve the situation, that will actually change the dynamic completely. This is infinitely worse than when mainstream media kept saying the Ukrainian counteroffensive is going to be successful. This is literally far worse than that. Okay? It's far worse than that. Most Americans have this viewpoint. I mean, yeah, they'll change their viewpoint quickly enough when they have to pay $25 for fucking Tostino's pizza bagels, okay? $40 for pizza bagels.
Of a significant disruption in the short term to fix the security of energy flow for the long term.
How hard is the pain and how much are people going to have to endure? Gas prices are going up, jet fuel prices are jumping, and CEOs are saying that ticket prices.
Wait a minute. CBS News, an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier and the U.S. fired at the vessel. This comes right after the IRGC said that they actually struck the vessel. Oh, wait, no. Wait, what? Navy says aircraft carrier was operating off the coast of Southern California. Fire on board USS Abraham Lincoln injures 9 sailors. Wait, what? No, this is from 2022, man. What the fuck? Southern California. Jesus Christ. You threw me for a fucking loop there. U.S. fired an Iranian vessel that approached the aircraft carrier, officials say. Washington, an Iranian vessel sailed too close to the USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, and the U.S. fired at the vessel, according to 2 U.S. officials briefed on the matter who spoke to CBS News under condition of anonymity because they were not authorized to speak publicly. The official said a U.S. Navy vessel attempted to fire on the Iranian vessel using 5-inch 54 caliber Mark 45 gun, a fully automated naval cannon that is mounted on the forward deck of Navy destroyers and the cruisers that have served as fleet's standard deck guns since the early 1970s. While it's not known which naval vessel fired on the Iranian ship, the official said it missed multiple times.
Bruh. 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 Bruh.
You missed? it's so much worse than I could have imagined. It feels like it's we must make the military woke again. Bro! It turns out the unwoke military is not doing great, okay? How are they firing on Iranian ships a few days ago? They said they destroyed their navy. Those Iranian shipbuilders must be wizards. They're producing fleets faster than China makes shitty electronics. Yeah, because they lied. They didn't fucking destroy the Iranian navy. Vietnam, we actually lost those planes to Soviet SAMs and not Vietnamese pilots. Operation Pederast resolved. Who knows why anything truly happens? Is a plane ever truly lost? Matter cannot be created or destroyed. It's possible we'll see it again in some form. Oh, it's so embarrassing, brother. It is. It's just like this is so much worse than they gonna find out why we don't have healthcare, because like no one is even finding out anything. The only thing we're finding out is that we don't have healthcare, and it turns out we don't even have decent, competent military might either. We don't even have the force projection capabilities. So why the fuck don't we have healthcare? Just give me the fucking healthcare. Enough with this shit. Cut it out.
Are also going to go up. Iran just said that the world should be ready for oil at $200 a barrel. You don't agree with Iran on anything, but do you agree that people need to be prepared for that?
We're going through short-term energy disruption for just huge long-term gain. You're seeing Iran's behavior.
Could
They're
that
attacking
hit? Could
every
short-term
country in the
mean
region.
$200 a barrel?
I would say unlikely, but we are focused on the military operation and solving a problem. I'm not going to guess on short-term trading. That's based on psychology more than flows of oil. The world is very well supplied with oil right now. Thanks to President Trump's leadership, we're by far and away the world's largest oil producer, by far and away the world's natural gas producer. Both of those are growing. We've been moving into an age of energy security.
Oh my gosh, shut the fuck up.
These are some of the latest images to emerge from the Strait of Hormuz. But it's far from the first time that a tanker has been the target of an attack here. Bullets and bombs have had repercussions on...
Dude, hearing Asmongold pretend to know the last few decades of U.S.-Iranian interactions is legit fucking hilarious. It's like a slow child. Dude, it's even more hilarious that there is like a decent number of people that would rather listen to someone who is genuinely low IQ, but is barely competent and barely capable of like explaining these events from the perspective of an administration that is failing at every step. Okay, failing in such spectacular ways that it's like virtually impossible not to recognize that America is literally destroying everything right now, destroying all of their force projection capabilities, destroying what remained in the confidence that all of these other like regional allies had. It's so funny. Is there a clip that demonstrates his brilliance? Yeah, chat. We gotta keep blowing these freaks up. I mean, they're Islamic pedophiles, chat. Our weapons are so powerful, chat. No, the Strato tanker, I don't even know what that is, but refueling planes always crash. Based. It's actually based that a $60 billion asset was taken out by an Iraqi resistance figure with possible surface-to-air missiles, chat. It's cool. Trust the plan. Based. Yeah. Roadside bombs. That's what my goat told me. Asman is based as FAC. New pet do not ban. Yeah, based. Hasan is crashing out. Let me get a sip of my diet. or not diet. He doesn't drink diet. Let me get a sip of my Dr. Pepper and talk to you guys about how fucking cool it is that we're going to war for Israel and basically destroying all of our assets in the region. Yeah.
On the other side of the globe.
We're in the Strait of Hormuz. It's 40 kilometers long and it's the entrance to the Persian Gulf.
In 1979, at the start of the Iran-Iraq war, all eyes are on the strait, as the army of the newly founded Islamic Republic of Iran sparks worries worldwide.
The threat of a new oil war is back.
As Iraq's Saddam Hussein launches an attack on Iran, marking the start of an 8-year war, tankers make it through slowly, one by one.
Everyone is fearing a total closure of the strait. It would wreak havoc to industrialized countries. Over half of the world's oil passes through here.
And ships from across the world are at risk.
A dozen tankers were attacked today.
The Strait of Hormuz is divided between Iran and Oman, with only 33 kilometers separating the two at the narrowest passage point. There are 2 shipping lanes with a width of 3.7 kilometers, and waters are at most 60 meters deep.
You could easily be ambushed, just like in Western films. It's like a procession for ships, faced with threats from Iran.
In 1987, with the conflict still going on and Lebanon having plunged into civil war, the United States step in and France sends its largest aircraft carrier to the region.
We are here to protect our interests.
To prevent a blockade, oil-producing neighbours such as Saudi Arabia and the United Arab Emirates have sought other solutions to transport oil.
Today there are land alternatives. Pipelines run from the east to the west of Saudi Arabia and from the United Arab Emirates. But the capacity of these pipes isn't the same as the sea routes.
Over the past 40 years, the Strait of Hormuz has never entirely closed. A fifth of the world's oil and a quarter of the gas supply transits through the strait.
Do you regret your vote right now?
Well, between him and her, I thought he was the better choice, but honestly, I miss my Uncle Joe.
Oh my God, I'm nutting. Oh, uncontrollable coming. Oh, shit. Oh, fuck.
The nobody, and I was balling then. Now, I couldn't even tell you. I couldn't even show you $5 in my pocket.
He said, I miss Uncle Joe. Oh, no. Oh, no. That's so bad.
Trump voters here in Florida who are ticked off about the fact that the gas prices in the state have gone up by an average of about 60 cents within just a week.
I would just wish he'd keep up on his campaign promise and say he was going to put it under $3. He'd end that war so fast.
Amerifats are so funny, dude. That's it. The only thing they know about is their wallets hurting. That's it.
But here it is, 5 years later, helping his buddy out get his more money, and then never mind charging us Americans all sorts of money for fuel that you just stole from Venezuela.
And those gas prices are getting higher because of volatile oil prices due to the war in Iran, a war that these Trump voters tell us they hope wraps up quickly.
If I could, speak to the president, I'd just encourage him to finish up this war and get us.
Sir, Mr. President, please pack it up. Please pack it up, please. I need people to explain to me, like, whether you're an Atlanticist, whether you're a fucking neocon, I need one person who's not a psychopathic evangelical Christian Zionist to explain to me one military objective that has been accomplished here, One single W in the last 12 fucking days, please. Because every single person that's come in here to defend this has just been like, they have the brain of a 12-year-old. Like they'll just be like, oh, dude, like, you don't get it, man. This is gonna be, it's gonna be fine in the end. You know, it's fucking sick. Like one thing, show me one thing, please. Like the greatest W that you can put on the board is that we killed an 87-year-old man who probably had cancer. That's what we did. We martyred an 87-year-old man who could have died of a heart attack if we waited a fucking week. That's the fucking W. And that didn't even accomplish the objective of destabilizing and crippling the fucking state. It literally hardened the population support. Because in the process of killing the 87-year-old man, we blew up a fucking school with 150 schoolgirls that we killed between the ages of 7 and 12. Then Israel blew up their Iranian oil capabilities and engaged in chemical warfare in a city with 10 million people. In one of the hubs of resistance against the IRGC and against the Ayatollah, causing everyone to go, okay, well, they're engaging in chemical warfare against us. Turns out they don't want to fucking liberate us. All the while, the Strait of Hormuz is closed and tens of billions of American military assets have been destroyed. Israel's defense capabilities diminished in the process. Our defense capabilities have withered away in the process, so much so that we had to pull our THAAD missile systems from South Korea, not only showing the Gulf allies who are responsible for trillions of dollars of investment on U.S. soil to feel like an American security contract just makes you a missile sponge for Israel. And now South Korea is realizing that we won't even defend them. There's not a single fucking W that you can lean into in this situation. Not a single one. This is basically the dream of anti-imperialists to showcase how unnecessary all this fucking warfare is. It's worse than I ever could have imagined. I warned about some of these things happening. Right, ahead of time, but I could not have foreseen how fast everything would fucking collapse. I personally thought we at least had enough defensive capabilities to defend radar installations in our own fucking military bases. This is the empire falling. It's falling. It's over. My voice is cracking. These are the weeks where decades happen.
Back to a safe world.
He's saying about for our safety, leave somebody alone, they won't bother you.
Hopefully this conflict over there will end, you know, it's just unfortunate.
The overall vibe here at the gas pump amongst these Trump voters is they feel like the economy is not going well right now.
At the moment, I'm really out of work.
My hope is that it's temporary and it doesn't last for too long, that oil prices come back down. That's my hope.
We are live in...
Aside from the obvious other shit that makes Trump the worst president in history, are we thinking this whole thing will make him even worse than Jimmy Carter in the eyes of normies and historians? Everyone points and laughs at Carter, but this is just a whole new level of fucked. Honestly, Trump might literally be the fucking best American president because he just ends the American empire. He might be, for the rest of the world, the greatest American president. Hashtag war update, things are going well. Chinooks over Iraq conducting SAR. Bloomberg, Iran's missile launcher arsenal holds steady despite strikes. CBS, today, 19 military personnel were evacuated from Saudi Arabia to Germany after being injured in Iranian attacks. Wait, is this the... No, oh, that's the that's the medevac, right? Iranian Revolutionary Guard says the aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln suffered significant damage after being targeted with missiles and drones. The U.S. aircraft carrier Abraham Lincoln is now withdrawing towards America after being targeted. I don't know how valid this is. Asmongold will shoot down those medevacs based on his standards. Yeah. Those are Chinooks. They're doing search and rescue. A Reuters visual investigation raises questions about how U.S. military could have missed a documented years-long online presence for the girls' school that was bombed in Iran. This includes dozens of photos of the children and their activities. The U.S. investigation is still ongoing. Yeah, that's the other side, where our own internal investigation is cooking. It's over. You have to retreat. You have to fucking retreat. Now, they're trying to present this as a fucking accident. And as far as like tactics goes, it must be, because otherwise you're a fucking idiot. Like you were so bloodthirsty, you blew up a fucking school without a second care. And I do believe that. I believe that it was most likely AI. That carelessness and the utilization of AI in the targeting is possibly the reason for why we did this. Because it goes directly against the military goals that these guys have. But it doesn't matter whether it's a mistake or deliberate. It doesn't fucking matter, because the results are still the same. We murdered little girls going to school, and then we struck back when their parents were trying to fucking dust off the rubble. Yeah, also winning. Once again, winning so fucking hard. Nearly 1 trillion wiped out from the U.S. stock market today. So they're not even winning on their own. They're not even winning by their own fucking metrics of success, because this is the only thing that they care about. Lost radars, abandoned South Korea, retreated to Lincoln, needed air from Ukraine, tackled on Russian sanctions, Strait held hostage, redeploying the Ford, unretiring Nimitz, Tomahawk schoolgirls, MAGA talking heads now splintering ahead of the midterms, winning the fuck out of the special military operation. This is unironically more catastrophic than the fucking land invasion that Vladimir Putin envisioned. Okay? The Chinese position towards the wars in Ukraine and Iran is comparable to the U.S. during the early stages of World War II. They are simply watching their competitors exhaust their resources fighting and even encouraging the process along a bit, but have no impetus to jump in even later in the process. At some point, when enough has been spent and the power differential expands, they will simply act in East Asia, which is their interest. This is how the U.S. became a global superpower on top of the ruins of a spent Europe a century earlier. Yeah. That's it. America's proximity to the conflict is the reason why it became the domineering superpower in the aftermath of World War II. Now Chinese proximity will allow China to do the same. Only W is I haven't seen JD Vance speak for the past 2 weeks. Yeah, he's been awfully quiet. You notice that shit? Like, the greatest thing that we could do in this circumstance, which is not going to happen, is a complete retreat, okay? That's my assessment, at least. Decoupling from Israel, a complete retreat, and charting a new path forward with diplomacy, okay? Especially for the time being when China has an appetite for such things. I'm not saying that China won't have an appetite for this in the future, but it's very obvious that for the time being, China does have an appetite for such things. I said, American imperialism is a paper tiger, and now the whole world knows. We must retreat from endless military incursions, focus on diplomacy while rebuilding our country, and allow nations in the periphery to have dignity and sovereignty immediately.
Citizens of Israel, my brothers and sisters, we are in historic days. Days that will be written in the annals of Israel. In Operation Roaring Lion, our roar is going and intensifying. We are pummeling the Islamic regime in Tehran. We are pummeling its emissaries.
Suicide cult.
Hezbollah in Lebanon. There's unprecedented coordination between Israel and the U.S. and achieved substantial achievements that are changing the reality in the West Bank, in the Middle East and beyond. These achievements are increasing the status of Israel as a superpower more than ever. Through our power in opposition to the power of our enemies, this is what is ensuring our survival. Our threats come and go, but when we become a regional superpower, and in many respects a global superpower, we have the power to push away threats and ensure our future.
Hasan's favorite guy? Benjamin Netanyahu's my favorite guy? When more people are gambling, it means they've lost faith. Younger people should be protected. Well, guys, at least Benjamin Netanyahu feels like a superpower, you know? That's good, right? Mission succeeded. Mission accomplished, right? Not sure if you saw this, but this was a really good statement. Yeah, I did. Before AI, we'd blame a low-level drone operator when we bomb a school, a wedding, a hospital. Now we can blame a computer instead. The blame lies where it always did. With the president, with his generals, with the people who prosecute wars of choice that slaughter innocents. He's good, man. He's really fucking good. The president of the United States is talking. Shut up. I want to hear him, not you. Oh, yeah, true. My mistake. My mistake. What is this? Zioron Mossadani rat fucked you. Victory for ducks. New York City's foie gras sales ban is official in effect. Livers from force-fed ducks are off the menu. I mean, that's fucked. That's actually fucked. You're right. This is way worse than him saying, I don't agree with Hasan's America deserved 9/11 statements, but I'll still go on a show. This is far worse than that. I'm joking before people yell at me. I'm fucking joking. I'm fairly certain the reason Vance and Rubio are staying out of it is because Trump is setting the two of them up to duke it out American Idol style for the 2028 race and doesn't want their hands dirty. Yes. Well, Marco Rubio is going to own this regardless. Marco Rubio's pissed because he can't fucking... You're a monster, and in Afghanistan, you will be put on trial. True. I will be. Damn, Zoran Netanyahu crazy. I mean, kind of a belligerent superpower. BB is having Australians arrested currently for saying from the river to the sea. Did you hear about this? Yes, I did. It will end. It will end. I promise you. In my lifetime, we will see this domineering end. Okay? And now I'm more confident than ever before. Rubio is pissed off that he can't fucking bomb Cuba because he's too busy having to deal with this shit. JD Vance hasn't been heard from in weeks because he wants to run for 2028 and he wants to wash his hands over this like idiotic military quagmire we're in. Anyway, there was
on how are they?
Jake Tapper went on CNN yesterday, or Jake Tapper had Masih Alinejad on CNN yesterday. There was also this other a lot of people are in the midst of all of this. There are still Americans, Israel firsters in the United States of America that are fucking running around and doing Hasan bad, which ironically enough is now AIPAC also engaging in the Hasan bad as well. You align with fascism in both Israel and here in the United States. Your power is diminishing. I'm going to quote retweet AIPAC. Why did I spawn and why the quiet law? Hasan, I feel like I'm going insane. Is that normal? What, AIPAC tweeting about me? Yeah, it's normal. I mean, dude, for the past couple of years, I've been telling you that, like, yes, the Israeli state has me in its fucking crosshairs. Why the fuck do you think the ADL almost exclusively has spent the last 2 years chirping about me? It is what it is. What is this? Breaking: AIPAC staffers locked the doors and called the cops on Chicago voters. Voters are looking for answers about the 20+ million AIPAC is funneling through dark money super PACs to try to buy Chicago elections. What the fuck? Jesus Christ. I'm worried for you, Hasan. Brother, if Israel wants to kill me, I'm dead. Okay? There's not really much I can do about it. Let's be real. So, you know, when you motherfuckers are like, bro, get security. Okay, dude. Fuck is security gonna do? Yeah, this is also interesting. Why is AIPAC spending so heavily against liberal supporters of Israel? I report out the answer to this as AIPAC follows up its attacks on Tom Malinowski with more attacks on liberal Zionist Daniel Bliss. The wrinkle to the story is, as I reported out, AIPAC's strategy in Illinois appears to have shifted as more left-wing candidate Kat Abou-Gazalek moves into second place, only 4 points behind Biss. According to a new poll, AIPAC is now spending heavily against her. The last-minute turn against Abu Ghazaleh seems to be an indication that AIPAC's attacks on BIS could be pushing voters towards Abu Ghazaleh rather than their preferred candidate, said Usama Andrabi of Justice Democrats, which has just endorsed Abu Ghazaleh. The pricey last-minute attacks on Abu Ghazaleh highlight the bind in which AIPAC has found itself as it struggles to oppose both leftist critics of Israel and Democrats who were formerly willing to join the AIPAC camp. This literally happened in New Jersey. This happened in New Jersey. Flashback to 3 weeks ago when AIPAC spending against Malinowski helped Mejia win, and a bunch of people on here said, what if they meant to do that? Okay? Now you understand why I'm pushing for Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Do you understand why I'm pushing for Kat Abu Ghazaleh? Regardless of her insane foreign policy statements about all these other countries like China and shit. Do you understand why? Because the average person's calculation is not around China. They're making this calculation against the AIPAC candidate. Okay? They're deciding, I'm not going to vote for the fucking AIPAC-backed candidate. I'm not going to vote for Daniel Biss. At least the knowledgeable parties that are voting for Kat are voting for Kat because they have made that calculation. Also, from what I understand, Michael from Pennsylvania also apologized earlier today. No, we can only vote for the exact clones of Lenin. No, it's not. Guys, if she wasn't solid, if she was not solid on Israel, if she was not a reliable vote for Medicare for all, if she was not solid on Israel, then it's perfectly valid to say, what fucking progressive are you? Judging by just what you've put on your, campaign website for your foreign policies. Yes, she is reliable on Medicare for all. Shut the fuck up, please. We don't have to do this again and again and again, okay? She has literally sat next to me and explained that Medicare for all and single payer is not even enough. It's not Pete's plan. No, you got fucking duped by a person who has recognized that they were wrong about what he was saying. Like, even the person who told you this doesn't agree with this statement anymore, but you're operating on like yesterday's fucking talking points. Anyway, can we skip the Kat argument today? Yes and no. Israel Today, Hebrew newspaper, Yoav Lamor, Hezbollah will not be eliminated militarily, just as Hamas was not eliminated militarily, and Iran will not be eliminated militarily. Whoever promises that is a liar or a charlatan. This is a lot of babies leftist first time voting, and they want a morally pure candidate to pop up their first time to vote on. Kat's policies are going to change as she becomes entrenched in DC political cliques, but it's important to realize humans are flawed. We need to accept flawed people. Yeah, I mean, you have to make that assessment and judge each individual candidate off of the races that they're in. Crazy how easily socialists drop their principles and embrace lesser of evil to politics. She's clearly interested in courting capital. Just wait how many positions will flip once she gets a small taste of power. Yeah, as opposed to the alternative who's not even literally saying that they're going to flip. This is the problem. This is almost the same dynamic between Shoykat Chakrabarty and Scott Wiener. People are like, oh, Shoykat is actually very wealthy. Okay, look at Shoykat's policies. They're remarkable. Scott Wiener, on the other hand, is already a servant of capital. You understand? You're not going to make a convincing argument here. You're just trying to engage in pure sophistry, pure debate pervetry. That's all this is. You just want to hear your own voice. If one of the most consequential aspects of these upcoming midterm elections is to strike a devastating blow to AIPAC-backed candidates and candidates that are pro-Israel, so much so that you're so fucking stupid. She's the singular deciding vote on a nuclear first strike policy to China. If this is a are you pro-Israel or are you anti-Israel vote, okay, there's one person to vote for that has that viability. That person is Kat Abou-Ghazaleh. Okay? Was Fetterman AIPAC back before he was elected, as in there were signs? DMFI, which is the Democratic Party version of AIPAC. But yes, DMFI literally wrote his Israel policy. Saw chatter mad at Brad Lander. Brad Lander is a liberal Zionist. That's why people are mad at him. Why would you back a candidate with a massive red flag just to piss AIPAC? AIPAC is anti-BIS. They back fine. You're a fucking moron. AIPAC was courted by BIS initially. Daniel BIS is a liberal Zionist. Kat Abou-Ghazaleh is an anti-Zionist. You're a fucking idiot. Like, even the article that we were just reading straight up openly admits that Daniel BIS is a liberal Zionist with like slight critiques against Israel. He also wants to continue giving money to the Iron Dome. A vote for Daniel BIS is a vote to make sure we still funnel weapons to Iron Dome. That we still funnel taxpayer-funded dollars for Israel's defense. Anyway.
Masi, how are the people that you're in touch with in Iran, how are they holding up after a week and a half of near constant bombardment by the Americans and Israelis?
It's not easy. It's not easy, Jake, especially when they put the entire nation in absolutely digital blackout. Can you believe that? In this moment that bombs are falling, my people need to have internet, to have, you know, a regime that at least warn them. Shelter, nothing. So that's another war crime committed by...
Wait, it's the fucking IRGC's fault that your allies are bombing Iranians? That is crazy. Wow. Jake. It is not Israel that is at fault, Jake. Not America. It is still very much the fault of Ayatollah Khamenei, Jake. The Israel bombs are good.
The Islamic Republic. The situation is beyond sad, but at the same time, I have to say that people are actually telling me that they had enough and they want the U.S. government to hear their message that do not leave them with a wounded regime. They are sad because it's a war. War is always ugly. It's not clean.
By the way, this reminds me of when Ethan Klein said Hamas is bad because they wouldn't build bomb shelters Israel isn't at fault for blowing up Palestinian civilians. Hamas didn't build bomb shelters that would have blown up just the same.
And people were not the one that asked for this war. This war being imposed by the Islamic Republic to Iranian people because the U.S. gave them many chances, negotiating with them, stop your nuclear activities, a lot of different opportunities for them. They didn't accept that because it's in their DNA. Chaos, mayhem, war. So that's why the people in Iran are worried, but at the same time, they're asking the world to help them to get rid of this regime, not replacing Ali Khamenei with another Khamenei.
Well,
that is not going to guarantee global security.
Well, yeah, I wanted to ask you about that since we last spoke. Iran's Assembly of Experts, that's an 88-member body of senior clerics, they appointed or anointed Mojtaba Khamenei to replace his father as supreme leader. Now, Mojtaba has not appeared in public.
Exactly.
A source tells CNN he suffered a broken foot, bruises, and cuts from the initial attacks. What do ordinary Iranians think of their new supreme leader?
To be honest, nothing. Nothing. Mojtaba is one of the most invisible figure, and I have to say that the most famous slogan in my country is Mojtaba, Bemiri rahbari ro nabini. It means that Mojtaba, you better die before seeing a position as a supreme leader. Yes, he is one of the secretive.
I think the most famous slogan in the country has been, and certainly in this last bombing campaign, Marg bar Amerika, Marg bar Israel, which is not that. That's what I keep hearing, at least.
Figure in Ali Khamenei's house. And so far, it has been 2 days.
Yeah, Margarita Bar America, brother. They love margaritas out there.
They announced him as supreme leader. No pictures of him, no videos of him, no statement. All we know about him is a cardboard cutout. That's it. That's it. No, nothing, no statement from him. And this is kind of like, he is even scared of showing up or he's dead. This is what the people in Iran says. He is hardliner than his father. He is wounded. His father got killed. His sister got killed.
Yeah, by the way, saying death and destruction in their DNA is so funny because you're also Iranian. Like, you're literally Iranian. Like, no one, like, I don't know why people in the diaspora unironically lean into tropes that undermine their own position in the Western world as well. This is, I've seen it for so many years with like all of these fucking former Muslim Islamophobes that told white supremacists everything that they want to hear. You know, listen, as a former Muslim, you know, I escaped the cult of Islam, the Ayaan Hirsi Ali's and all these other fucking people that literally kept leaning into these Islamophobic tropes, not recognizing that tokens inevitably get spent.
His mother got killed and he's bloodthirsty right now. So believe me, he will be the one actually targeting the United States of America with full war because he's now the bloodthirsty in Iran, being supported by the Revolutionary Guards, by Ghalibaf, by Fadai, Taeb, the head of the Revolutionary Guards. These are the hardliners of my country, and they are the ones supporting Mojtaba Khamenei. And believe me, if he is gonna be like the leader, nobody think about removing him, trust me, he will come back, rebuild the Revolutionary Guards to take revenge of its own people, people in the region, and the United States of America.
Masi, we're running out of time, but I do want to ask you, obviously, the Iranian regime is cruel, and the people of Iran deserve a government that better reflects human rights, democracy, and the rest. I wonder how concerned you are about the point at which this war will actually start alienating the Iranian people from the United States and its allies. And I ask because it appears as though the United States was responsible for that missile attack, that accident, apparently, in which all these grade school girls were killed and teachers, other innocent people. Israel hit that fuel depot on Saturday, I believe. Obviously, that caused a lot of air quality issues for the people of Tehran. At what point do you worry about this intervention, this war, alienating the Iranian people from the United States and others?
I have my family there. I have my beloved mother, my brother, my father, all my beloved friends there, living there. I don't have anyone here. So, of course, my heart is aching for my family.
Well, not hard enough, clearly, because, you know, you're leaning into the side of America can do no wrong. I want Kubi Day. Hasanabi, why is this girl on the TV? This lady is one of the major dissidents that CNN and CBS has decided will be doing the propaganda as we continue our death and destruction campaign. On Iran. Sorry. She's been chosen as like the Iranian, Persian, who will say, President Trump, you are doing the best.
When bombs are falling. And that's why I keep asking the United States of America, the Israeli government, that the people of Iran are your allies. And that's why I strongly believe that the strike should be precise and calculated, only targeting the revolutionary guard,
Iranian Ahmed Fuad al-Khatib.
the political leaders.
She's a famous journalist with a long history of anti-regime coverage. Every Iranian knows her. Yes, from what I understand, she used to be like a very well-respected feminist reporter in Iran. And in the last couple of years, she seemingly has gone fucking cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs. I've only known of her existence since this last, I think I've seen her before, but never really paid close attention to it. But she's been making the rounds. She's been making the rounds in this last bombing campaign, justifying it endlessly, celebrating, dancing, going everywhere.
Trump has dragged us into a war the American people do not want. He has put American troops in harm's way. I unequivocally oppose.
Yeah, Iran is our number one enemy. Kamala Harris said that.
This war of choice.
But I have to say, I am tired of seeing some politicians here in America, especially Democrats, making this about their own politics, scoring political points.
Wait, I hate this argument. Like, what do you mean? Why are you on American TV? Why are you begging for American tax dollars to kill your fucking relatives? I don't care. It is now my problem, okay? It's my fucking problem now. It's my money, okay? The fuck do you mean? And you know it too. That's why you're begging. The fuck? What is this argument? Like, oh, this is about the liberty for the Iranians. No, it's not. No, the fuck it's not. Do it on your fucking own then, lady.
Points like Kamala Harris. Suddenly, she kept quiet about the massacre. Suddenly, she found a voice condemning the targeted military strike against the killers. So when ordinary people get massacred, you don't have any problem? Who are you?
Donald Trump has dragged.
Oh, we've also given her money too. We've given her money so that she can fucking, what do you call it? This graph shows trends over time transactions of this recipient. U.S. Agency for Global Media. Wait, what? No, we haven't given her $800,000, right? Oh my God, no. What am I looking at here? That's just total obligations for the agency, right? Like that's not. Oh. What is this fucking government, man?
Basiji militia and those who ordered massacre against people And my heart is broken when I see that civilians paying huge price. But when I talk to my people inside Iran, maybe nobody believed that. But I ask you to talk to every single mother whose children got killed. You know what they say to me? They say that if the regime kill us, they force us to pay money to get the dead body back from the regime. But if we get killed by the bomb, then at least nobody ask us for money. Nobody put us...
Oh, God, this is just not even good propaganda. I'm sorry. Jesus fucking Christ, this is so annoying. Ay, ay, ay. Ay, ay, ay. Okay. Yeah, Rokan has been in the fucking trenches defending your boy. AIPAC came after me. So did Joe Walsh. That was really funny. They're all very frustrated. Anyway. Where was I? Oh, latest from President Trump. When oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. Another perfect vulgar imperialism moment from Donald Trump. Because he's right. The United States is the largest oil producer in the world by far. So when oil prices go up, we make a lot of money. When he says we, though, he's talking about the oil giants. He's talking about the corporations. He's right. The American people are not. Okay? So that's true. He's just saying the quiet part out loud once again. Loud once again. The American people, of course. He means his... His next post will say, rebuilding all the military bases will be great for the economy. Please take a typing class. Okay, calm down. Donald Trump is saying the quiet part out loud once again. When he says we, he doesn't mean the American people, of course. He means his friends who own the oil and gas giants. We're midnight away from full brandization. I think we might be there, dude. Oh, this was also, what do you call it? Ali Larijani posting like King Von. Trump has said we can take apart Iran's electric capacity within 1 hour, but we have not done it. Well, if they do that, the whole region will go dark in less than half an hour, and darkness provides ample opportunity to hunt down U.S. servicemen running for safety. Oh, police steady watching me. Total outside spending in Illinois 9 approaching $9 million as of Wednesday night, with new spending from Elect Chicago Women and Chicago Progressive Partnership Dark Money Super PACs. Here's an updated look at where the spending is. $5 million supporting Fine, couldn't even get to third position. $1.4 million opposing BIS. $1.8 million opposing Abu Ghazaleh. And $1.1 million supporting BIS. There is no outside money, outside spending on Kat Abu Ghazaleh. Another poll came out. Abdul with the highest favorable number in a poll commissioned by an AIPAC aligned group. Buckle up. We're in it to win it. What is this? Candidate favorability. Mallory McMorrow at 50%. Haley Stevens at name ID at 63%. Syed at 62%. That's not good. If his name ID is at 62% and he's still trailing at 23%, that's not a good thing. That means Mallory McMorrow has a higher ceiling. But I don't know how reliable this poll is.
Washington, D.C., here in Doha, Amman, Jordan, Beirut, and in Tehran. But first, though, we have some breaking news to bring you out of Iraq. The French military says 6 of its soldiers have been wounded in a drone attack. That attack happened in the northern region of Erbil. The French troops were taking part in counterterrorism training. And in a separate development, U.S. Central Command says one of its refueling aircrafts has gone down in western Iraq. For more on this, let's go to Asad Beg, who is live for us in Erbil in northern Iraq. Asad, what can you tell us about the French soldiers?
Yes, some very fast-moving events now. So what I can tell you is we understand that there were 2 drones targeting this base in a place called Mahmoura, which is about 60 kilometers southwest of where I am now here in Erbil, in the Kurdish region of northern Iraq. Now, that joint Peshmerga French base, we understand 6 French soldiers have been injured, and we understand that they've been taken to medical facilities nearby. Now, we also understand that it is some factions, Iraqi factions aligned to Iran, that may have launched those drones at that base. Now, this is important because it's the first time we're hearing that foreign soldiers have been injured here in North Iraq, in the Kurdish region. Now, you also mentioned the U.S. Central Command saying that it's aware of a loss of its U.S. KC-135 refueling aircraft. Now, U.S. Central Command says they're launching an operation, rescue efforts are ongoing. Importantly, what U.S. Central Command says that the two aircraft are involved, but it's not as a result of enemy or friendly fire. However, there is a faction, an armed faction within Iraq who claim that the U.S. aircraft was struck by a 359 type missile launched by this Iraqi faction. Now, none of this can be confirmed or verified at this point in time, but this is just to give you an idea of some of the fast-moving events taking place here. For days, we've been saying things have been escalating here in the Kurdish region of Iraq. But to add to that, some of the factions have also issued warnings. Now, they've asked what they call the Kurdish brothers to stay away from a particular hotel here in Erbil, the regional capital of the Kurdish part of northern Iraq. Now, they say that they've warned people to stay away from the Deadman Hotel on 60th Meter Street, they say, and they've told people to evacuate from there. And they've even named or pointed out vehicles that have arrived there. So what's happening is these factions now seem to be widening the scope of their targets. In another statement, they say
it's not just the planes that are getting smoked. As Matthew Petty also points out, the administration is yet to address publicly that we are currently fighting pro-Iran militias all over Iraq again. There are Iraqi Shias that are pro-Iran that are quite literally fucking smoking American bases right now, cooking them up. And not only that, but they cannot even fucking withdraw their troops. From what I understand, the American military is currently incapable of withdrawing their troops from Iraq right now because the air bases are not covered. They're worried that if they tried to withdraw their troops from Iraq, they would have their They would have their planes blown out of the sky as this strato tanker just got hit.
Because of the arrival of a French aircraft carrier in the US Central Command's area and operations and its involvement in operations, they are now announcing, this faction of this Islamic resistance group, umbrella group, which has many factions within it, they're announcing that they will be targeting French interests in the region. So again, it's widening the scope, no longer US bases and assets and Iranian Kurdish opposition groups based here. Now they also say they're going to be targeting French interests.
Right, and Asad Beg, we will check back in with you as we get more information about those incidents we were talking about at the beginning. We appreciate your reporting from Erbil.
It's day 13 of the Iran war. Mines, missiles and boats have been the key players in this phase of the conflict.
Okay, let's oh wow, this one is tasty. Could America actually lose the Iran war? Explain. I'll get back to that, but before I do, I want to talk about the two different shootings that took place. Apparently there was one there was an incident that took place in a synagogue in Michigan. But then there was also a shooting that took place, right? With some ROTC officers. And this is on U.S. soil. Sorry. Does anyone have a link for that? Yeah. The man who rammed his explosive laden truck into a Michigan synagogue today was named Ayman Ghazaleh. According to a source familiar with the situation, Ghazaleh posted photos overnight of his family members, including young children who were killed in a recent Israeli attack on the town of Mashgara, Lebanon. This is a developing story. That's not the actual story, though. That's just an update from Ryan. Yeah. Old Dominion shooting is being investigated as an act of terrorism. FBI director says the shooter opened fire just before 10:49 a.m. at ODU's Constant Hall in Norfolk, Virginia. Wait. Oh, this is the ODU one. This is the other one. The other attack that we're covering right now. The attack on Temple Israel in West Bloomingfield, Michigan is horrifying. My thoughts are with the congregation and all of those who are shaken by this act of anti-Semitic violence. I'm continuing to closely monitor the situation. Out of an abundance of caution, the NYPD will continue to deploy high visibility patrols of Jewish, religious, and cultural institutions across the 5 boroughs. Synagogue was attacked. A man was killed after ramming a vehicle in a Temple Israel outside of Detroit. The FBI agent leading the investigation provided no details about the attacker and his motive. But Ryan Grimm reported that Ryan Grimm, on the other hand, reported that the Michigan truck rammer, a driver rammed a truck into a synagogue outside of Detroit on Thursday, dying after an exchange of gunfire with security guards. The attack raised further alarm at a time of rising anti-Semitism in America. Jennifer Runyon, the special agent in charge of the FBI office in Detroit, described the episode as a targeted act of violence against the Jewish community. She did not disclose anything about the suspect's identity or possible motives. We're going to do ODU as well. Okay, calm down. The driver's cause of death was not immediately clear. We can't say what killed him at this point. Sheriff Michael Bouchard of Oakland County, Michigan, said at a news conference, but security did engage the suspect with gunfire. The sheriff said the suspect drove through the doors of Temple Israel in West Bloomfield Township, Michigan, and down the hall. A fire started inside the building, and the sheriff described watching a video that showed the attacker traveling with purpose through the hallway. One security guard was hit by the vehicle and injured, Sheriff Bouchard said. Officers were wearing gas masks while sweeping the vehicle for explosives, the sheriff said, though it was not immediately clear if it had been found. The 140 students at the synagogue's preschool were unhurt, Temple Israel officials said in a statement, praising the school's teachers and calling the security guards who confronted the terrorist gunmen heroes. The suspected motive of the suspect, according to Ryan Grimm, is, and we don't know if he actually had explosives in his truck, by the way. I don't know why he said that, but But the suspect's motives are possibly due to the fact that his family members, including young children, were killed in a recent Israeli attack in the town of Mashgara, Lebanon. Israel kills civilians with impunity overseas, says they're doing this for Judaism, blowback against random Jewish children in a fucking kindergarten inside of a synagogue. Luckily, leads to no actual, no casualties for on the side of the children that were there. It's unfucking believable. The FBI did a practice test for violent threats at this exact synagogue 8 weeks ago. I don't think this is a false flag, chatter. It doesn't. There are certain incidents that don't pass my smell test, and I tell you, I don't think this is a false flag style situation. I think this is a blowback situation. It's someone seeking out revenge, someone frustrated and angry. Israel's wanton killing of civilians in synagogues like this one that openly support Israel despite his behavior make Jews less safe by motivating acts of hate. Like, the synagogue support for Israel is fucking irrelevant, dude. Come on. It's utterly irrelevant. I mean, I understand that it like also plays a role in the way that people perceive Jews in America for having responsibility over Israel's violence. Is it? Yes. Yes, because there is no justification for fucking trying to go into a synagogue and murdering kids. What are we talking about? There is none. Okay? This is not like an anti-Zionist act. This is someone who lost their fucking minds when their immediate relatives were slaughtered by the state of Israel that carries the banner of Judaism. The issue here is the false conflation between Zionism and Judaism that many of these Jewish institutions openly fucking declare without recognizing what kind of damage that they're doing. This is what I actively try to push back against. What is this? Oh my God, AIPAC is coming after Mehdi as well. Aaron Regenberg says, this is a heartbreaking attack, and it does make me fear for the world my Jewish sons will grow up in. If a significant portion of Americans metabolize their legitimate anger towards the government of Israel and the resentment against Jews as a whole, that is genuinely a more perilous state of affairs than Jews in this country have faced in generations, which is why it's so dangerous that mainline Jewish organizations have spent years insisting unequivocally that Israel and Jews should be, in fact, conflated. It's the same rhetoric Nick Fuentes uses, but it's arguably even more dangerous when it comes from the ADL's Jonathan Greenblatt. The logic of Zionism rests heavily on the claim that Jewish safety necessitates a Jewish state. It is largely this desire to protect our people, whom history has proven need protection, that has led so many national and local Jewish institutions to continue backing the Israeli regime through apartheid and genocide and more. But this approach is self-defeating. Tying the honor and reputation of our people to the rogue government of an ethno-state is not making us safer. On the contrary, it's making American Jews more vulnerable to the kind of anti-Semitic mass politics that we haven't had to worry about in this country for a long time. That's what my Jewish sons have to look forward to. And it's not going to change until our mainline Jewish institutions start owning up to the danger they've created for all of us and start demonstrating through their words and deeds that Israel does not, in fact, equal the Jews. This is correct. And this is not a fucking woe is me Jewish exceptionalism argument. Okay? This is not that. This is serious. And it will happen. It will continue happening. It's devastating that so many Jewish institutions in this country openly fucking carry the banner of Israel's violence as though it's something to cherish, as though it's something to identify with, as though it's something to defend. Yes, because a synagogue is not Israel. It's extremely important we separate the actions of a foreign government from an American synagogue or any synagogue. Like, that synagogue hosting recruitment events for the IDF doesn't change that dynamic at all. You're talking about a bunch of children going to school. You know what I mean? It's like a fucking kindergarten. Oh, this guy's fucking crying. Fuck this guy. Yes, of course. Of course, the major reason for this is because not only does Israel get to destroy lives and kill people, okay, with impunity, but then it does so by tying itself to Judaism. And then a lot of Jewish institutions, including synagogues, including Jewish advocacy organizations, also lean into that narrative. They teach Americans that this is the thing that Jews care about. For years and years, all of these institutions have taught Americans that Jews actually do have dual loyalty to the state of Israel. Ironically enough, anytime they talk about Israel like this, they don't realize that they're telling random Americans who haven't been indoctrinated since birth to learn about the necessity of the Israeli state, that haven't been indoctrinated with Zionism, that this is the thing that Jews care about first and foremost, and the only thing that Jews care about in America. They do worse shit, lol. Islam always. Allah does the non-believers. Oh, you know, just like Islam. They do worse shit, lol. Fuck Islam. This guy is such a fucking... This guy is directly cattle. Okay? This is also the double standard. Okay? I can spend a good deal of time talking about anti-Semitism in this chat. Okay? But let's be fucking real. This is the reason why I say that as far as systemic discrimination goes, there's no comparison. Islamophobia is totally normalized. Okay? It's totally normalized. Now, anti-Semitism is getting there, but it's nowhere near the same, right? The greatest example of this is you can have a congressperson like Andy Ogles or Randy Fine come out and be like, fuck every Muslim in this country. They all have to be killed or whatever. And no one will bat an eye. There will be no censures. But if someone were to say that about Jews, of course, their career would be fucking over, right? Both of these statements are completely unacceptable, except one is accepted by institutions. 15 years out from Iraq, eat my balls. Do you even have your balls remaining, or did a fucking IED explode them for you, dumbass? Shut the fuck up. Talking about Islam. You are an infinitely bigger terrorist than any random Muslim ever could be, dumbass. Shut your bitch ass up. Go enjoy your fucking PTSD, asshole. Fuck you. Imagine having the audacity to fucking be like, yeah, I went to Iraq, and it's actually Islam that's the biggest danger. You're the danger, idiot. You're a danger to your family. And a danger to yourself. Douchebag. Law, that's getting clipped, Lamont. I don't give a fuck, dude. Shut the fuck up. If you go to Iraq and you learn that lesson, you realize that that was wrong, you're welcome here. You come back from Iraq and you fucking talk about how this was actually awesome and I fucking hate Islam. Then fuck you. You didn't learn anything. You're goddamn cattle. You're sending other people like you to be in a similar fucking predicament to yourself. Whatever, bitch. I'll start fucking live streaming on YouTube tomorrow. Suck my dick. No, you're getting clipped. By who? The people that have been literally begging for American sons and daughters to go and fucking die in Iran for the last 2 weeks? By people who keep going, yeah, based. No, we got to give more money to Israel. Those people who are going to fucking turn around and then now act as though they give a shit about veterans. The same people like Asmongold who fucking celebrated when that Navy SEAL with his uniform had his fucking arm broken. Really? That's what we're doing? If Twitch can apply this fucking double standard when one veteran is getting their fucking arm broken by an American congressperson for opposing America waging Israel's wars, when Twitch doesn't fucking ban Asmongold for laughing at that and saying, yeah, based, and that he deserved it, when Twitch literally doesn't say a single damn thing about that, but then turns around and tries to ban me for this shit, fuck this platform. I will never fucking come back here. Y'all are a bunch of dumb fucking bitches too for being like, oh, you're gonna get clipped. Dumb motherfucker doesn't even realize his own lived experiences should have taught him a very valuable lesson. Disgusting. We have to sit here and eat gross, disgusting nonsense on a daily fucking basis. To sit through maximum amounts of fucking unrestrained Islamophobia day in, fucking day out from elected representatives, from members of this administration. And then those very same animals have the audacity to turn around and be like, my feelings, I'm misunderstanding what this person is saying, and now I'm mad. Anyway, there's another fucking situation in Old Dominion as well. Terror suspect in deadly Old Dominion shooting in Virginia was subdued by students, officials say.
Breaking news right now out of Norfolk, Virginia. The ATF now says there was a shooting incident at Old Dominion University there. Let's go live to our senior national correspondent, Ryan Young. What are you learning, Ryan?
Yeah, Wolf, we're still learning information about this shooting that happened on campus. We do know there was an alert sent out to students to tell them to hide, to run, to shelter in place as well. But we learned shortly before 10:49, a gunman entered Constant Hall, opened fire. 2 people were injured. Old Dominion University police and Norfolk police all responded. The gunman is now deceased, we're told, and an injured person was transported to a local hospital. So the university has also canceled classes at this point. We've been watching and monitoring video, as you can see, sort of a chaotic scene as the officers maintain a perimeter here. But we've also gotten sound recently from one of our affiliates of students on campus during after this shooting. Take a listen to what we've heard from them.
I just left class in Constant Hall, and then I walked over to Web Center to read my book and get a coffee. And as I was sitting, probably about 30 or so people ran into the front door of Web Center, screaming shooter and gun. So by that time, everybody that was in that center just left straight out the front door, and we ran down the road.
What was going through your head?
Oh, go ahead, keep talking.
What was going through your head when you heard people scream shooter and when you saw people start running?
To leave, just to leave. My heart dropped. I didn't really know what was going on. I just know I had to leave immediately. So, and it was pretty scary at that point because I didn't know really what was going on or how close, the threat was. So it was terrifying. I just knew I had to leave from the direction everybody was running.
Yeah, Wolf, listening to that.
This guy was convicted of trying to provide material support to ISIS, so he was insane, mentally ill, obviously. He's insanely mentally ill, obviously. Yeah, that makes sense.
Sound, we now know that student had left that area, Constant Hall, where that shooting took place around 10:49. We've also learned that shooter is now deceased. We can tell by the posture of law enforcement in the area that they don't believe there's a threat still ongoing there. But as you know, usually after these incidents, they do a sweep through the area, especially with kids who may have been locked themselves down in some of those classrooms or some of those other areas throughout the campus. We've seen these sort of scenes play out across campuses across the country, but we now know at least one other person injured, the shooter deceased. This is all taking place around 10:49 a.m. 2 or 3 different law enforcement agencies all responding to the scene at Old Dominion. That's the Norfolk area. There's about 23,000 students that attend this university, but you understand the large presence of officers as they try to figure out exactly what happened this morning. They should be able to go through the surveillance video of the area and see how this played out. But this is still early on in this investigation. Once again, shooter deceased, one person at least transported to the hospital, trying to figure out if there are any more, as we call the local hospitals and the police departments, to figure out what the next steps are.
CBS Evening News with Tony Doublecirk. A 36-year-old gunman who killed one person and wounded 2 others at Virginia University campus on Thursday had previously been in prison for trying to support ISIS. That's crazy. How the fuck? Like, what does that even, what does that even mean? I need to know more information about this.
At Old Dominion University's campus just before 11 a.m.
It was just fight or flight, so I grabbed everything I could and just ran. Just ran straight out the back door.
The gunman, Mohammed Jallo, entered an ROTC training class, killing the instructor.
A report from NBC News indicates the identity of the shooter from this morning's incident at Old Dominion University is 36-year-old Mohammed Jallo. Jallo was a native of Sierra Leone who joined the U.S. Army National Guard in 2009. In 2016, he was arrested and convicted on federal charges in attempting to provide material support to ISIS and released from federal custody in 2024. Okay, this seems a little bit more sus, I'll be honest. The gunman who killed one person and injured 2 more at Old Dominion University was previously convicted of attempting to help ISIS. The shooter at Virginia College campus was 36-year-old Mohammed Baylor Jallo. A law enforcement official told USA Today local law enforcement officials determined he died on the scene. Court records show Jallo, a former member of the Army National Guard, pleaded guilty in 2016 to attempting to provide material support to ISIS. Prosecutors argued at the time, after being sentenced to 11 years behind bars, prosecutors argued at the time that a 20-year prison sentence for Jallo would be appropriate. They wrote in a court filing about his potential sentence that he attempted to help ISIS in a host of ways, including providing the group with funds and trying to organize weapons and personnel. Prosecutors also wrote in that filing that Jallo suggested to an FBI source that Ramadan, a holy month of the Islamic calendar, was a good time to conduct an attack. The attack at Old Dominion University took place during Ramadan. A defense lawyer told lawyer for Jallo recommended a sentence for 6.5 years, describing his actions as a dalliance with ISIS that arose from a shallow commitment to the cause and at the behest of older or more forceful Muslim men. Jallo, a naturalized U.S. citizen originally from Sierra Leone, had enlisted in the Virginia Army National Guard when he was 19 out of a patriotic desire to give back to his adopted country. He received an honorable discharge when his 6-year commitment ended, the defense lawyer wrote. Okay, it's either a significant mental illness or just straight up CIA. And I'm leaning towards, it could be both, you know? Dude, they're going to say Sleepy Joe, let him walk. Yeah. This seems a little bit crazy. Jallow had been convicted of providing material support for terrorism after being in contact with ISIL and at least one FBI informant. Yeah. He was not in contact with ISIS. He was in contact with the FBI. Okay? Let's see what they had done. Jallow pleaded guilty on October 27, 2016, according to court documents. In March 2016, a now deceased member of ISIL who was located overseas brokered an introduction between Jallow and an individual in the U.S. who was actually an FBI confidential human source. The ISIL member was actively plotting an attack in the U.S. and believed the attack would be carried out with the assistance of Jallow and the CHS. Jallow met with the CHS on 2 occasions and told the CHS he was a former member of the Virginia Army National Guard, but he had decided not to re-enlist after listening to online lectures by Anwar al-Awlaki, a deceased leader of the Al-Qaeda in the Arabian Peninsula. Jallow had recently taken a 6-month trip to Africa where he had met with ISIL members in Nigeria and began communicating online with the ISIL member who later brokered his introduction to the CHS. During their meeting, Jallow also told CHS he thought about conducting an attack all the time and that he was close to doing so at one point. Jallow claimed to know how to shoot guns and praised the gunman who killed 5 U.S. military members in a terrorist attack in Chattanooga, Tennessee in July 2015. Jallow also stated he had been thinking about conducting an attack similar to the terrorist attack in Fort Hood, Texas in November 2009, which killed 13 people and wounded 32 others. According to the statement of facts filed with the plea agreement during the May 2016 meeting, Jallow asked the CHS about the timeline for an operation and commented that it was better to plan an attack operation for the month of Ramadan and stated that such operations are 100% the right thing. Jallow also asked if the CHS could assist him in providing a donation to ISIL. Ultimately, Jallow provided a prepaid cash transfer of $500 to a contact of the CHS that Jallow believed was a member of ISIL, but who was in fact an undercover FBI employee, of course. I mean, every point of contact for this guy was the FBI. Every point of contact. This is how it always goes. Okay. Also, if you really want to support ISIS, just join the CIA. Like, cut out the middleman, because there is no way to support ISIS as an American citizen. Okay, unless you are a member of the CIA, in which case you can directly offer material support as a part of the fucking State Department. You know what I mean? Go do some psyops in Africa like Tulsi Gabbard. That's it. Like, that literally life hack if you're so desperate. CIA is ISIS for white people? No, CIA is just ISIS. Off topic, CBS Chicago covered your collab with Brandon Johnson and Jam podcast. All right, well, that's so funny. Dude, this is like small town stuff. You know what I mean? Like, they act like I went to Twyla, you know? Like, this is like big news for local news if I was in like fucking, Twyla or something. Yeah. Terre Haute, Indiana. It's fucking Chicago, man. I don't understand.
Has been making the rounds on some different podcasts, but this weekend he brought the podcasters to the West Side. The Jam Podcast is a group of friends from Chicago who talk about politics and culture. Hasan Piker is a left-wing political commentator who is popular on the streaming platform Twitch. Mayor Johnson has appeared on both of their shows, and in return, he walked with them down the Soul City corridor in Austin. And while talking about a variety of topics like the legacy of the late Reverend Jesse Jackson, the most popular question was saved for last.
That you can stop the Chicago Bears from going to Hammond.
Oh yeah, that's a major question.
Oh,
so
my
this is
God.
what I love, man, about our movement. It's like we want to make sure there's health care for all and Bears games on the lakefront and everything else in between. Listen, I have not given up on that yet, man. There's still no better place in the country, in the state of Illinois, where the Bears have played than the lakefront.
Mayor Johnson also told Piker that he has been in contact with newly elected mayor of New York, Zohran Mamdani. He said that they are working on forming a mayor's coalition to fight back against federal overreach. We asked a political science expert if Mayor Johnson appearing on these shows is an effective strategy to reach some younger voters.
Makes sense that politicians today, if they want to engage with youth, they have to go where the youth are. And whatever shows and whatever podcasts attract this demographic, that's where you go.
The professor also said that young people largely do not see themselves reflected in the traditional leadership of other political parties and in general are just less politically involved.
Bro, you're too fucking tall. There's a lot of useless space above other people. Why are you like this, Ben Sumney? Yeah, it's good. It's much better than the last time I got coverage in Chicago local media where they said I was an imperialist Marxist as opposed to an anti-imperialist Marxist. Also, what's really funny about this is when people go, dude, the youth, this is one of the oldest communities. Dog, in terms of political communities, this is objectively still, by and large, the youngest community out there. You understand that, right? The average age of, like, the target demographic for political news and commentary in this country is 65. Okay? 65 and above. This is literally the youngest. And I know for a fact, even on YouTube, I know for a fact this is the youngest community for politics, news and politics in general. What is this? False flag summer. We've had hot girl summer, white boy summer, performative male summer. What's the next summer going to be? Yeah. Probably. I saw the news story about like weapons or drones being stolen from a fucking military facility the day after LA Times or whatever wrote that report, or CBS wrote that report about there possibly being a drone attack in Los Angeles by Iran. Great stuff. Yeah, U.S. Army was forced to admit that the supposed drone thieves at Fort Campbell had authorized access to military installation and the building. Inside job. Ain't no fucking way, dude. Where will those drones show up? Come on. Feds, let's not do this. Let's not kill random innocent civilians in an effort to whip up support for an unjustifiable and very unpopular war. Please just save everybody the fucking time and save people the dignity, save people's lives. Just fucking be like, oh, we found them. Please. Come on, between you and I, feds. Okay, to all the federal law enforcement, to all the members of federal law enforcement that are watching right now, this is not for anybody else. This is just for you. Okay, between you and I, everyone else is tuning out right now. Listen, we all know what you are trying to do. Okay, we all know what you're trying to do here. The war with Iran is very unpopular. Everybody knows it's being done at the behest of Israel. Nobody fucking wants it. Just please don't kill a bunch of innocent civilians and do a false flag and be like, oh my God, I can't believe Iran used these American drones that were stolen from an American military installation suspiciously by people who had inside access to the American military base that these drones were stolen from. Like, let's not do this. Let's not do this at all. Okay? Because the reality is, not only is this heinous, but also, I beg of you, okay? Not only is this a heinous act, but it's not going to be successful because nobody fucking trusts mainstream news. Nobody, and I mean nobody, will believe it. Okay, everyone's going to say it's Israel. If anything, it's going to go against your interests. It's probably going to make the war less popular. Okay, so please don't do this. Spare everybody the dignity. Spare the lives that you might take out. Everyone's going to say it's Israel. Candace Owens is going to come out and say this is Israel, and then no one is going to believe whatever fucking dumb fuck narrative you try to create. Like, oh, this drone was wearing a I am Allah's servant hoodie. They wrote on this drone, I hate ICE, and also I hate Donald Trump, and also I hate Israel, and I love the IRGC. It's not going to work, okay? You guys are already so fucking incompetent. Please just don't do that. Just come on. Just cut it out. Before you try some shit, just cut it out. Oh. It's not worth it. It's not worth it. It's just not going to work. I don't think anyone will trust the government and whatever the official narrative that you are trying to put together. Let's not do it. You got to call them Habibi. They will listen. I don't think they will. All right, let's get the Channel 4's assessment. Back to monitoring the situation.
Is America actually losing the war, or could it? How is Iran able?
What the fuck? Channel 4 has like a YouTuber now with maps. This is Channel 4 Johnny Harris. The number of Iranian missile launches has held steady after a week of unrelenting airstrikes, according to Israeli and Western estimates. Oh, what the fuck?
To do this? When President Trump says they've been bombed into submission.
We've knocked out their Navy, their military in all forms. We've knocked out just about everything there is, including their leadership.
But the Iranians are still launching attacks, setting ships on fire, and drone bombing oil facilities.
You can be very damaged and have a bloody nose, but still be capable of being a big nuisance.
So, could Iran actually win this war? Could its cheap drones make it too expensive for America and Israel to fight? The US talks about what victory means, but what does defeat look like? Here's the breakdown with Tyler Anderson.
America is relentlessly bombarding Iran, hitting 5,500 Iranian targets since the war broke out.
They had thousands of missiles, 8,000 missiles. We got many of them before they got to launch. They have drones all over the place. We got many now. We're knocking out the drone plants, as you know. They started talking about mines, so we hit 28 mine ships as of this moment.
But Trump's intense military action comes at a cost. The Pentagon estimates that the first 6 days of the war have already cost the US $11.3 billion. Despite this massive outlay, Iran is still fighting back for a fraction of the cost. They're using drones in the air and the sea. They're cheap and easy to build, and they explode when they hit their targets. And while they can be taken out, they're 10 times more expensive to stop than they are to make. That gives Iran an advantage: time. The longer the war goes on, the more their opponents have to spend to keep themselves safe. At least 150 US troops have been wounded in the war so far, and Iran has successfully strangled the global oil supply by striking ships in the Strait of Hormuz, burning the fuel that the rest of the world needs.
Turkey update. Reports of air raid sirens followed by possible explosions at Incirlik Air Base located near Adana, Turkey. This is the American air base. But I only hear air raid sirens. I don't see explosions. Maybe they are trying to fucking...
They're now threatening to double
base.
the price of oil. So the US will have to decide how much money it's willing to lose to keep fighting this war.
Thanks, Tyler. One of the most surreal things about this war is...
How the fuck do you endure listening to this moron 9/7, 365? No wonder you can't wait for these dumbass cult loyals to get owned even slightly at Hasanabi. Who is the moron you're talking about that I endure listening to?
how it's been talked about. Take a look at this video that was posted by the official White House account.
Oh my God, this shit was so fucking stupid.
Here comes the heat from the USA. Boom! Pins down. What a strike. Who do you think you are?
That's the actual American government posting that. And right at the same time that they appear to be joking about how much they've destroyed. As we speak, though, Iran is blowing up ships and oil refineries across the region. So what's going on? Let's bring in someone who knows more about modern warfare than nearly anyone. Journalist Shashank Joshi, defense editor at The Economist magazine. The Trump administration is sort of saying that it's taken out all Iranian capacity to fire missiles and everything. Is that really true?
Well, I think you've got to consider three things. One is having the ability to make missiles. The other one is having the missiles themselves. And the third one is being able to fire them. And I think it's true that in these airstrikes by America in Israel over the past 2 weeks, they've done significant damage to all three of those things, to the capacity to make missiles, to the stockpiles, and to the ability to get those launchers out there in the open and to fire them before you're detected and bombed by an American or Israeli plane above you. They've lost probably the Iranians half their launchers, so a huge loss for the Iranians, significant numbers of missiles, probably in the thousands. However, it is still true, though, the Iranians are getting drones away, and we've seen that continuing to fire against the Gulf Arab states. I've seen videos of a drone hitting a building in Dubai in the last 24 hours. And it's also true that the Iranians are probably holding back some of their missiles, thinking we're not going to fire these now because we can't, but we'll keep them in reserve so that we can keep up this occasional firing for perhaps another couple of weeks if the war goes on. So it is basically not true that Iran's missile capacity has been destroyed. There is still some left.
If you just listen to Donald Trump, you would think that Iran had been totally pulverized. If you just watch the White House, these bombastic videos they put out, that's what you'd think. Is that the reality?
I think it is true that Iran has been pummeled really, really badly. They've obviously lost their supreme leader. They've lost their head of their defense ministry, their Revolutionary Guards, which is like their special elite military force. And they have seen massive bombing across missile sites, nuclear sites, against Revolutionary Guard bases, police bases, intelligence bases, and on and on and on. But fundamentally, the regime is still standing. It's still there. You still have a new supreme leader who's in place, the son of the last one. He's called Mojtaba Khamenei. You've got a Revolutionary Guard that's still in place. They are still capable, ultimately, of making life difficult for their neighbors. In particular, disrupting the flow of oil.
Even this is called no shot, half the launchers are gone. Yeah. This reminds me of like when the American government's assessments are like, oh, we've destroyed the fucking Iranian naval fleet.
Out of the Persian Gulf, out of a choke point that they control called the Strait of Hormuz, in having that minimal capability to keep causing chaos, they can cause global economic turmoil despite all the damage that's been done to their military capabilities. And for now, that's enough to give them quite a bit of leverage.
So America has the firepower, but Iran can set fires still all across the region and really choke global trade.
That's right. I mean, you can be a very weak actor, you can be very damaged and have a bloody nose, but still be capable of being a big nuisance, an extreme nuisance to the world economy. And if you want another example of this, we could look back perhaps a year or two to the Houthis, who were a rebel group based in Yemen, supported by Iran, and they were really not a very advanced group. They were a rebel group. They controlled lots of Yemen. They were not very sophisticated, but they were able to fire missiles at shipping through the Red Sea that caused effectively a
first French casualty. France's Macron chief warrant officer Arnaud Friand died for France during an attack in Erbil, in the Erbil region of Iraq. By the way, if you're wondering why the Islamophobia has been tuned up to 11 by our elected representatives, especially those on the right. And even, liberal commentators attacking Zoran, attacking anyone who is, Muslim, and saying that they're ISIS and also a member of the IRGC. Understand that is because anytime Israel's approval ratings worsen in the United States of America, they will do this, okay? And it's not like this is just it. They have one fucking move. Every time people are like, bro, why the fuck are we at war with Iran for Israel? This is bullshit. Every single Zionist will in unison turn around and fucking talk about Islam. It's not just Randy Fine, by the way. I said you should fear carbs of Islam, you sweaty animal. I've studied Islamophobia for more than 15 years, and I've never seen it as explicit, unchecked, and out in the open as it is today on this platform. Disgusting stuff. Tuberville should be censured and run out of town. Yeah, Coach Tommy Tuberville, Senator Tuberville, the enemy is inside the gates. You got Randy Fine, that pig fucker, losing his mind. There's Andy Ogles. There's another one I just saw on my timeline earlier. Representative Mark Harris says Sharia law is not compatible with Western civilization. Jake Tapper's been going crazy as well. You will hear from those who absolutely fucking love Israel, okay? Every time you hear someone talk about how Islam is what the fuck is this? Yeah. Every time you hear from an elected representative of this like unlimited Islamophobia, just read that as I love Israel, am Israel high, and you're all little piggies that will go along with my immediate distraction.
Your
What is this?
Your colleague there had a statement earlier this week where he says Muslims don't belong in American society. Pluralism is a lie. You yourself have said if they force us to choose, the choice between dogs and Muslims is not a difficult one. Do you support what Congressman Ogles is saying there?
Well, I would probably have put the word many in front of that statement. I mean, I think as you see, I think Muslims who throw bombs at Americans, Muslims who shoot Americans.
Oh, if you just say many, then
as we saw in Austin, Texas, Muslims who call for the death of Jews, I don't think they belong in America. But I don't believe in absolute statements. Not all Muslims are terrorists, although many are. And in the same way, we should not declare that all Muslims are terrorists. We should not also declare that all Muslims are peaceful, because they are not. So my comment that you referenced, I think you took it out of context. One of Mondani's advisors had said she wanted to ban dogs as pets in New York.
She was not. It's Nerween, and she's not fucking an advisor to Zohran Mamdani, and she was joking. You racist animal. You fucking Nazi. You Nazi pig.
Because Muslims think dogs are dirty and unholy. And so my comment was very simple. If Mondani and his Muslim advisors are going to say, we can't have dogs in order to live here, then I believe I choose my dog, they can leave. And I stand by that statement.
Well, I certainly appreciate you clearing that.
Now, if I made the exact statement about Jewish people, it wouldn't be anti-Semitic, right? Of course it would be. What is this? Care to explain? I can't. Yeah, this is Scott Wiener's legislation signed by Gavin Newsom that criminalizes any criticism of the state of Israel or open support of Palestinians at all. The state is suing schools over pro-Palestinian student walkout, a Free Palestine poster, an anti-racist event, etc. Scott Wiener may be calling it a genocide now because he's running for Congress, and Gavin Newsom may be calling it an apartheid now because he's running for president, but they've both already done the damage they wanted. Just so you understand. Yeah, AB 715. I'm skeptical of any and all violent events, threats taking place right now in the U.S. We've had a sudden rise in high-profile Muslim-led violence since the war in Iran started. Really? That said, I cannot begin to fathom all the rage that envelops someone watching your government and a foreign government ally to exterminate your people, your family. What a tragedy this is all around. The majority of Jewish institutions in this country continue to be platforms for Israel, whether holding IDF recruitment events or selling stolen Palestinian land or just pushing pro-genocide propaganda that dehumanizes Palestinians, Arabs, and Muslims. Dehumanization that leads to the killing of entire families and babies. So long as Jewish institutions in this country align themselves with the genocidal actions of a state that claims the primacy in Jewish identity, so long as these institutions uphold that primacy, there is nothing that will separate them from the actions of that state. The onus cannot be on the victims of that dehumanization and violence to do that. I mean, this is also true. Yes, this is what I've been urging over and over again. Like, it was ridiculous to demand Muslims disavow ISIS because Muslims were already disavowing ISIS. It was actually the media that was tying Muslims to ISIS, right? ISIS's primary targets were other Muslims, always. ISIS has always ended up fighting America and Israel's war somehow. I don't know why, okay? Do with that information what you will. And in spite of all of the Muslims that were like, fuck ISIS, what the fuck are you talking about? We hate this shit. ISIS is killing our family members back home. The media was the one who was saying ISIS is tied to Islam. It's the truest version of Islam. All Muslims love ISIS. There is a difference here. I say this as someone who has experienced a lot of Islamophobia living in the United States of America. I warned about this at my Oxford speech. Okay? I warned about this in my Oxford speech as well. Jewish institutions in this country do not realize that most people look at Israel like they look at ISIS now. Okay? Majority of Americans do not have a favorable opinion of Israel. They don't, I mean, maybe they don't have as disfavorable an opinion of Israel as ISIS, but many of them are not fond of, weren't you white like 6 months ago? I'm still white, you fucking moron, you fucking baboon, you donkey-brained idiot. I'm still fucking white. Look at me. Do I not look white to you? Do I look like a non-white person? Have you ever encountered an Albanian in your life, for example? I am white. I say that I'm white. In the eyes of people who call me a fucking terrorist, Islamist fundamentalist, I'm not white. I'm a Muslim terrorist. Okay? I don't know why some of you fucking dickheads find this to be like this spectacular own. I am white. I say that I'm white, but a lot of other white supremacists seemingly don't consider me to be white. You probably might even be one of those people. Anyway. As I was saying, they say that you pick and choose when you want to be white and non-white. It's because they're fucking stupid. Oğlum. Video which appears to show an unknown ballistic missile in the sky over NATO's Incirlik base in Turkey, following reports of air raid sirens and explosions heard earlier in several towns surrounding Incirlik. In any case, That's an XQC-Sam argument. He's been calling you a chameleon because he's mentally stupid. No, it's because he heard that from his favorite pedophile. He just repeats and regurgitates whatever he hears from his favorite fucking CSAM procurer, CSAM enjoyer. That's what it is. Anyway. As I was saying, before I got rudely interrupted by a chatter that wanted to bust out the fucking calipers for some reason. The fuck was I talking about? Oh. For many Americans, Israel is no longer a favorable nation state. For many Americans, they don't like Israel. They don't like what Israel is doing. They don't like what Israel is doing as far as both to the Palestinians over there, which is something they can overlook because many Americans are, somewhat selfish. But they certainly don't like what Israel is doing to them. They don't like that our tax dollars are going to Israel. Okay? And they certainly don't like that Israel and envoys of Israel are incredibly fucking arrogant and constantly demanding more tax dollars, more weapons, constantly bringing America into entanglements that many Americans don't want. And on top of that, demanding censorship in the United States of America. So for many Americans, people do not like Israel. They don't fuck with Israel. So all these Jewish institutions that are like, oh, dude, what the fuck are you talking about? You can't say Israel's an apartheid state. That's anti-Semitic. That doesn't read as a statement for the average American as one that like caused them to back away. It causes them to think, okay, I guess all Jews care about is fucking Israel. I guess all they have is dual loyalty. That's it. So yes, unlike Muslims consistently disavowing ISIS, which they fucking do, obviously, there is a necessity of Jewish institutions to be at the fucking forefront of this conversation, trying to shred its ties to the nation state of Israel. What will it fucking take? Hasan, I don't think most Americans are not invested in Israel. What do you mean by this? I don't know if that's fully true, Hasan. You are fucking delusional if you think that Americans have a favorable opinion of Israel. Democratic favorability is at 33%. Independents at 41%. Even fucking Republicans can only get those numbers up to 69%. And Republicans are fucking cattle. Even the cattle are at 69% favorability. The motherfucking American president came out and said, I'm waging this war for Israel. Then Marco Rubio, the Secretary of State, came out right after that and said, we're doing this for Israel. Okay? And those numbers are still incredibly high for the metric ton of destabilization that Israel is committed to. There are still people going, it's past time to address the fact that a central driver of anti-Semitic hysteria and violence in our country are fringe tokenized Jews who spread Jewish fascism, Nazism narratives to support their ideological fetishes. Maybe they don't know, maybe they don't care. David Klein says, or maybe, just maybe, is that Israel, by its own admission, killed at least 70,000 people in Gaza, and some of us find that morally troubling. It's insane. It's actually the Jews that come out and say Israel has nothing to do with Judaism. Those are the Jews that are trying to combat anti-Semitism. It's ridiculous. But unfortunately, there are a lot of Jewish Zionists who will just be like, I'm Jewish, I'm a Zionist. Israel is the most consequential thing on the fucking planet. They just come out and do this shit. And of course, for a lot of people who don't have a favorable opinion of Israel, which again, remember, The plurality in this country no longer holds a favorable opinion of Israel, okay? For the plurality of people that are polled on this stuff, they look at that and go, what the fuck? What the fuck are you saying? Okay, I guess you do control the media. I guess you do control all these powerful institutions, and you do use these powerful institutions to do the bidding of Jews, which happens to be Israel. That's what you've taught me. That's the way they approach it. Israel can't win Americans over anymore, so its defenders have decided to disparage Muslims instead, and it seems to be working so far. I said this in October 27, 2025. There it is. Completely ridiculous. Anyway, let's get back to this
blockage in the Red Sea, and despite weeks of bombing by the United States, they were still able to keep firing these missiles occasionally. I think the important thing to remember here is, if you're Iran, you don't need to destroy every ship coming through the Strait of Hormuz. You just need to destroy one to make it prohibitively risky for all the others to say, hang on a minute, I'm not going to go through that route. And so you can get a lot done with very, very minimal firepower. That's the lesson, I think.
So is it that Donald Trump didn't know that Iran could do this in the Strait of Hormuz, or that he did know and didn't think it would happen, or they didn't have a plan?
Well, we can never quite peer into the mind of the US president. He changes his minds a lot. He's very unpredictable. He says one thing at breakfast and another thing by lunchtime. So I can't say for sure, but my suspicion is he thought that he would be able to pummel Iran so badly that by this point, perhaps they would have done a deal. Perhaps they would have been paralyzed. I don't think he necessarily factored in that if Iran felt its back was to the wall, that they had no other choice, they were cornered, that they would take the rest of the region down with them. They would try to destroy oil refineries and production plants and export plants and gas facilities across the Persian Gulf. And I think that they had little left to lose. If you're going to be toppled anyway, why not try to do all you can to say, I will take you down with me? I think that's what we're seeing with Iran. And America, its inability at least to plan for that, for example, by not having enough mine-sweeping ships in the region ready to take off these mines that Iran has said it has laid. I think that does speak to some very, very poor military planning and very poor political preparation from the Trump administration. But of course, anyone who knows anything about the Trump administration knows that we don't normally associate the words careful planning and real thoughtfulness with these people.
America has got bogged down in wars before, hasn't it? Vietnam, Iraq. Just explain how there might be some parallels with those conflicts.
Well, America's fought, of course, many wars in its history, and in the last 40 years, it's had some associated with long, protracted military campaigns from which it has struggled to get decisive results and has had to stay there for years without achieving much. And of course, Vietnam, the US invasion of Vietnam in the 1960s is the paradigmatic case of that, eventually leaving and the North Vietnamese rebels, the Viet Cong, taking over the country in humiliating fashion for the United States as they were airlifting their people off the top of the embassy with helicopters. And then, of course, Iraq and Afghanistan, the invasion of Iraq in 2003 to topple Saddam Hussein, the invasion of Afghanistan 2 years before that to topple the Taliban, who were sheltering Al-Qaeda, a terrorist group that conducted the terrorist attacks of 9/11 against New York and Washington. And both of those were very successful military campaigns at the outset, toppling those groups. But America ended up then placing hundreds of thousands of forces on the ground to stabilize those countries. Eventually, of course, leaving Afghanistan again in humiliating fashion in 2021 when the Taliban took over Kabul again. Now, what the Trump administration says is this is not like Iraq or Vietnam because we are not going to be nation building. We're not trying to build these societies up into democracies. We're not trying to put boots on the ground to stabilize them and stay there for 10 years. This is a limited campaign. And I think that's true. It's not as sprawling and open-ended as Iraq or Vietnam, but it has some similarity in that it is a campaign that is perhaps going on for longer than the Trump administration would want and doesn't necessarily meet all its objectives in the sense of toppling the Iranian regime, completely eradicating its nuclear program. That what we're learning is military power does not solve all your political problems.
Is the other parallel this idea of asymmetrical warfare, in that, you might have all the technology and all the firepower, but we can fight back in ways you didn't expect?
Right. I think missiles have been a big part of this, which are missiles that Iran is firing, wouldn't have been as accurate and as...
I switched over to another streamer to see what they were talking about, and they're playing a clip of you. You're everywhere. Yes, I have a lot of fucking haters. A lot of dumb fuck haters who can't think for themselves, who don't have any fucking real discernible worldview, that just position themselves as being against whatever the fuck I'm for. Ironically enough, many of them find themselves wrong, on the wrong side of every argument.
Easy to fire 30 years ago. Iran fired lots of missiles against Iraq in the Iran-Iraq War of 1980 to 1988. But they were very inaccurate weapons. They were terror weapons. They were fired against cities. What we're seeing today is that they can strike things more precisely. They've taken out, destroyed American radars in Qatar, in Jordan. They have been able to hit American diplomats and embassies and consulates. And that's been quite effective. And so that asymmetric power to strike back, I think, has been helped by modern technology and the availability of quite good missiles to be operated by powers and countries that are not necessarily the biggest or richest militaries in the world.
Just finally, Shashank, can Iran actually win this, or at least not lose?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, what is victory here? I think nobody can define that very clearly. But from Iran's perspective, they may come out of this very badly bruised. But if they come out of it with their regime intact, the Islamic Republic that took power in that 1979 revolution, with a supreme leader, with the Revolutionary Guards, and able to keep their population in control and saying, if you come out back on the streets like you did this year, we will massacre you again. If that is where this ends up, and they can build more missiles and they can rebuild their nuclear program, that will count as a success for the Iranians. And I think whatever they claim, it will look like a defeat for the Americans and the Israelis.
Thanks for breaking that down for us, Shashank. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
That's the breakdown. Thanks for watching. See you next time.
They got a breakdown now? That's crazy.
I think in the United States, it was seen as something of an opportunity. I have a couple of rules when it comes to foreign policy. One is really understand the country before you go to war with it. And I think the United States violated or ignored that rule 20-odd years ago when we went to war with Iraq. And I think we once again ignored that rule in the case of Iran. You can win a war militarily, yet not win it strategically and politically. It reminds me of some other wars of choice the United States has fought over the years, like Vietnam and so forth. And if you look...
He's saying that now, but this was him? Haas now wants to talk to Iran. In January, he called for the bombing of Iran and demanded that it would dismantle its nuclear program and abandon its regional policies in any negotiation. The blob keeps coming up with poor policy proposals because it's never held to account. In Iran, we are unable to defend protesters, but we can attack regime military sites, provide internet to help opposition, publicly articulate a package of eco-benefits that Iran would get if it gave up its nuclear program, and proxies that embrace political reform. Now, oh shit, Iran got hands. The costs of epic fury far outweigh the benefits. It will get worse as the war drags on. We cannot expect regime change or more war to serve our interests. We need to get serious about negotiating with Iran. And you still got motherfuckers in this chat every now and then coming in to be like, no, it's actually a big success. They're all falling. They're all escaping the sinking ship like a bunch of rats.
Well, I think it's important for your viewers, Jesse, and the American people to know that there's never in history been a more total asymmetric, one-sided annihilation of the enemy than you are witnessing that is unfolding right now in Iran. Iran has long been feared by all the nations of the Middle East. It's long been believed to be one of the great military powers of the region, and yet the United States, under President Trump's leadership, has annihilated their Navy, has annihilated their missile capabilities, has dealt devastating strikes to the IRGC and their command structure, has taken out, in collaboration and coordination with Israel, their nation's sinister leadership and command structure. It has been a complete wipeout of their capacity to unleash violence on the world. And we are in the process right now of degrading their entire military industrial base so that they cannot resume creating and building these weapons that not only could reach Europe, that not only can reach our military bases, but that someday could reach the mainland United States. So this has been, by every definition, an unprecedented military success against a regime that since 1979...
Yeah, we were going to be out of Iraq in like 3 weeks.
...has exported nothing but bloodshed and violence and claimed countless American lives.
It's so funny that this has been the same propaganda with Korea, same propaganda with Vietnam, same propaganda with Afghanistan, same propaganda with Iraq. And that has been defeat after defeat after defeat after defeat after countless lives were stolen for no reason whatsoever other than American imperialism. Okay? And I guess after the 25 years of the failure of the global war on terror, Americans have even less appetite for this kind of bullshit. And they are, on the one hand, begging for an uprising that simply is not happening. Okay? And on the other hand, trying to talk about how successful their military goals have been, even though America keeps losing assets, $60 million at a time.
The days to come. Well, you asked earlier as well about the future of the regime, because I didn't want to leave that question hanging. The president's been clear on this point too, Jesse. The people of Iran have an opportunity, if they choose to take it, their last best chance to claim control of the future. But whatever choice they make, President Trump has been abundantly straightforward in saying the United States will pursue and achieve its military objective.
All right, makes sense to me, Mr. Miller.
Yeah, come on. Why don't you do an uprising? Come on, Gulf states. Why don't you join the war? It's so funny. We're so successful. We're so successful in our military ambitions that we're just like begging the people of Iran to rise up against the people protecting them right now, or at least striking back at the people bombing them. We're begging the Gulf states, after they got fucking pummeled, to rise up against Iran. Incredible stuff. You see it. Of course, Ben Shapiro also loves this shit. All of the worst villains of American politics love this shit.
Enormous number of Iranians, millions, tens of millions of Iranians who hate the regime. The problem is they don't have the guns, which is why you saw these gigantic protests beginning in December, and you saw 32,000 people shot in the streets. I know that we're supposed to forget about all that because opponents of the war, as we will get to, are very, very upset about a girls' school that got hit in the war. And then we're supposed to totally pretend that the Iranians don't slaughter innocent Iranians at the rate of tens of thousands the minute they pop their heads out of the ground. In any case, the Israelis have been pummeling IRGC stations in Iran's western regions, particularly the areas that border Azerbaijan and Iraq. Those happen to be areas that are largely comprised of Azeris and Kurds. Remember, Iran is actually less Persian than America is white. There are huge minority populations in Iran, and they largely live in the border areas with other countries.
Bro, at first I thought there was like photoshopped eyebrows. But it's kind of crazy that like his real eyebrows are getting larger and larger.
Kurds, for example.
Hey, Hasan, what's your take on Sudan right now? Iran, by pummeling the UAE and cutting off their supply route to the RSF, are unironically playing a role in the liberation of Sudan at this very moment, where the Sudanese military can now take over towns that were previously ethnically cleansed by the RSF, now that they can't get their backing from the UAE. Ironically enough. What is this? I am Arab. Frogan is a good example too. She's literally white, but she's visibly Muslim. Frogan, where did you see this? This is from 20 minutes ago. You're responding to a chatter that referenced you 20 minutes ago. His eyebrows decided to take up more territory in his, in his face.
On the eastern side of the border with Iraq. So you have Iraqi Kurds on one side, Iranian Kurds on the other, and some interplay between the two. We could see serious incursions into Iran from both Azerbaijan and from Iraqi Kurdistan by Iranian Kurds. And if that happened, there would be a serious challenge to IRGC forces. Those forces are now isolated from Iran because of the fracturing of the IRGC leadership class. Basically, with the destruction of the top levels of the IRGC, the lines of command have now broken down, and you have specific IRGC areas governed by specific IRGC commanders. Many of these brigades are maybe 3,000 to 5,000 people. And so the entire structure could begin to collapse piece by piece. And if that happens, then more and more Iranians in the center of the country will understand that the moment has come for action. And this is being facilitated pretty actively by the Israeli government. Right now, we are reading astonishing reports of Israeli drones that are so specific. These are suicide drones. They are targeting specific IRGC checkpoints in Iran. So when we say checkpoints, we mean like areas on a street where IRGC soldiers are standing, waiting for people to emerge so they can shoot them. And Israel has been from 1,000 miles away directing suicide drones to take out specific IRGC soldiers at specific intersections, essentially killing.
I like that Ben's analysis has been reduced to that classic tweet. Just walk into Leningrad and seize it. Or whatever the fuck that is. Like, you know what I'm talking about? The Hearts of Iron 4 Nazi. Don't invade Russia in the winter. Take it. Don't siege Leningrad. Take it immediately. Like that. This is the same. Like what is this? What goes for serious analysis? Come on, Kurds. Do something. What do they got? 5,000, 10,000 max militias. They got like 5,000 to 10,000 people max. Some of them are experienced in combat. Some of them aren't. What the fuck are they supposed to do? It's so stupid. Yeah, how Hitler could have won. Don't terror bomb Britain. Focus on RAF facilities. Demand Mussolini not be at our war with the Balkans. Don't siege Leningrad. Take it immediately. Zerg Stalingrad to cut off Soviet oil. Ally with the Slavs against the commies. Ignore Africa. That's what Ben Shapiro's analysis is reduced to at this point.
The suppression force is necessary to kill protesters en masse in the streets if there should be some sort of popular uprising. And finally, the United States could simply bomb until the bombing is done.
Why do you support the destruction of the GCC? What? Dog, I was literally in Qatar. What is this? You know what? Hold the GCC now to participate in the war, not to side with Israel. Where is the sovereignty argument that you gave to Ukraine in regards to Russia? What? Do you think it's normal for Iran to have militia in Iraq? China benefit from Israel as much as Russia? What the fuck are you talking about? Is it because you lean in libtards' ignorance? Nah, America should share the pain. So now targeting neighbors is justified? Targeting Azadi pipeline is justified? Okay, I want to know where this chatter is coming from. Is this a Dubai chatter? Because there's hella fucking Gulf nationals in my community. And I don't hear this from them. Nah. Where are you tuning in from, chatter? Maybe Syrian. I don't know. Bro, you think Iran just started randomly Oh, he's Kuwaiti. Okay. Maybe. You think Iran just started randomly one day lobbing missiles in the fucking Gulf states? What are you, stupid? The fuck are you talking about? These countries have American military bases. They have radar systems that are defending not only America's interests, but also Israel in the region. Iran got bombed by America and Israel and then retaliated. Does Iran not have a right to defend itself? What are we fucking doing here? And no, I don't think the fucking Gulf states have the standing militaries to begin with to go and fight America and Israel's battles, nor do they see the necessity to do so. Because at least from the people that I talk to that live in the Gulf and the people that I talk to higher ranking individuals in the Gulf, they're angry at Iran, sure, for fucking up the bag for them. But you know who they're more angry at? America. Do you want to know why? Because who the fuck would have thought trillions of dollars of investment into Western capitals and billions of dollars of weapons transfers, weapons purchases would have all amounted to these countries turning into fucking missile sponges at a moment's notice because Israel doesn't give a fuck about the Gulf and actually likes a weakened Gulf and wants to completely destabilize and destroy Iran. There is a reason why, with the exception of the Emiratis, most of the other Gulf nation states were actively begging, including Saudi Arabia, who was no fan of Iran, was openly begging America not to do this. Okay? Because they also want a defanged Iran, but they don't want a destabilized Iran. Because at the end of the day, a completely destabilized Iran is going to rip apart the entire region in ways that are so much worse than what has happened thus far. A completely destabilized Iran will have an immigration crisis in the region. A completely destabilized Iran with weapons can now have no interest in limiting their targets to just military bases or American assets that are like hiding in a hotel or whatever. Okay? A completely destabilized Iran also has no capacity to offer pushback to the only regional power that is a real threat to every Gulf state. Much larger threat than Iran itself. That country is Israel. So you're out of step. You're out of step with barely hitting Israel. What the fuck are you talking about? They literally pummel Israel every night. You should be upset at the Americans for not putting up enough defenses on their own fucking facilities in the Gulf. Not even like, you know, financial sector areas or shit like that. I'm talking about like they didn't even have enough anti-missile defense systems on their own facilities, their own American bases. That's crazy. The only reason why you're not seeing more death and destruction come out of Israel is because every single military equipment in the region is primarily focused on defending Tel Aviv. That's it. What is this? U.S. citizenship is a privilege, not a right?
Should not be here. Being a U.S. citizen is a privilege. It is not a right. And if you are not going to honor that right and treat people with respect, and you are going to hurt American citizens, you must be removed from our country immediately.
You know, Paul, let me go to you first to comment on old.
The
fuck? This tan should get you a ban from the U.S. Yeah. If only. Anyway. Like the calculation for Iran is clear: destroy the Gulf economies to put pressure on the U.S. That's really interesting that you say that. So why didn't they do this last year? Why didn't they do this the year prior? Why didn't they do this 3 years ago? Why didn't they do this 4 years ago? You think Iran didn't have the same military equipment back then? They did. As a matter of fact, they had a much more successful axis of resistance that they could have leaned into at that time as well. Why didn't they do this after October 7? If Iran wanted to blow up the Gulf, they clearly had the capability to do so. That much is fucking clear, especially in the last 12 days. We've found out that that is the reality, right? So why didn't they do it randomly? What events triggered this retaliation against American assets and American military bases in the region? What country would not attack launching pads, the launching pads of their fucking foreign occupiers and their foreign enemies? What are you, fucking stupid? What the hell are you talking about? The goal from the Iranian calculation is very clear. They want America to retreat from the region. They want to defang Israel. Sorry, dude, this argument is pretty weak. Iran and the Sunni Arabs have been in conflict for way longer than Israel was even in the picture. Really? Oh, really? That's really interesting. So this is a Sunni Shiite sectarian conflict. So answer my question then. Why did they not do this 10 years ago? Why did they not do this after October 7? This is pure cope. Iran is a sovereign regional actor. They have regional stability ambitions, just like any other country does. There's only one country in the region that does not want stability. That country is Israel. It's that simple. Yeah, Iran is so invested in sectarian conflict that they are the primary funder of the only Sunni group that is openly fighting against Israel. Can you explain why they don't want stability? Because they have America. They literally can do whatever the fuck they want. Who's going to oppose them was the calculation until these past 12 days. They weren't being bombed to shit. This is the only leverage they have to stop the bombing. Okay, so you do understand it. Got it. Okay, glad that you understand exactly what's going on here. Israel does not care about stability because Israel, in that instability, can just take over more and more territory and no one can fight back against it. Israel does not want a powerful Gulf alliance. It's really interesting because the ones that are getting fucked over the hardest here are the Emiratis. Okay? And what's really interesting about that calculation is they must have realized at some point that Israel doesn't even care about them either, because they were the ones who were actively aligning with Israel. They were the ones who were aggressively petitioning the rest of the Gulf states to act in unison with Israel. They were the ones who were the dogs of Israel. And look how Israel has treated them. It's not like they got special privileges as a consequence of this. It's not like they got any sort of additional defense as a consequence of this. The ones that are getting fucked over in this process, I would say, are the Qataris. Because outside of Oman, in the region, the one other country that has to have decent relations with Iran is Qatar. They share a gas field, okay? That waterway, across the waterway, you have Qatar on the one side, you have Iran on the other side. They share the same fucking gas field. They have literally like a dual, they have a partnership in extracting natural gas. The GCC wanted peace with Iran. Direct war is not good for their economy. GCC Arabs do not want war with Iran. GCC Arab civilians are not bloodthirsty like Israelis. They never liked the idea of war with Iran. Yeah, we're not even talking about the citizens, by the way. The citizens are somewhat irrelevant in this calculation because we're talking about monarchies in the Gulf, right? I'm talking specifically about the people who actually are making these decisions, the people who actually control these countries, the monarchs themselves. That's their calculation. They also don't want to wage war with Iran. In other words, Gulf states aligned with Israel and U.S. are openly acknowledging that given Israel's fanatical expansionism and open threats versus U.S. allies like Turkey, they will someday be on the chopping block. Omani foreign minister actually suggests this is widely acknowledged privately. Left, Omani foreign minister's statement today suggesting that after Iran, Israel, Washington will turn on the other Gulf states. Right, ex-Qatari MP's statement from March 1st saying Israel, Washington seek to weaken Gulf states, which must band together to resist future aggression. There is one option, though, for the Gulf states, and that is China. There's one option for the Gulf states. It's China and Turkey, and that's what I suspect they will lean into. I mean, Qatar already has Turkish military, Turkish troops, and a broad partnership with Turkey anyway. The actual goal of the war is to weaken Iran, reshape the region, and push forward the normalization file with a broader context that also involves attempts to prevent the establishment of the Palestinian state. Why not Russia? I've thought about that. I think they would rather, I suspect they would, I don't think they trust Russia as much either. Vladimir Putin is a lot closer to Israel than you think he is. Okay? Tactically, yes, he will align with Iran. He will send Iran weapons. But Vladimir Putin is he is also somewhat close to Israel himself. China, on the other hand, has trade negotiations with Israel, but China doesn't give a fuck about anything. China only gives a fuck about trade. They just want the fucking commerce to flow. They want to keep moving units. They will die if they don't move units. Yeah. Anyway. Doubt American influence will dissipate after this war in the Gulf. I don't think we know what things are going to look like and how this war is going to end. If that makes sense. We have no idea what it's going to look like when all is said and done, when the dust is settled. I do know, however, that the longer this goes on, the worse things will be for America. Well, why Bernie said this about Saudi, Hassan? Israel and Saudi Arabia pushed the U.S. to attack Iran. He doesn't fuck with Saudi Arabia. I don't either, but he's wrong about this. There was reporting that Saudi Arabia was also privately urging America to strike Iran. I don't believe that reporting at all. And I am not a fan of Saudi Arabia. Y'all know I have criticized Saudi Arabia quite a bit. I do not believe it. I think the only Gulf state that was invested in this, who might be dumb enough to not think of the consequences, would be the UAE. Not Saudi Arabia. It was Israel and maybe the UAE, but probably not even the United Arab Emirates. Netanyahu killed 72 people in Gaza, mostly women and children. Saudi Arabia is a brutal dictatorship that allows no opposition. These are the leaders who want to bring freedom to Iran. Does anyone really believe that? I wonder why he says Netanyahu killed 72,000 people in Gaza, but then says Saudi Arabia is a brutal dictatorship. Because, you know, and he doesn't say like MBS is brutal and allows no opposition. Kind of feels like he has a difference there. There's like a little bit of difference there, I've noticed. Have you noticed that? I have noticed that. What do you think it would really take for the GC states to get up and kick out the U.S. Gulf bases? It's already kind of happening because if the bases are reduced to fucking rubble, then, you know, what are you going to do? Khalid bin Salman, in a call with Catherine Vautrin, we condemn the Iranian aggression against the kingdom. We also discuss regional developments and repercussions that the ongoing escalation pose to security and stability in the region. Khalid bin Salman says, actually, you are the aggressor. We're not in the 1900s anymore. There are things you cannot hide, especially your hypocrisy. Iranian missile impact somewhere in Haifa region. Looks like Haifa's refinery. Is this new? I don't know. Let's put it this way. A ton of mainstream news likes to say we're in uncharted waters for very charted waters. We are right now, in fact, in uncharted waters. I agree. Yeah. That's why I said, you know, at the beginning of this conflict, that we are now officially in the weeks where decades happen. And decades, as a matter of fact, have been happening. And they've been unfolding every single fucking day. Anyway, on that note, I got to go. I'm going to go hang out with the voice of Hind Rajab people. Hopefully, I'll be having them on the broadcast as well before they go to the Oscars. And yeah, that's all I got for the day, folks. Love you all. And I will see you tomorrow. Did you talk about Cuba? No, I did not today. But I love you all.
Stunning Rofai introduction, starting off the day. All the chatter's trickling in, hostile people hate. Sunny in Los Angeles, California, says Hasan. Stun luck to the stun luck to the topics just begun. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There it is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Reviewing a Chinese train, telling Kaya place. Sun and Asmin chatter loves, giving Greening's grace. Zoran winning NYC, woke two back with the force. The Rogan of the left, to me a dumb himbo still of course. The Charlie Kirk assassination, the Fear and Online show. 8 full fucking years of this, and plenty more to go. Doing fun stuff tomorrow, throw PBS up on the screen. A man-made horror reaction brought to you by this live stream. 'Cause there he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again. Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. Kicked out of the DNC, IRL we march the goat. Combating the propaganda that shoved down people's throats. CBS Israeli news, a coup, a regime falls. A full-blown fascist takeover, and still the duty calls. Total radicalization coming out to sea. The system will always fail, it's up to you and me. On these daily streets, whether short or whether long, have helped millions of people keep it moving right along. 'Cause there he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. There he is again, Hasan is streaming. Hasan is streaming. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll play games real soon. Just you wait. Say, hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll move on real soon. Just you wait. Ba-da-da, ba-da-da, ba-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll pull your lungs real soon. Just you wait. Sha-da-da, sha-da-da, sha-da-da-da-da-da. Hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. But he'll do jet advice real soon. Just you wait. But hey, what can you say? That's BBS for you. Brought on by viewers like you. Just you wait. Just you wait.